Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel. So, in this video, we are going to see what if Naruto had political marriage with Temari and Hinata. So, yeah, and little bit of harem. So, yeah, if you are interested in more videos like this, then please make sure to leave a like, share, and comment down your thoughts in comment section. And I have divided this video in 7 chapters. So, yeah, do enjoy and watch till end. So, without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Chapter 1. The Edict. When the seventh Hokage reads a document he cannot refuse, Naruto Uzumaki had learned to recognize danger by the way a room breathed. A battlefield had its own rhythm. The sharp inhale before kunai flew. The strange silence before an ambush broke open. The way enemy chakra shifted when someone decided they were willing to die. The Hokage's office was supposed to be different. It was supposed to smell like paper, ink, old wood, and instant coffee. It was supposed to be too warm in the afternoon because the sun hit the western window directly. It was supposed to be full of noise messengers coming in and out, Shikamaru complaining under his breath. Boruto occasionally being brought by Hinata when Naruto had forgotten to eat again. Today, the office was silent, not peaceful, silent. Naruto stood in front of his desk with his cloak still dusty from the border. His mission vest was torn at the shoulder. A thin cut ran along his jaw, already healing under the steady warmth of Kurama's chakra. He had just returned from a 2-day emergency inspection near the eastern trade routes, where a collapsed bridge had trapped a merchant convoy between a river flood and a landslide. 20 years ago, that kind of mission would have been something he bragged about. Now it was paperwork. Lives saved, 47 injuries. 12 structural repairs required, severe political consequence. Minor, Naruto had read the report, signed the temporary reconstruction order, and told the exhausted genin team who had carried supplies all night that they had done well. He had smiled when one of them looked like he was about to cry from being praised by the Hokage. That should have been the hardest part of the day. But Kakashi Hatake was sitting in the chair across from his desk. Shikamaru stood near the window. Neither of them had spoken since Naruto entered. That was how Naruto knew something worse than a collapsed bridge was waiting for him. He removed the Hokage hat from his head and placed it carefully on the desk. "All right," he said. "Who died?" Kakashi's visible eye closed for half a second. No answer. Naruto's stomach tightened. "Gaara?" he asked immediately. "No," Shikamaru said, "Killer Bee." "No, Sakura, Sasuke, anyone from the border team." "No one died," Kakashi said quietly. Naruto looked between them. In the old days, that sentence would have relaxed him. Now it made him colder. Because there were many things worse than death when politics got involved. Naruto sat down slowly. The chair creaked under him. "Then why do you both look like you're about to ask me to bury someone?" Shikamaru rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Because this would be easier if someone had died." Naruto stared at him. Shikamaru did not look away. That was the second sign. Shikamaru always looked away when something was personal. He would tilt his head, sigh, mutter that everything was troublesome, and hide the sharpest parts of himself behind boredom. Today, there was no mask. Only exhaustion. Kakashi reached into his sleeve and withdrew a sealed document, not a scroll, a document, thick paper, formal binding. Red cord, 3 wax seals pressed along the bottom edge, the fire daimyo, the wind daimyo. And between them, stamped in dark green wax, the mark of the allied Shinobi Nations Council. Naruto did not touch it. "What is that?" Kakashi placed it on the desk like he was laying down a weapon. "The Iron Treaty." The name landed badly. Naruto had heard whispers. Everyone had. He was Hokage. Whispers reached him even when people tried to bury them under official language. A trade stabilization agreement with the Land of Wind. Emergency grain routes. Military access negotiations. Something about Suna's agricultural districts failing faster than expected. But whispers were not treaties. Whispers did not arrive with 3 seals and 2 former Hokage standing like witnesses at an execution. Naruto leaned back. "Start talking." Kakashi nodded once. "The Land of Wind is in worse condition than Gaara reported publicly." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "How much worse?" 3 failed harvests in a row, Shikamaru said. Not bad harvests, failed. The western irrigation systems collapsed after the last sandstorm season, and the chakra-rich soil pockets near the border are depleted. Their civilian food reserves can cover 8 months if rationing begins immediately. Naruto's fingers tightened on the armrest. Suna has money. Not enough, Shikamaru said. Their military budget is already bleeding. The Wind Daimyo has been cutting support for years. You know this. Naruto did know. Everyone knew Suna had always been strong because it learned to survive with less water, less farmland, less political affection from its own daimyo, but there was a difference between endurance and starvation. Kakashi continued, voice even. Gaara has kept the village stable, but the outer settlements are angry. The merchant clans are angry. The military hardliners are calling his agricultural concessions weakness. If nothing changes, Suna faces internal revolt within 2 years. Naruto looked down at the sealed document. And this is what? Food aid? No, Shikamaru said. Not aid. Naruto heard the carefulness in his voice. He hated it. Then what? A permanent merger of agricultural, trade, and defense interests between Konoha and Suna, Shikamaru answered. Konoha opens protected grain routes, long-term soil restoration teams, medical support, and access to Fire Country's merchant corridors. In exchange, Suna grants military cooperation rights, joint border patrol authority, and permanent diplomatic presence inside the Leaf. Naruto waited. There was more. There was always more. That sounds like an alliance expansion, he said. It is, Kakashi said. Naruto's eyes moved from Kakashi to Shikamaru. Then why are you both looking at me like I'm not going to like the next sentence? Shikamaru exhaled slowly. Because the daimyo wouldn't accept temporary aid. Neither would Suna's internal council. They needed a symbolic guarantee strong enough to quiet the hardliners and prove neither side could abandon the agreement when it became inconvenient. Naruto's voice dropped. What guarantee? Kakashi's hand rested on the document, a household binding. For several seconds, Naruto did not understand, not because the words were complicated, because his mind refused to put them together. Then it did. The room became very still. No, Naruto said. Neither man answered. Naruto stood. The chair scraped backward so sharply it nearly fell. No, Naruto. No, he said again, louder this time. Say what you actually mean. Shikamaru's jaw tightened. Kakashi looked older than Naruto had seen him in years. The treaty requires Temari of the Sand to be formally bound to the Hokage's household as Suna's permanent resident ambassador. Naruto stared at him. The words entered the room like smoke. Formal, bound, household, ambassador. Every word chosen to avoid the real one. Naruto's eyes shifted to Shikamaru. And you knew? Shikamaru did not flinch. Yes. The answer was worse because it was honest. Naruto turned away from him before his face could show too much. Temari knows. A pause. That pause cracked something open. Naruto turned back slowly. She doesn't know? She knows talks were happening, Shikamaru said. She doesn't know the final clause passed. Naruto laughed once. It was not humor. It was disbelief with nowhere to go. You signed off on this? No, Shikamaru said. I advised on possible outcomes. That's not what I asked. Shikamaru's expression hardened. Yes, he said. I signed the strategic recommendation. Naruto looked at him like he had become a stranger. For years, Shikamaru had been the person Naruto trusted with the things he could not hold alone. Missions, council pressure, economic disputes, border maps. The 1,000 small traps hidden under the word peace. Naruto trusted Shikamaru because Shikamaru saw the board clearly, but Temari was not a piece on a board. Naruto's voice lowered. You signed Temari's life away. Shikamaru's face changed, only a little, but Naruto saw it. Pain, immediate and buried, I know. That answer did not help. It made the room worse. Naruto turned back to Kakashi. And Hinata? Kakashi said nothing. Naruto felt something cold move through him. He leaned forward, palms flat on the desk. What about Hinata? Kakashi's eyes shifted toward the document. The treaty includes a leaf-side household legitimacy clause. Naruto did not blink. Explain. Shikamaru spoke this time, quieter than before. The Suna clause brings Temari into the Hokage household as a political representative. The Leaf clause confirms the existing Hokage marriage as part of the treaty structure. Hinata's position becomes formally tied to the agreement through the Hyuga clan. Naruto's hands curled into fists. She is already my wife. That's why it passed so easily, Shikamaru said. Naruto looked at him. Shikamaru looked like he hated every word leaving his mouth. The council argued it doesn't create a new marriage obligation. It reclassifies an existing one as a formal pillar of the alliance. The Hyuga clan submitted it as their contribution to the treaty. Naruto did not need to ask who inside the Hyuga clan had submitted it. He knew. His voice became very calm. Hayashi. Kakashi nodded once. Naruto closed his eyes. For a moment, all he could see was Hinata at 19, standing beside him after the war, hands folded, voice soft but steady. Hinata choosing him, not because of prophecy, not because of power, not because he was Hokage, because she had seen him before the world did, and now men in rooms had taken that choice and turned it into a clause. His eyes opened. "Where is Hayashi?" "Waiting in the council chamber," Kakashi said. Naruto smiled faintly. It was not a good smile. Of course he is. "Naruto," Kakashi said, voice warning. "No," Naruto replied. "Don't, not yet." He picked up the treaty. The paper was heavy, expensive, official. He hated that something so clean could be so ugly. His eyes moved across the first page. Trade integration, mutual agricultural support, soil restoration, border stabilization, civilian food security, joint patrols, permanent diplomatic residence, household binding, recognition of symbolic unity, protection of bloodline continuity. Naruto stopped reading. His eyes stayed fixed on that line. Protection of bloodline continuity. The words blurred for a second, not because he could not read them, because he understood them too well. Kurama stirred inside him, a low, warning pressure. Naruto did not let it rise. Not here, not yet. He placed the document back on the desk. Did anyone think to ask them? No one answered. The silence did not surprise him. That was the horror. Naruto nodded slowly. "Right." Kakashi looked down. Shikamaru looked out the window. The village moved beyond the glass like nothing had happened. Rooftops. Smoke trails from lunch stalls. Shinobi crossing power lines. Children running between buildings with academy bags bouncing against their backs. Peace looked beautiful from above. It always did. You had to get close to see the cost. Naruto picked up the Hokage hat again, not to wear it, just to hold it. The weight of it had always been strange, too light for what it represented. "When?" "The formal council session begins in 10 minutes, Kakashi said. Naruto laughed again, softer this time. "You brought me back from a border inspection and gave me 10 minutes before asking me to let people decide my family's future." "No," Shikamaru said. "We brought you back because if you don't attend, they can invoke emergency continuity rules and proceed with provisional acceptance." Naruto went still. Kakashi closed his eye. That was the third sign. The trap was already built. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. "How long have they been planning this?" Shikamaru hesitated. Too long. Naruto heard the answer before Shikamaru spoke. "Since before the last Wind Country Trade Summit." "That was 7 months ago." "Yes." Naruto stared at him. 7 months. 7 months of meetings. 7 months of quiet drafts. 7 months of people deciding what Naruto's marriage meant without Hinata in the room. 7 months of Temari becoming a solution before she even knew she had been chosen as one. Something inside Naruto wanted to break the desk. It would have been easy, too easy. A little chakra through the palm. A little pressure. The polished wood would split down the center like a struck tree. But Boruto had drawn on the underside of this desk last month. A crooked little fox with too many tails. Hinata had apologized 3 times. Naruto had pretended to be angry for exactly 4 seconds before laughing so hard he had cried, so he did not break the desk. He placed the Hokage hat on his head. The motion felt like surrender. It also felt like armor. "Take me to the council." No one spoke on the walk. That was probably wise. The hallway outside the Hokage's office had always seemed too narrow to Naruto after he became 7th. People bowed in it. People waited in it. People smiled in it even when they were afraid. Today, it felt like a tunnel. Two Anbu guards straightened as he passed. Their masks faced forward, but Naruto sensed their chakra flicker. They knew something was happening. Of course they did. Anbu always knew when leadership started moving behind closed doors. At the end of the corridor, the council chamber doors stood shut. Old wood, iron brackets, seals etched along the frame to prevent spying, assassination, and unauthorized recording. Naruto had once thought those seals were for protection. Now he wondered how many terrible decisions had survived because no one outside could hear them being made. Kakashi opened the door. Every conversation inside died. Naruto stepped in. The chamber was full, not publicly full, not ceremony full. Quietly full, the kind of full that meant everyone important had been told to arrive without witnesses. Civilian council representatives sat along the left side. Shinobi command on the right. The fire daimyo's envoy stood near the rear in layered robes, face painted into polite emptiness. Two Wind Country representatives sat opposite him, their expressions dry and unreadable. Gaara was not present. That cut Naruto deeper than he expected. A sealed communication mirror stood at the center of the table, dark for now. So Gaara would appear only when summoned. Controlled timing. Controlled optics, of course. Hayashi Hyuga sat near the front, back straight, hands folded, expression calm. Naruto looked at him only once. It was enough. Hayashi did not lower his gaze. That, more than anything, told Naruto what this was, not desperation, not merely politics, design. The council chair rose. Lord Seventh? Naruto walked to the head of the table. No one sat until he did. He remained standing. The room adjusted around that choice. Tiny movements. Glances. The quiet discomfort of people realizing the man they had trapped was not going to pretend the trap was invisible. Naruto placed the treaty on the table. It landed with a soft sound, too soft. "I read enough," he said. The council chair swallowed. "Then you understand the seriousness of the situation." Naruto looked at him. "I understand Suna needs help." A few shoulders relaxed. Then Naruto continued. "I understand the land of wind is unstable. I understand Fire Country wants guaranteed access to western routes. I understand the daimyo want something symbolic enough to sell to civilians who don't care about supply chains until their rice prices double." The room went still again. Naruto's voice did not rise. "That is what I understand. What I don't understand is why my wife's name is in a treaty she never saw." Someone shifted papers. No one answered. Naruto's gaze moved slowly across the table until it reached Hayashi. "Lord Hyuga." Hayashi inclined his head. "Lord Seventh, did Hinata approve your clause?" Hayashi's expression did not change. "The Hyuga clan approved its contribution to the treaty." "That's not what I asked." "The clan has authority over formal bloodline obligations." Naruto's chakra moved, not visibly, not violently, but every sensor in the room felt it. The air seemed to press downward. The fire envoy's painted smile vanished. Shikamaru closed his eyes briefly. Kakashi did not move. Naruto leaned forward slightly. "Hinata is not a bloodline obligation." Hayashi held his gaze. "She is a Hyuga. She is a person." "Yes," Hayashi said. "And people born into great houses carry duties greater than themselves." Naruto's smile returned. "Cold. You waited a long time to say that to me in a room full of witnesses." Hayashi's eyes narrowed by a fraction. Naruto turned away before the conversation could become what part of him wanted it to become. A different kind of man would have shouted. A younger Naruto would have slammed both hands on the table and demanded everyone explain themselves until the room cracked. The seventh Hokage did neither. He took the chair at the head of the table and sat down. "Turn on the mirror." The council chair hesitated. Naruto looked at him. "Now." The communication mirror lit. Sand-colored light rippled across the glass. Gaara's face appeared, older, sharper, tired in a way only another Kage would recognize. His Kazekage robes were formal, but his eyes were not ceremonial. They were full of apology. Naruto hated that too, because apology meant Gaara had known. "Gaara," Naruto said. "Naruto?" For a moment the room disappeared. They were boys again. A demon and a monster, both taught by the world that their lives were tools before they were children. Then the room returned, and both of them were leaders. Naruto touched the treaty with 2 fingers. "Is this really what you want?" Gaara's silence was not empty. It was crowded with every starving village Naruto could not see. "No," Gaara said. The chamber shifted. Gaara continued. "It is what my village may survive." Naruto looked down. That answer was unfair because it was true. Gaara would not have allowed this if there had been an easy alternative. He would not trade Temari lightly. He would not place Naruto in this position out of ambition. That made it worse. Villains were simple. Friends with impossible choices were not. Naruto's voice softened despite himself. "Does Temari know?" Gaara's expression tightened. "She knows she may be required to take a permanent diplomatic position." "That is not what this says." "No." "Does she know it is marriage?" The word finally entered the room. Not binding, not symbolic unity, marriage. Some of the council members looked down as if the table had become fascinating. Gaara's eyes closed briefly. "Not yet." Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru stared at the table. There it was, the center of it. The thing everyone had avoided saying because saying it made the paperwork human. Temari, Hinata, 2 women turned into architecture. Naruto leaned back. "Then I'll ask again. Did anyone think to ask them?" This time someone answered. The Fire Daimyo's envoy cleared his throat. "With respect, Lord Seventh, treaties of this scale are not constructed around individual preference. The historical precedent for household alliance—" Naruto's eyes moved to him. The envoy stopped speaking. Naruto did not threaten him. He did not need to. "Historical precedent," Naruto repeated. The words tasted bitter. He thought of all the old systems he had promised himself he would break. Child soldiers, clan politics, seals placed on bodies. Villages treating Jinchuriki like weapons until they needed heroes. He had become Hokage to end those things. Now one sat in front of him wearing formal robes and calling itself precedent. The council chair spoke carefully. "Lord Seventh, no one here dismisses the personal difficulty of this arrangement. But the treaty protects thousands of lives. Suna's collapse would destabilize the entire western region. Refugee movement, border violence, rogue shinobi activity, merchant route failure." "I know what collapse looks like," Naruto said. The chair stopped. Naruto's voice lowered. "I have spent my entire life cleaning up after adults who made cruel choices and called them necessary." No one spoke. Then Shikamaru did. "That doesn't make this choice wrong." Naruto turned his head slowly. The room seemed to hold its breath. Shikamaru stood beside the wall, shoulders heavy, hands in his pockets. He looked like a man asking to be hated because it was easier than being forgiven. Naruto's eyes sharpened. "Say that again." Shikamaru did. "It doesn't make this choice wrong." Kakashi's gaze flicked toward him. Shikamaru continued anyway. "If the treaty fails, Suna fractures. If Suna fractures, Gaara either uses force against his own people or gets removed by someone willing to. If Gaara falls, every alliance built after the war starts shaking. The smaller nations panic. The daimyo close borders. Rogue groups start recruiting from hungry settlements. In 3 years, we're not discussing whether this was cruel. We're discussing casualty estimates." Naruto's jaw tightened. Shikamaru's voice cracked only once. "I looked for another way." Naruto said nothing. "I looked," Shikamaru repeated, quieter. "For 7 months." The silence afterward was different, not absolution, not agreement. But the room felt less like a trap for 1 terrible second and more like what it was. A machine built by fear, powered by necessity, grinding everyone inside it. Naruto hated that he understood. He hated that understanding did not save anyone. Gaara spoke through the mirror. "Temari will hate me." No one answered. Gaara looked at Naruto. She should. That was when Naruto saw it fully, not the treaty, not the political architecture, the cost. Gaara sacrificing his sister because his village needed food. Shikamaru sacrificing the woman he loved because his calculations said the alternative was worse. Kakashi standing beside the decision because former Hokage understood that peace often arrived wearing bloodless hands. Hayashi using the crisis to tighten a leash around his daughter and calling it clan duty. And Naruto, strongest shinobi alive, sitting at the head of the table with enough power inside him to level mountains, unable to stop a piece of paper without risking thousands of civilians. His strength had become the cage, because everyone knew Naruto would bear it. Everyone knew Naruto would choose the village. That was why they had come to him last. His fingers rested on the treaty. For a moment, Kurama's voice rumbled in the back of his mind. "They're afraid you'll say yes because you're good." Naruto almost answered. "Not here, not in front of them." The council chair slid another document forward. "The treaty can be delayed for 72 hours, but not rejected without triggering emergency diplomatic review. The Wind Daimyo has already placed provisional approval. Fire Country expects your signature before the end of the week." Naruto looked at the second document, a schedule. Of course there was a schedule. There was always a schedule. Personal devastation, properly timed. He stood. The room followed. "No signature today." The council chair opened his mouth. Naruto raised one hand. "No signature," he repeated. "No public announcement, no provisional household registration, no messages to Temari, no messages to Hinata. Nothing moves until I speak to them myself." The fire envoy frowned. "Lord Seventh, the diplomatic timeline," Naruto's chakra rose, just enough. The seals around the chamber flickered. The envoy went pale. Naruto's voice remained calm. "I said nothing moves." No one argued, not because they agreed. Because for one brief moment, they remembered that the man they were cornering was still Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at Gaara. "I'll speak to you tonight." Gaara nodded. "Naruto?" The mirror dimmed before he finished. Naruto did not want apology, not yet. He turned to Hayashi. The chamber became colder, Lord Hyuga. Hayashi rose. Naruto walked around the table until only a few feet separated them. "You will not speak to Hinata before I do." Hayashi's face remained composed. "She is my daughter. She is my wife," Naruto said. "She is Boruto's mother. She is a citizen of this village. She is a shinobi who has bled for this world, and before any of that, she is herself." Hayashi's hands tightened inside his sleeves. Naruto stepped closer. "If you try to turn this into a clan matter before she hears it from me, I will make it a Hokage matter." The threat was quiet, precise, public. Hayashi understood it, so did everyone else. Naruto turned away. "Kakashi, Shikamaru, my office." He left without waiting. The hallway outside felt too bright. Naruto walked quickly at first, then slower, then stopped halfway between the council chamber and his office. For the first time all day, no one was watching him except Kakashi and Shikamaru. His shoulders dropped, just slightly, enough to make him look less like Hokage, more like a man. He stared at the floor. Boruto drew on my desk. Neither of them answered. Naruto let out a breath that almost became a laugh and failed. He drew a fox. "Badly. It has maybe 12 tails. Hinata said we should clean it. I told her no." Kakashi's voice was gentle. "Naruto?" "They put his mother in a treaty," Naruto said. His voice was still calm. That made it worse. "They put Temari in it. They put my house in it. They put all of us in it like we're border markers." Shikamaru said nothing. Naruto turned to him. "Look at me." Shikamaru did. For a moment neither spoke. Then Naruto asked the question that hurt more than anger. Was there really no other way? Shikamaru's face twisted. "Not much, just enough." "No good one." Naruto nodded. That answer was exactly what he feared. Kakashi leaned against the wall, suddenly looking every year he had survived. "Delay gives you room," he said. "Not much, but some." Naruto stared down the hallway toward his office. Room? What a small word. Room to tell his wife that men had decided their marriage now belonged to the state. Room to tell Temari that her brother, her village, and the man she had once loved had all helped place her inside a political cage. Room to decide whether saving thousands justified wounding 3 people beyond recognition. Room to be Hokage. Room to be human. But not enough room to be both. Naruto walked back to his office. The moment the door closed behind them, he removed the Hokage hat and set it down. This time, not carefully, it slid across the desk and stopped beside Boruto's hidden fox drawing. Naruto stood over it. For a long time he said nothing. Then he picked up the treaty again and read it from the beginning, not because he wanted to. Because if this document was going to enter his home, he would know every word of it, every clause, every loophole, every knife hidden under ceremonial language. Kakashi sat in the chair across from him. Shikamaru remained standing. The afternoon light shifted slowly across the floor. Outside, the village continued living. Children shouted in the streets. A vendor called out about fresh dumplings. Somewhere nearby, a bell rang to mark the changing of an academy class. Normal sounds, peaceful sounds. Naruto read until the words stopped being ink and became people. Temari, Hinata, Boruto, Gaara, Shikamaru, himself. At the final page, there was a blank line for his signature. Uzumaki Naruto, 7th Hokage. He stared at it. Then he took a pen. Shikamaru inhaled sharply. Naruto did not sign. Instead, in the margin beside the household binding clause, he wrote one sentence. Not official, not legal, not diplomatic, just true. They should have been asked. He put the pen down. No one spoke. Then there was a soft knock at the office door. All three men froze. Naruto knew that chakra before the door opened. Hinata stepped inside. She held Boruto against her hip. The boy was half asleep, cheek pressed to her shoulder, one small fist clutching the fabric of her sleeve. Hinata smiled softly at first, then she saw their faces. The smile faded. Her eyes moved from Kakashi to Shikamaru, then to Naruto. Finally, she saw the document on the desk. The room changed. Hinata had always been quiet. People mistook that for fragility. Naruto never had. He saw the way her posture straightened. The way her fingers adjusted around Boruto, protective without panic. The way her Byakugan did not activate because she did not need it to understand that something had already happened. Naruto-kun, she said. Her voice was gentle, that almost broke him. Boruto stirred. Dad? Naruto looked at his son, 3 years old, messy blonde hair, sleepy blue eyes, too young to know that peace had teeth. Naruto forced his face into something softer. Hey, buddy. Boruto reached toward him. Naruto took him automatically. The familiar weight settled against his chest. For 1 second, the world narrowed to his son's warm breath and tiny fingers gripping his cloak. Then Boruto looked at the desk. Fox, Naruto blinked. Boruto pointed under the edge of the desk, where his hidden drawing lived. Despite everything, Naruto almost smiled. Yeah, he whispered. Fox. Hinata stepped closer. What happened? Naruto looked at her. There were 1,000 ways to say it. The council passed a treaty. Suna is starving. Your father used the crisis. Temari is being brought here. They made our marriage political. They made our family into law. None of them were enough. None of them were kind. So Naruto chose the truth without decoration. They made us part of a treaty. Hinata went very still. Kakashi looked away. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Boruto yawned unaware and buried his face against Naruto's shoulder. Hinata's gaze lowered to the document, then to the seals, then to the margin where Naruto had written his single sentence. They should have been asked. When she looked back up, there were no tears in her eyes, not yet, only understanding, and beneath it, something colder. Who signed it? Naruto did not answer immediately. He did not need to. Hinata's face changed, just enough. Father, she whispered. Naruto shifted Boruto carefully in his arms. I delayed it. Hinata's eyes returned to him. Delayed? 72 hours. The words seemed too small for the damage they carried. Hinata looked at Kakashi. Then at Shikamaru. When her gaze reached Shikamaru, something passed between them, not accusation exactly, but recognition. She knew enough about politics to understand who would have been asked to calculate the cost. Shikamaru lowered his head. I'm sorry, he said. Hinata did not respond. That was worse than anger. Naruto stepped toward her. Hinata, she raised one hand gently, not rejecting him, stopping him because if he came closer she might fall apart. I need to read it. Naruto swallowed, then nodded. He handed her the treaty. Hinata took it with both hands. The paper looked too heavy in her grip. For a moment, the office held 4 adults, 1 sleeping child, and the end of the life they had thought they understood. Hinata read the first page, then the second. Her expression remained composed. That frightened Naruto more than tears would have. When she reached the household clause, her fingers tightened slightly. When she reached the line about bloodline continuity, her breath stopped, only for a second. But Naruto heard it. So did Shikamaru, so did Kakashi. Hinata closed the document, carefully, with dignity. Like it had not just cut her, she looked at Naruto. "Does Temari know?" Naruto shook his head. "Not yet." Hinata's eyes closed. The first emotion to cross her face was not jealousy, not anger, not fear. It was grief for Temari, for herself, for Naruto, for whatever this would make of them before they had the chance to decide. When Hinata opened her eyes again, her voice was soft but steady. Then she should hear it before anyone else uses softer words. Naruto nodded. He had never loved her more than in that moment. And he had never hated the village more. Outside the window, the Hokage monument watched over Konoha with stone faces carved from victory, sacrifice, and myth. Inside the office, Naruto Uzumaki held his sleeping son and understood something he had not understood when he was young. Sometimes the village did not ask for your life all at once. Sometimes it asked for your happiness in pieces, and called each piece. Chapter 2, 3 strangers in a house the first week is the worst because everyone is still being polite. Temari did not shout when she heard. That was the first thing Naruto noticed. She did not throw anything. She did not curse the Hokage's office into the ground. She did not demand Shikamaru's head, Gaara's apology, or the council's immediate destruction. She simply read the treaty, page by page, line by line. The same way she read enemy movement reports, trade agreements, assassination risk assessments, and weather patterns before crossing the desert. Carefully, coldly, without wasting a single breath. Naruto stood across from her inside the secure diplomatic chamber beneath the Hokage Tower. Kakashi stood by the sealed door. Shikamaru had been ordered not to attend, though Naruto knew he was somewhere in the building, probably sitting in a dark room with his head in his hands, hating himself in silence. Gaara's communication mirror stood active on the table. His face watched from the glass. Temari did not look at him, not once. That was the second thing Naruto noticed. She had always looked at Gaara first, even when they were children. Even when Gaara had been dangerous, even after he became Kazekage. Her eyes always checked him first, not out of fear, but habit. Protection. Older sister instinct carved into muscle memory. Today, she read the treaty as if her brother were not in the room. Naruto understood that, too. Sometimes betrayal was easier to survive if you refused to look at the person who loved you while doing it. Temari reached the household binding clause. Her fingers paused, only for a moment. Then she continued. Naruto's stomach tightened. He had spent the entire night before deciding how to tell her. He had written out 3 versions, burned all of them, then sat at his desk until sunrise with Kurama silent inside him and Hinata asleep in another room beside Boruto. Because neither of them had known what to say after the treaty entered their house, in the end, Naruto had chosen the same thing he had chosen with Hinata. The truth. No soft words. No symbolic union. No diplomatic placement, no sacrifice for peace. He told Temari exactly what had been done, then he handed her the paper. Now she closed the treaty. The sound was soft, final. Temari placed both hands flat on the table. Her nails were clean. Her sleeves were perfect. Her posture could have been carved from sandstone. Only her eyes betrayed her, not tears. Never tears. Temari's eyes looked like a battlefield after the banners had fallen and no one had yet counted the bodies. Finally, she looked at Gaara. "Did you ask them to use me?" Gaara's face tightened. "No." "Did you stop them?" Silence. That silence was answer enough. Temari nodded once, not accepting, cataloging. "Did you sign the strategic approval?" Gaara closed his eyes. Yes. Naruto looked away. He did not want to watch this, but he forced himself to. He was Hokage. He had learned there was cowardice in only facing pain when it was useful. Temari's voice remained level. "And Shikamaru?" Naruto answered because Gaara did not. He signed the recommendation. For the first time, Temari's composure cracked, not loudly, not dramatically. Her mouth shifted by the smallest degree, like a blade finding bone. Of course he did. Gaara said her name. Temari, she raised one hand. The Kazekage of the Sand stopped speaking. Naruto had seen entire war councils fail to accomplish that. Temari turned a page back open. Her eyes scanned the treaty again. Permanent resident ambassador, household binding, joint symbolic authority, no requirement of romantic performance, no requirement of public affection, no inheritance claim without separate consent, no change to existing child custody or domestic authority. She looked at Naruto. At least someone cleaned the language. Naruto's jaw tightened. I delayed what I could, for 72 hours. Yes. And if you refuse, Naruto did not answer immediately. Temari's eyes narrowed. Do not protect me with silence, Naruto. That hit harder than he expected. He nodded. If I refuse, the Wind Daimyo can accuse Konoha of breaking provisional terms. Fire Country pulls back until review. Aid delays by months, maybe longer. Gaara loses leverage with his own council, soon as hardliners move. Temari looked at the mirror. Meaning my village starves loudly enough that men with knives get to call themselves patriots. Gaara's voice was quiet. Yes. Temari smiled. It was a terrible expression, no happiness, only understanding. And if I refuse, Gaara did not answer. Temari's smile disappeared. Say it. Gaara looked like the word cost him. Then I can still appoint another representative, but none with your legitimacy. The treaty weakens immediately. The hardliners claim Konoha rejected Suna's bloodline contribution. The daimyo demand concessions. And who replaces me? Silence again. Temari laughed once. Naruto hated how familiar that sound was becoming in this treaty, a laugh with no humor. Kankuro, Gaara's eyes shifted. That was one proposal. Temari leaned back. My little brother as diplomatic hostage in the leaf while Suna burns behind him. Brilliant. Whoever suggested that deserves a promotion to enemy commander. Kakashi's visible eye lowered. Temari stood. The chair did not scrape. She had controlled even that. I want full access to every clause, every draft, every amendment, and every name attached to this agreement. Naruto nodded immediately. You'll have it. I want separate quarters. Yes. I want written confirmation that my position in the Hokage household does not place me under Hyuga clan authority in any capacity. You'll have it. I want direct diplomatic channels to Suna, not filtered through Konoha administration. Naruto hesitated for only a second, then nodded, You'll have it. And I want Shikamaru barred from handling my personal transition paperwork. Naruto's eyes softened despite himself. Done. Gaara's voice came through the mirror. Temari, she finally looked at him properly. The room seemed to shrink. You made a caged choice, she said. Gaara flinched. Temari's voice did not. I understand it. I may even agree with parts of it when I'm done being furious. But do not ask me to comfort you for making it. Gaara lowered his gaze. No, Temari picked up the treaty. I leave for Konoha tomorrow. Naruto blinked. You don't have to. Yes, she said. I do. The words were simple, not surrender strategy. If this is happening, I enter the leaf before gossip does. I arrive as soon as ambassador, not as cargo. I bring my own staff, my own seals, my own household records, and my own public statement. I will not be smuggled into your life like an apology. Naruto looked at her for a long moment. Then he bowed his head, not as Hokage as Naruto. I'm sorry. Temari looked at him. For 1 second, the armor thinned. I know, then it returned. And that doesn't help either of us. She left with the treaty under one arm. Gaara's image remained in the mirror. Naruto did not speak. Neither did Kakashi. Finally, Gaara whispered, Take care of her. Naruto looked at him. The request was so human it almost made Naruto angry, because yes, of course he would. That was the problem. Everyone had counted on that. I'll try, Naruto said. The mirror went dark. Temari arrived at the Leaf Village at noon the next day, not at dawn like someone ashamed. Not at night like someone hidden. Noon, full sun, main gate, official escort, Suna banners, 3 clerks, 2 guards, 1 sealed chest, 1 travel pack, no visible weakness. The entire village knew before she reached the administrative district. Naruto watched from the Hokage Tower balcony as the procession crossed the main avenue. People slowed. Shopkeepers leaned out of doorways. Children whispered. A few shinobi saluted. Some civilians bowed. some did not. Temari did not react to any of them. She walked with her fan strapped across her back and her chin lifted, moving through Konoha like she had entered enemy territory under diplomatic immunity, which, Naruto thought bitterly, was not far from the truth. Behind him, Shikamaru stood just inside the balcony door. He had not slept, Naruto could tell. Shikamaru's hair was tied badly, his vest was wrinkled. There were shadows beneath his eyes deep enough to look bruised. "You should leave," Naruto said. Shikamaru did not move, I know, but he stayed. Naruto watched Temari disappear beneath the tower entrance. "You won't make this easier by suffering where she can see you." Shikamaru's face twitched. "I know that too." Naruto turned. For one sharp second, anger rose again, not the clean kind from the council chamber, personal anger. Friendship anger, the kind that hurt because it came from love. "Then why are you here?" Shikamaru stared at the floor. "Because if I go home, I'll imagine this anyway." Naruto almost snapped, then stopped, because Shikamaru looked broken, not enough to forgive him, but enough to remember he was human. The knock came before either of them could speak again. Kakashi opened the door. Temari entered. Her eyes moved first to Naruto, then to Shikamaru. The room froze. Shikamaru's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Temari looked at him for exactly 2 seconds. Then she turned to Naruto. "Lord Seventh, I'm here to submit Suna's ambassadorial entry documents." Shikamaru might as well have been a chair. Naruto accepted the folder. "Welcome to Konoha, Ambassador." The title felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. Temari inclined her head. "My temporary office." "Prepared on the 2nd floor. My staff, cleared and housed in the western guest wing. My private documents? Anbu escort available. Unnecessary," she said. "My seals are better than yours." Kakashi's eye curved faintly, probably. Temari ignored the attempt at humor. Then she looked at Naruto again, and the house, Naruto's grip tightened slightly on the folder. "Ready." Shikamaru made a sound, not a word, barely even breath. Temari did not look at him. Naruto saw the effort that took. That was the cruel thing about people who knew each other too well. Ignoring someone could be more intimate than speaking. Temari turned to leave. At the door, she paused. "Chief advisor." Shikamaru went still. "Yes." She did not turn around. "You will route treaty correspondence through my office from now on. No exceptions, no informal notes, no personal shorthand. No messages through old channels." Shikamaru swallowed. "Understood. And if you ever again make a decision involving my life before telling me, I will consider you a hostile political actor." Silence. Then Shikamaru said very quietly, "Understood." Temari left. Only after the door closed did Shikamaru sit down. Not in a chair, on the floor, back against the wall. Naruto watched him for a moment. Then he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi gave the smallest shake of his head. Not now. Naruto understood. Some punishments worked best when no one interrupted them. The house had never seemed large until Temari entered it. Before that, it had simply been home. Naruto had never thought about the hallway being too narrow or the kitchen cabinets being badly arranged. He had never thought about whether the guest room faced the morning sun or whether the entryway allowed secure line of sight from 3 defensive angles. Temari noticed all of it within 5 minutes. She stood in the living room with a small notebook in one hand. Her staff had been dismissed at the gate. Her official belongings had been taken to the room prepared for her. Only the sealed chest remained near the door. Naruto stood beside it, feeling like a stranger in his own house. "This is the main entrance?" Temari asked. "Yes." "No secondary external exit?" "Kitchen door." "That opens to the garden?" "Yes." "Bad for evacuation, good for ambush if someone gets past the wall." Naruto blinked. "It's a family house." "It is now a diplomatic residence attached to the Hokage household." Naruto did not like how correct she was. Temari walked into the kitchen. Naruto followed. She opened 3 cabinets without asking, then a drawer, then another. Naruto watched, confused. "What are you doing?" Understanding the operating structure. "It's cups and bowls. It's inefficient. It's a kitchen." "It is an inefficient kitchen." Naruto closed his eyes. Somewhere inside him, Kurama made a sound suspiciously close to amusement. Temari continued, Why are the plates above the stove? Because that's where I put them. Why? Because there was space. That is not a system. I didn't know bowls needed politics. Temari looked at him. They don't. People do. Bowls need reachability. Naruto stared at her. For the first time since the treaty, something almost normal entered the room, not humor, not comfort, but the ghost of it. Temari turned away before either of them could acknowledge it. Where is Hinata? The question landed gently, but Naruto felt the weight under it. At the Hyuga compound. Temari's expression sharpened. Naruto shook his head. She chose to go, not because of them. She wanted to hear what her father had already told the clan before she came home. Temari's eyes cooled. And I don't know yet. Temari closed the cabinet. She should not be alone there. She isn't. Hanabi is with her. Sakura is nearby. Temari studied him, then nodded once. Good. That single word meant more than Naruto expected, not sympathy, assessment. Temari was already mapping the household. Not emotionally, strategically. Naruto wondered if that was how she survived. By turning pain into structure before it could swallow her, she walked back into the living room. Ground rules, she said. Naruto blinked. Now, yes. He almost laughed. Of course now. Temari placed her notebook on the low table. I will not interfere with your relationship with Hinata. Naruto's face tightened. Temari continued before he could speak. I will not perform affection for public comfort. I will not tolerate being treated as a guest in matters where the treaty makes me responsible, but I will not claim authority over private family decisions that predate me. I will maintain separate quarters. Official appearances will be negotiated in writing. Any domestic schedule involving Boruto requires Hinata's approval first, then yours, then mine only if it affects treaty visibility. Naruto stared at her. You wrote this on the way. I wrote 12 versions on the way. Of course she did. Naruto sat down slowly. Temari, she looked at him. The name hung there. Not ambassador, not sabaku, not treaty representative, just Temari. For the first time since she entered the house, her expression shifted, only slightly, enough to warn him not to be gentle unless he meant to break something. Naruto chose his words carefully. You don't have to solve everything today. Temari's eyes hardened. Yes, she said. I do. Naruto fell silent. Temari's hand rested on the notebook. If I stop moving, I will think about my brother signing me into a foreign household. I will think about Shikamaru doing the math, and deciding my consent was less important than regional stability. I will think about walking into the home of a woman who already loved you and knowing my presence turns her marriage into state property. Her voice remained controlled. That made each word worse. So yes, Naruto, I have to solve everything today. Naruto had no answer. Temari seemed grateful he did not try to find one. She picked up the notebook. Show me my room. Hinata did not return that night. She sent a message through Sakura, not by clan courier. That said enough. Naruto read it in the kitchen while Temari stood near the sink, pretending not to listen. I am safe. Boruto is with me. I need one more day. Please eat properly. Please do not blame yourself alone. Naruto read the last sentence twice, then folded the note and placed it in his pocket. Temari looked at the untouched food on the table. Is that dinner? Naruto looked down. Instant ramen, 2 cups. He had made them automatically, one for himself, one for Hinata. Then remembered she was not there. Not really. Temari opened a cabinet, frowned at its contents, and closed it. You have rice, probably. You don't know. It exists somewhere. Temari stared at him with the expression of a woman who had survived wars but found this personally offensive. 20 minutes later, she had reorganized half the kitchen. Naruto stood uselessly by the door. She moved like she was commanding a unit. Rice washed, vegetables cut, tea prepared, dried fish inspected and rejected with silent disgust. You don't have to cook, Naruto said. I am not cooking for you. You're cooking in my kitchen. I am establishing that this kitchen can produce food. That sounds like cooking. It is logistics. Kurama laughed inside Naruto's mind. Naruto ignored him. They ate across from each other at the small table, not comfortably, not warmly. But they ate. Temari did not compliment the food. Naruto did not thank her. Both seemed to understand that gratitude would make the moment too fragile. After dinner, Temari washed the dishes. Naruto dried them. Neither spoke for 10 minutes. Then Temari said, "Where does Hinata keep the tea?" Naruto reached toward the upper shelf. Temari stopped him. "Not where you moved it. Where does Hinata keep it?" Naruto's hand froze. He looked at the shelf, then at the smaller wooden box near the window, Hinata's box. He had forgotten. Temari followed his gaze. "There." Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Temari did not touch it. Instead, she closed the cabinet she had opened and stepped back. "Then that stays where it is." It was the first concession she made to the house. Naruto noticed. He suspected she knew he noticed. Neither said anything. By the second day, Temari had turned the guest room into an embassy. Not officially. Officially, it remained private quarters assigned under treaty household provisions. In practice, Naruto opened the door at 10 in the morning and found 2 maps on the wall, 3 sealed document stacks on the desk, a portable cipher unit near the window, and Temari standing in the center of the room with her hair tied up and a pencil between her teeth. She looked at him like he had entered a battlefield without permission. "You knock. This is my house. This is my assigned diplomatic quarter." It was a guest room. Was. Naruto stared at her. She stared back. He stepped out, knocked on the open door frame, then stepped back in. Temari removed the pencil from her mouth. "Acceptable." Naruto rubbed his forehead. "I came to tell you the council wants a preliminary appearance tomorrow." "No, that's what I said." Temari blinked. Naruto shrugged. "I'm learning." For a second, the corner of her mouth almost moved. Almost. Then she returned to the documents. "The first appearance happens after Hinata returns. All 3 of us stand together, or none of us do. If they show me first, Suna claims ownership. If they show Hinata first, the Hyuga claim hierarchy. If they show you alone, the village imagines you as martyr. All 3 outcomes are politically stupid." Naruto leaned against the door frame. "You came up with that in 2 seconds." "I came up with it yesterday, of course." Temari pinned another paper to the wall. Naruto noticed the heading, "Public Sentiment Map Konoha Civilian Districts." His brow furrowed. "You're tracking the village reaction?" "Yes." "How?" "Your market vendors talk too loudly." Naruto sighed. "That sounds right." Temari pointed to 3 marked zones. "Outer districts are sympathetic to Hinata. Central Merchant District is cautious but favorable toward Suna trade. Shinobi families are split. Civilian council families are pretending not to care, which means they care a lot." Naruto walked closer. The map was detailed, too detailed for one day. "You did all this since arriving?" "Yes." "Did you sleep?" Temari looked at him. "Did you?" "Fair." Naruto said nothing. Temari returned to the map. "The household cannot look unstable, but it also cannot look cheerful. Cheerful will read as false and insult everyone. We need controlled honesty." Naruto frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means when we make a statement, we do not say we are happy. We say we understand the weight of the treaty and will honor the lives affected by it." Naruto was quiet. "That sounds true," he nodded slowly. "Yeah." Temari looked back at him. For the first time there was something like respect in her eyes, not affection, not trust, but recognition. Naruto was not trying to make this pretty, that mattered. Before either could speak again, a small crash came from downstairs. Naruto straightened. Temari's hand went to her fan. Then a tiny voice shouted, "I'm okay." Naruto exhaled. "Boruto." Temari lowered her hand. Her expression shifted into uncertainty for the first time since arriving. Naruto noticed. He almost asked if she wanted him to introduce them later. But Boruto had already reached the stairs. The little boy appeared at the top step, one sock missing, hair wild, face bright. Then he saw Temari. He stopped. Temari stood very still. Naruto walked over and picked Boruto up. "Hey, thought you were with your mom." "Hanabi auntie brought me. Mama talking serious." Naruto's heart tightened. Boruto looked at Temari with open curiosity. "Who are you?" Temari's posture became diplomatic. "I am Temari." Boruto blinked. "Sand lady," Naruto choked. Temari's eyebrow rose. "Excuse me?" Boruto pointed at her fan. "Mama said someone from Sand come." Naruto closed his eyes. "She probably said Suna." "Sand," Boruto insisted. Temari looked at the child, then at Naruto, then back at the child. "I am from the Sand," she said seriously. Boruto nodded, satisfied. You live here now? The question struck the room harder than it should have. Naruto opened his mouth. No answer came. Temari looked at Boruto. For once, she did not have a prepared clause. Yes, she said finally. For now. Boruto thought about this, then asked, Do you eat ramen? Naruto made a strangled sound. Temari glanced at him, then back at Boruto, when necessary. Boruto frowned. That means no. It means I have standards. Boruto looked horrified. Naruto laughed. He did not mean to. It escaped him, small and surprised. Temari looked away, but not before Naruto saw her face soften, just a little. Boruto reached toward the missing sock on the stair. I lost. I see that, Naruto said. Temari bent, picked up the sock from where it had fallen near the hallway, and held it out. Boruto took it. Thanks, Sand Lady. Temari stared at him. Naruto turned away to hide his smile. Boruto, he said carefully. Her name is Temari. Boruto nodded. Temari, Sand Lady. Temari's mouth flattened. That is worse. For the first time in 2 days, the house sounded almost alive. Then footsteps came from below. Hinata entered. The laughter vanished. Not because she killed it, because her presence reminded everyone what the laughter had been standing on top of. Hinata stood at the base of the stairs with Hanabi behind her. She wore a pale coat over her usual clothes. Her face was composed, but Naruto knew her too well. The faint redness around her eyes, the careful way she held herself. The exhausted steadiness of someone who had survived a room full of relatives discussing her future like a family asset. Boruto squirmed toward her. Mama. Naruto carried him down. Hinata took him and kissed his forehead. Then she looked past Naruto at Temari. The first meeting inside the house lasted 3 seconds and felt like 3 years. Temari descended the stairs slowly. Hinata stepped into the living room. Naruto stood between them without meaning to, then realized what he was doing and moved aside. That mattered. Both women noticed. Temari inclined her head first. Hinata, not Lady Hyuga, not Hokage's wife, Hinata returned the gesture. Temari-san. Her voice was soft, not weak. Temari's eyes moved briefly to Boruto, then back. I'm sorry this was done to you. The words were direct, no decoration. Hinata's fingers tightened around Boruto. I'm sorry it was done to you too. Naruto felt something in the room shift, not healing, not friendship. But a line had been drawn in the correct place. The enemy was not each other. Hanabi, standing near the doorway, crossed her arms. Well, she said, this is officially the most uncomfortable house I've ever been in. Naruto looked at her. Hanabi. What, it is? Temari studied Hanabi. Hanabi studied her back. Then Hanabi pointed at Naruto. You, don't let father near my sister without witnesses. Naruto nodded. I won't. Hanabi pointed at Temari. You, if any Suna politician tries using my sister as a bargaining chip, tell me, I bite. Temari's eyebrow rose. Noted. Hanabi pointed at Hinata. You, eat something. Hinata sighed softly. Yes, Hanabi. Then Hanabi kissed Boruto's cheek, glared at the room one final time and left. The front door closed. The silence returned. Boruto, blessedly unaware of politics, yawned. Hinata looked at Naruto. He missed you. Naruto's throat tightened. I missed him too. He reached for Boruto, but the boy had already fallen asleep against Hinata's shoulder. Temari stepped back. I'll be in my quarters. Hinata turned to her. You don't have to leave. Temari paused. The invitation was polite, maybe too polite. But it was real. I have work. Of course. Temari went upstairs. Naruto watched her go. Hinata watched Naruto watching her, not with jealousy, with pain. That was worse. Naruto turned back. Hinata, she shook her head gently. Not tonight. Naruto stopped. Hinata looked around the house. Her eyes lingered on the kitchen. Something changed in her expression. She moved the bowls. Naruto winced. Yes, Hinata nodded slowly. Efficiently, Naruto hesitated. Yes, Hinata closed her eyes. Then, to Naruto's surprise, she almost smiled. Of course. It was not happiness. But it was something. The first week became a study in careful suffering. Everyone was polite. That was the worst part. Anger would have been easier. A shouting match would have cleared the air, cracked the walls, given them something honest to stand in. Instead, the house filled with soft voices and controlled footsteps. Good morning. Tea. Boruto's shoes are by the door. The council message arrived. Dinner is ready. Thank you. Excuse me. Good night. Three people moving around one another like every hallway was a negotiation. Naruto became a peacekeeping force in his own home. He woke before sunrise, checked treaty updates, made breakfast badly, apologized for making breakfast badly, then went to the tower and spent 10 hours pretending the village had not placed a weight inside his ribs. Temari worked from the upstairs room, descending only for meals, meetings, or to correct some household inefficiency that apparently offended her soul. By day 4, the pantry had labels. By day 5, the entryway had emergency evacuation routes hidden inside a framed landscape painting. By day 6, Naruto discovered his ramen supply had been divided into acceptable emergency food and morally indefensible. He suspected Hinata had helped with that one. Hinata moved through the house quietly but not passively. She resumed Boruto's routine first. Wake, breakfast, training games, reading, nap, walk, dinner, bath, sleep. Routine became her way of protecting him. Then she resumed her medical work, not formally, not through the Hyuga. She left each afternoon with a small satchel and returned near sunset smelling faintly of antiseptic herbs and rain-soaked streets. Naruto wanted to ask where she went. He also knew she needed one place in her life that did not require approval. Temari noticed too. Of course she did. She's building trust outside the clan, she said on the 6th evening. Naruto looked up from the report he was pretending to read. They were in the kitchen. Hinata was upstairs putting Boruto to sleep. What? Hinata, the outer district civilians. She's treating minor injuries herself. Naruto's expression softened. She's always done that. No, Temari said. She's always helped people. That is not the same thing. This is structured, repeated. Same districts, same times, same families. She is creating a direct relationship between herself and civilians who do not care what the Hyuga elders think. Naruto stared at her. Temari poured tea. She may not know she's doing it politically, but she is. Naruto looked toward the stairs. Hinata's voice floated faintly from above, soft and warm, telling Boruto a bedtime story. She just wants to help. Temari placed the tea down. Those are not opposites. Naruto absorbed that, then asked, "Is that bad?" No, Temari's eyes moved toward the staircase. It may be the smartest thing anyone in this house is doing. Naruto almost smiled, then the weight returned. And you, Temari looked at him. What are you building? She did not answer immediately. Then she said, exit routes. Naruto's chest tightened. For yourself, for everyone. That was the first honest thing she had said about caring. She seemed annoyed that it had escaped. Naruto did not thank her. He was learning. The ramen happened at 2:13 in the morning. Naruto could not sleep. That was normal now. He sat at the kitchen table with treaty revisions spread in front of him and a cold cup of tea near his elbow. The house was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that made every paper movement sound like confession. He gave up on reading after realizing he had gone through the same sentence 6 times, so he made ramen, not because he was hungry, because his hands knew how. Water, cup, seasoning, weight. A ritual from a life before people called his pain governance. He stood by the counter and watched steam rise. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. He turned. Temari stood in the doorway wearing a plain robe, hair loose over one shoulder. Without the armor of her usual clothing, she looked younger. More tired. She saw the ramen. Her expression became flat. You are proving every accusation I have made about your kitchen. Naruto huffed softly. You want one? No, he nodded. She stood there. He waited. She did not leave. Naruto opened a second cup. Temari sighed. I said no. I know. He poured water into it anyway. Temari sat at the table like she had lost a battle she refused to acknowledge. Naruto placed the cup in front of her. She stared at it. This is not food. It's emotional support in noodle form. That sentence should be illegal. Naruto sat across from her. For a while they ate in silence. Temari managed 3 bites before frowning. It's too salty. Yeah, and artificial. Yeah, and somehow comforting. Naruto looked down at his cup. Yeah, the quiet changed, not warmer, but less armed. Temari's gaze moved to the documents on the table. You shouldn't read treaty clauses at night. You shouldn't track village sentiment instead of sleeping. I didn't say I was wise. Naruto leaned back. The house creaked softly around them. After a long silence, Temari said, Hinata avoids me. Naruto's fingers tightened around the cup. She avoids everyone when she's hurt. I know. Naruto looked at her. Temari's eyes remained on the table. I do not blame her. She doesn't blame you. That is not the same as wanting me here. Naruto had no answer. Temari accepted the silence. Then she said, almost too quietly, I would hate me. Naruto's voice softened. She doesn't. Temari looked at him. You don't know that. Yes, Naruto said. I do. Something in his certainty stopped her. He continued, Hinata can be angry, hurt, quiet. She can shut herself away until even I don't know how to reach her. But she doesn't aim pain at the wrong person. She never has. Temari looked toward the stairs. Must be nice. Naruto understood the sentence in layers. Nice to be that kind. Nice to be loved by someone that kind. Nice to not have become someone who calculated survival before emotion. Before he could answer, another set of footsteps sounded. Both looked up. Hinata stood in the doorway. Her hair was loose. Her eyes were tired. She looked at Naruto, then Temari. Then the ramen cups. For one absurd second, Naruto felt like he had been caught doing something scandalous. I couldn't sleep, Hinata said. Naruto stood too quickly. I'll make another. Hinata shook her head. No, it's all right. But she did not leave. Naruto opened a third cup. No one commented. Hinata sat at the end of the table, not beside Naruto, not beside Temari. Between them, but distant from both. The ramen finished in silence. 3 cups, 3 people, 1 table. No one knew what to call what they were becoming. When Hinata lifted her cup, her hand trembled slightly. Temari noticed. Naruto noticed Temari noticing. Hinata noticed both of them noticing. She placed the cup down. I'm fine. No one believed her. No one challenged her. That, too, was part of the politeness. After she finished half the ramen, Hinata stood. Good night, Naruto said. Good night. Temari said nothing until Hinata reached the stairs. Then, quietly, Hinata. Hinata paused. Temari looked at the table, not at her. I moved the bowls without asking. Hinata was silent. Then she said, Yes. I won't move your tea box. Another silence, smaller, softer. Thank you, Hinata said. She went upstairs. Temari stared at her ramen. Naruto looked away before the moment could become too visible. The first crack came in the garden. It was raining, not hard. Just a soft evening rain that turned the stones dark and made the leaves shine under the lantern light. Naruto was still at the tower. Temari had returned from a council review with 3 new complaints, 2 diplomatic invitations, and 1 headache large enough to make her consider treason as a hobby. She entered through the kitchen door, removed her sandals, and heard something from the garden, not speech, not movement, a breath. A broken one. Temari stopped. Every instinct told her to leave. Whatever was happening outside was private, not diplomatic, not hers. Then she heard it again, quieter this time. She moved to the garden entrance. Hinata sat beneath the small covered awning near the back wall, knees drawn close, face turned away. Rain fell just beyond her feet. Her shoulders shook once, then stilled, as if even crying had to ask permission before taking space. Temari stood in the doorway. She should have left. Instead, she stepped outside. Hinata stiffened immediately and wiped her face. I'm sorry, Hinata said. Temari hated that those were the first words. Sorry for being seen, for breaking quietly, for having a human reaction to being placed inside a political cage. Temari walked to the opposite side of the awning and sat down, not close, not far, just near enough that leaving would have been a choice and staying became one too. Hinata did not look at her. For a long time, neither spoke. Rain filled the silence. Finally, Hinata said, I thought loving him would be simple once the war ended. Temari stared at the wet stones. Hinata's voice trembled but did not collapse. I knew being Hokage's wife would be difficult. I knew the village would always need him. I knew there would be nights he missed dinner, mornings he forgot sleep, missions that came even after peace. I accepted that, she swallowed, but I thought what we chose would remain ours. Temari closed her eyes briefly. There it was, the wound beneath all the clauses choice. Hinata continued softer. My father looked at me yesterday and explained why the clause was necessary. He spoke for 20 minutes. Bloodline stability, clan contribution, historical duty, political legitimacy. Her hand tightened around the edge of her sleeve. He never once said my name. Temari's jaw clenched. She knew that kind of erasure, different language, same blade. Hinata looked toward the rain. I am angry at him. I am angry at the council. I am angry at Gara-sama. I am angry at Shikamaru-san. A pause. I am angry at Naruto-kun too, even though I know he tried. Temari said nothing. Hinata's voice dropped. And sometimes I am angry at you. Temari accepted it. She had expected the words to hurt. They did, but they were also honest. I know, she said. Hinata finally looked at her. There were tears on her face, not dramatic, not helpless, just real. I don't want to be. Temari met her eyes. You're allowed. Hinata's mouth trembled. That almost broke Temari. Because Hinata had probably spent her entire life being praised for enduring pain gracefully by people who caused it. Temari looked back at the rain. I'm angry at you sometimes too. Hinata blinked. Temari's voice stayed even. Not because you did anything, because you were already here. Because there are pictures on the wall and a child's shoes by the door and a tea box no one touches because it belongs to you. Because this house had a life before I entered it, and every room reminds me I was added by force. Hinata listened. No defense, no apology. Temari breathed out slowly. And then I get angry at myself for being angry at you. Hinata looked down. That sounds exhausting. It is. For the first time, something almost like a laugh passed between them, small, damaged, but present. Rain continued falling. Hinata wiped her face again, less urgently this time. I don't know how to live like this. Temari leaned back against the wooden post. Neither do I. That was the first thing between them that was not strategy, apology, or pain, a shared truth. Hinata looked at her. What do we do? Temari watched rain drip from the roof edge. Tonight, nothing. Hinata waited. Temari continued. Tomorrow we start deciding which parts of this arrangement belong to them and which parts belong to us. Hinata's expression shifted, careful attention replacing grief. Temari looked at her fully now. They wrote the treaty. That doesn't mean they get to write the household. Hinata absorbed the words, slowly, like warmth returning to cold hands. From inside the house, a floorboard creaked. Naruto had returned. Both women heard him, neither moved. Temari stood first, then paused. She did not offer Hinata a hand. Somehow she knew Hinata would not want to be helped up like someone fragile. Instead, Temari looked toward the rain. I'll make tea. Hinata wiped the last of her tears. My tea box is by the window, I know. Another small silence. Then Hinata said, Use the jasmine one. Temari nodded. The first permission, not friendship, not yet, but permission. Inside, Naruto stood in the kitchen doorway, soaked from the rain, Hokage cloak hanging heavy from his shoulders. He saw Temari enter first, then Hinata behind her. He saw Hinata's red eyes. He saw Temari move to the tea box by the window, not the cabinet she had reorganized, not the shelf she preferred, but Hinata's tea box. He understood enough not to ask. That, too, was progress. Temari prepared the tea. Hinata took 3 cups from the cabinet Temari had rearranged. Naruto dried his hands and stood uselessly beside the table. For once, no one told him where to move. They sat together, not comfortably, not peacefully, but together. The house remained too quiet. The treaty remained real. The village outside still watched, judged, expected, demanded. But for one evening, under the sound of rain against the windows, 3 people sat around one table and stopped pretending politeness was the same thing as peace. It was not much, but it was the first honest thing the house had held since Temari arrived. Chapter 3, The Boardroom. Love is not on the agenda. 3 months after Temari entered the Hokage's house, the village learned how to stare without looking guilty. At first, people had been obvious. They slowed in the street when Naruto walked beside Hinata and Temari after an official meeting. They whispered behind paper fans in restaurants. They leaned too far from shop windows when Temari passed in formal Suna robes, then pretended to be deeply interested in vegetables when she turned her head. Children were the worst because children were honest. One academy student had pointed directly at Naruto and asked his mother, "Is the Hokage married twice now?" The mother had nearly dropped her basket. Naruto had heard it. Hinata had heard it. Temari had definitely heard it. Naruto had wanted the road to swallow him. Temari had simply looked at the boy and said, "The Hokage is politically complicated." The child had nodded like this explained everything. Hinata had smiled into her sleeve for the first time in days. That had been month 1. By month 3, people had become more careful. They did not stare directly anymore. They watched through reflections in shop glass. They paused conversations a little too late. They lowered newspapers when one of them entered a tea house. They pretended not to notice the 3 sets of shoes outside the Hokage residence. The village had adjusted. That did not mean it had accepted anything. It only meant Konoha had learned the shape of its newest discomfort. Naruto stood before the council chamber window, looking down at the street below. A small group of civilians had gathered outside the administration building. Not a riot. Not even a true protest. Maybe 20 people holding signs written in neat black strokes. Peace should not need a household cage. The Hokage is not a treaty document. No more feudal marriage politics. One sign simply said, "Ask the women." Naruto stared at that one the longest. Behind him, the council argued about grain quotas. That was the cruelty of governance. People could protest the moral shape of the world outside. And inside, someone still had to decide how many tons of rice could move through the western corridor before the road became vulnerable to bandits. "The southern route can handle 2 additional caravans per week," Temari said from the opposite side of the table. "Not 3. 3 creates a predictable schedule. Predictable schedules create ambush patterns." A civilian trade minister frowned. "With respect, Ambassador, the merchant guilds insist 3 is the minimum required to stabilize prices before winter. Then the merchant guilds are welcome to escort the 3rd caravan themselves." The room went quiet. Naruto did not turn around, but he could hear the shift clearly. Paper stopped moving, someone coughed. Temari continued, calm and precise. "Soon as Western roads do not forgive optimistic logistics, you want grain delivered, not memorialized. 2 caravans, rotating departure days, false manifests on alternate routes. Konoha patrols visible on the northern path, actual escorts concealed on the south." Shikamaru's voice followed after a beat. "She's right. Of course she was." Temari had been right often enough that even the people who disliked her had started bringing extra copies of their proposals to meetings, because if she destroyed one, they wanted a second to take notes on. That was the strange thing about resentment. It could survive almost anything except competence. And Temari was terrifyingly competent. In 3 months, she had cut treaty response delays by more than half. She knew which Suna ministers exaggerated, which Konoha clerks hid bad news under polite formatting, which courier routes were too slow, and which council members only objected because they enjoyed hearing themselves sound cautious. She had reorganized the entire treaty communication chain in 17 days. By day 31, even the fire daimyo's envoy had stopped addressing her as if she were a ceremonial attachment to Naruto's household. Now he used her title, Ambassador. Temari had not thanked him for the correction. She behaved as if he had finally learned to read. Naruto turned from the window. The room was full of people pretending the arrangement that put Temari there was not the reason she now controlled half the table. That, too, was politics. A cruel system could accidentally reveal the people it had underestimated. Naruto sat at the head of the table. All right. 2 caravans, rotating schedule, hidden escort structure. Shikamaru coordinate with patrol command. Temari send Suna the adjusted plan. Temari made a note, already drafted. Of course. The civilian minister looked faintly insulted. Naruto nearly smiled. Then he looked back outside and saw the protest sign again. Ask the women. The smile died before it formed. The meeting continued for another hour. Soil restoration, border patrol jurisdiction, medical supply exchanges. Suna's irrigation engineers requesting access to Fire Country Reservoir design. Konoha elders complaining about the cost of housing Suna military liaisons inside Leaf territory. Every issue had numbers. Every number had consequences. Every consequence had a face Naruto would probably never see. That was what exhausted him most. Being Hokage meant making decisions for strangers and hoping the people who suffered from those decisions would at least suffer less than they would have otherwise. By the time the council adjourned, Naruto's eyes burned from reading. The room emptied slowly. Temari collected her papers with military efficiency. She spoke briefly with two Suna clerks, corrected a calculation on one of their reports, and sent them away with a look sharp enough to count as a weapon. Shikamaru remained near the far wall, pretending to review a schedule. Naruto noticed that he did not approach Temari. Temari noticed too, she always noticed, but she did not look at him, not once. When she finished packing her documents, she inclined her head to Naruto. Lord Seventh, Naruto nodded. Ambassador? The formality still tasted strange, but they had agreed on it in public. Names belonged to the house. Titles belonged to the village. Temari left. Shikamaru's eyes followed her for half a second, then dropped back to the schedule. Naruto saw it. He wished he had not. Stop doing that, Naruto said. Shikamaru did not look up. Doing what? Looking like someone kicked you every time she leaves a room. Shikamaru's mouth twisted. Troublesome. I thought I was hiding it better. You're not. The last clerk left the chamber. The door closed. Only Naruto and Shikamaru remained. For a moment, the silence between them felt almost normal. Old normal. The silence of late-night strategy sessions, half-eaten boxed lunches, and too much responsibility shared between two people who had never asked to become pillars holding up a village. Then the treaty sat between them again, invisible and huge. Shikamaru folded the schedule. I'll update patrol command. Shikamaru, he stopped. Naruto leaned back in his chair. You have to talk to her eventually. A short, humorless breath left Shikamaru. No, I don't. That's not true. Yes, it is. Shikamaru finally looked at him. I want to talk to her. That's different. Naruto frowned. She deserves a lot of things. Shikamaru interrupted, voice suddenly hard. An apology from me is probably near the bottom of the list. Naruto's expression tightened. Shikamaru looked away again. If I apologize, who is it for? Her or me? Naruto had no immediate answer. That seemed to be Shikamaru's point. She told me what she needed, Shikamaru continued. No informal notes, no personal channels, no involvement in her private transition. So I stay away unless work requires otherwise. And that's enough for you? Shikamaru smiled faintly. No. The honesty landed heavily, then he left before Naruto could reply. Naruto remained alone in the chamber. Outside, the protest had grown by 5 people, not enough to frighten anyone. Enough to matter. He read the signs again, then he stood. There was another meeting in 20 minutes. There was always another meeting. Hinata had never liked the word duty. It was not that she rejected responsibility. Responsibility had shaped most of her life. She understood obligation, discipline, sacrifice, and the quiet work of showing up when no one praised you for it. But duty was different. Duty was the word people used when they wanted obedience to sound noble. Her father had used it when she was too small to understand why failure made adults look at her like she had embarrassed the blood in her veins. The clan elders used it when they spoke about the Hyuga name as if names were heavier than children. Now the treaty used it too: formal duty, household duty, clan contribution, symbolic duty. Hinata had spent 3 months learning how to hear that word without flinching. She stood in the outer district clinic with her sleeves rolled to her elbows, tying a bandage around a dockworker's wrist. The clinic was not officially a clinic. Officially, it was a storage room behind a small grocery house near the Southern Canal, loaned to her twice a week by an elderly woman named Mary, who insisted she had too much space and too many opinions to keep both to herself. Unofficially, it had become a place where people came when the injury was too small for hospital priority and too painful to ignore: sprained wrists, burned hands, cut knees, feverish children, old shinobi with joints that ached when rain approached. Women who said they had fallen and did not meet Hinata's eyes. Hinata treated what she could, listened when treatment was not enough, said little, remembered everything. The dockworker flexed his fingers. "That's better, Lady Hinata. Not too much movement for 2 days," she said gently. "If the swelling increases, come back." He nodded, then hesitated. His eyes moved to the window where distant voices from the administration district could barely be heard. "Those protesters today," Hinata kept wrapping the leftover cloth. "Yes, they're not against you," her hands stilled. The man looked embarrassed. "I mean, some people talk. People always talk, but most of us don't think badly of you or the Sand Woman." "Temari-san," Hinata said softly. He blinked, then nodded quickly. "Right, Temari-san." Hinata folded the bandage cloth. He rubbed the back of his neck. "My sister lives near the western border. Grain got through last month because of the treaty. Her kids ate properly for the first time in weeks." He looked down. "So I'm grateful, but when I see those signs, I also think maybe something can save people and still be wrong." Hinata looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, small, sad, real. "Yes," she said, "I think so too." The man bowed and left. Mary, the elderly shopkeeper, emerged from behind a curtain carrying tea. "She's right, you know." Hinata looked at her. "The sign girl," Mary said. "Ask the women." "Good sign. Terrible handwriting, but good sign." Hinata almost laughed. Mary placed the tea near her. "You should drink before you fall over and make me explain to the Hawkage why his wife fainted in my storage room." Hinata accepted the cup. "Thank you." Mary sat opposite her with the authority of someone who had outlived enough shinobi to stop being impressed by titles. "You're doing too much." Hinata looked down. "I'm all right." "No, you're polite. Different thing." Hinata's mouth curved faintly. She had heard almost the same thing from Temari. Mary watched her closely. "People come here because of you, not because of your clan." Hinata's fingers tightened around the cup. "I know." "Do you?" Hinata did not answer. Outside, 2 children chased each other past the window. One wore a patched jacket. The other had a wooden kunai tied to his belt with string. Normal lives. Small lives. The kind of lives the treaty claimed to protect. Hinata had spent so long being told her value belonged to the Hyuga name that she had not understood, at first, what it meant when civilians came to her without caring about that name at all. They came because she was there, because she listened, because she remembered whose shoulder still hurt from old mission work and whose child needed less bitter medicine. At first, she thought she was simply helping. Temari had corrected her. "You're building legitimacy?" Hinata had disliked the word. Then she had thought about it. Now she understood. Legitimacy was what happened when people trusted your hands before they trusted your title. Mary leaned back. "The Hyuga elders came by yesterday." Hinata's cup paused near her lips. "What?" 2 of them, stiff backs, pale eyes, looked like expensive furniture learned to disapprove. Hinata set the cup down carefully. "What did they want?" "To ask whether you were using clan medical techniques outside approved channels." Hinata's chest tightened. "What did you say?" Mary smiled sweetly. "I told them my hearing is poor when men speak nonsense in my shop." Despite herself, Hinata laughed. It surprised both of them. The sound was soft, brief, and almost painful from lack of use. Mary pointed at her. "There, better." Hinata's smile faded slowly. "They'll come again, probably. They may pressure you." "I am 72 years old," Mary said. "Everyone who could scare me is dead." Hinata looked at her with sudden affection. "Still, I'm sorry." Mary waved the apology away. "Don't be. Just decide what you're going to do when they stop whispering and start ordering." Hinata looked at the bandages, the small jars of ointment, the clean cloth stacked carefully near the wall. 3 months ago, she would have taken the warning to Naruto, or perhaps to Hanabi. Or perhaps she would have returned to the compound and tried to explain herself carefully enough that the elders would permit her a smaller version of freedom. Now, another possibility moved quietly inside her. One with Temari's voice. They wrote the treaty. That doesn't mean they get to write the household. Hinata lifted her cup again. "I'll continue." Mary nodded as if that were the only answer worth respecting. "Good." The first journal entry was supposed to be a mission note. Naruto told himself that. He had opened the small black notebook because Kakashi once said Hokage should record private impressions outside official reports. Not secrets exactly, just thoughts too unfinished for policy. The first page said Suna grain route stabilized. Temari's escort plan worked. Merchant complaints decreased. Civilian protest outside tower remains peaceful. No arrests. That was fine. Official, even. The second page became harder to justify. Hinata returned late from outer district again. Tired but calmer than after council days. People there call her Lady Hinata, but differently than the clan does. Not ownership. Affection. She doesn't see how strong that is yet. Then Temari corrected 3 council errors before lunch. Fire Envoy looked scared of her. Good. She hasn't smiled in 2 weeks, except when Boruto called her Temari Sand Lady again, and she told him diplomatic relations were in danger. Then, I keep trying to protect both of them from the treaty. Maybe that is not the same as knowing them inside it. Naruto stared at that line for a long time. The office was dark except for one lamp. The village outside had settled into late evening quiet. Most of the tower staff had gone home. Shikamaru's office still had light under the door because Shikamaru avoided his apartment now, and Naruto pretended not to know. He looked down at the journal again. He had written more about Hinata and Temari in 3 months than about himself. Maybe that made sense. Maybe it was easier to observe than admit. He turned the page. I thought being the strongest meant nobody could force me into anything again. He stopped. The pen hovered. Then he continued. I was wrong. The words sat there, small, ugly, true. A knock came at the door. Naruto closed the notebook immediately. Come in. Sakura entered carrying 2 food boxes and the expression of someone who had decided kindness should be delivered aggressively. You skipped dinner. Naruto looked at the food. No, I didn't. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Instant ramen eaten while standing over your desk does not count as dinner. Naruto leaned back. Who told you? Everyone. That's fair. She placed 1 box in front of him and sat without being invited. Sakura had long ago earned the right. Naruto opened the food and smiled faintly when he saw grilled fish, rice, and vegetables. Hinata. Temari. Naruto paused. Sakura watched him. She sent food. She said, and I quote, if the Hokage collapses from nutritional incompetence, treaty confidence will suffer. Naruto stared. Sakura's mouth twitched. I think that means she cares. It means she thinks I'm bad for logistics. That too. Naruto picked up the chopsticks. For a few minutes he ate. Sakura let him. That was how he knew she was worried. Sakura usually started scolding before the first bite. Finally, she said, how bad is it? Naruto chewed slowly. The food. Don't be cute, he swallowed, then sighed. I don't know. Sakura's expression softened. That bad? I can handle council meetings, protests, trade disputes, even people calling me selfish for delaying the announcement or weak for accepting it. Fine, whatever. He looked down at the food. But I go home and everything is careful. Sakura listened. Hinata asks if I need tea like she's afraid of needing anything herself. Temari has turned half the house into a functioning embassy because if she stops working, she'll have to feel what happened. Boruto thinks this is all normal because he's 3, and I don't know whether that's good or terrible. Sakura's eyes lowered. And you, Naruto smiled faintly, I'm Hokage. That is not an answer. It's the only one I have most days. Sakura leaned forward. No, it's the one you use when you don't want to say the real one. Naruto looked away. Sakura's voice softened. You don't have to be noble with me. That almost did it. Not because the words were dramatic, because they were simple. Naruto had spent so much of his life becoming someone people could rely on. That being given permission to be tired felt dangerous. He closed the food box slowly. I'm angry. Sakura nodded. At who? Naruto laughed under his breath. Do you want alphabetical order? That many? Yeah, me. No, she smiled sadly. Good, I was ready to argue. That helped a little. Naruto rubbed his hands over his face. I'm angry at Gaara. Then I feel guilty because I know what he was trying to prevent. I'm angry at Shikamaru. Then I see him and he already looks like he's carrying a knife in his ribs. I'm angry at the council. That one is easy. I'm angry at Hayashi. That one is easier. And at Hinata, Naruto looked up sharply. Sakura held his gaze, not accusing, just refusing to lie for him. Naruto's voice dropped. Sometimes, Sakura nodded. That doesn't make you bad. It feels bad. It is bad. Feelings can be bad without making you bad. Naruto looked at the desk. She's so calm sometimes. Like she's already figured out how to survive this better than me. And I hate that part of me wants her to yell, because at least then I'd know what to do. Sakura's face softened with painful understanding. And Temari, Naruto was quiet for longer. She makes it easier and harder at the same time. How? She understands the treaty better than anyone. She keeps finding ways to stop it from getting worse. She protects Hinata without saying she's protecting her. She protects me too, sometimes, in ways that sound like insults. His mouth tightened. And every time she does, I remember she shouldn't have had to be here to do any of it. Sakura sat back. That's a lot to carry. Naruto smiled tiredly. I have Kurama. I can carry a lot. That's not funny. I know. The silence between them was gentle. Then Sakura placed a small envelope on the desk. Naruto frowned. What's that? From the hospital. His expression sharpened. Problem? No. Proposal. Hinata's outer district work is reducing minor injury overflow. The hospital wants to formalize a rotating civilian care network with her advising. Naruto stared at the envelope. Sakura smiled faintly. She doesn't know yet. I wanted you to see it first so you could decide whether to tell her as her husband or as Hokage. Naruto looked at the envelope for a long time, then he smiled, not fully, but genuinely. She did that herself. Yes. Sakura said. She did. Naruto picked up the envelope. Something warm and painful moved in his chest. Pride, not the public kind, not the kind the village could use, private pride. The kind that belonged only to someone who had watched Hinata be underestimated for years, and now saw the world slowly noticing what had always been there. Sakura stood. Eat the rest. Yes, ma'am, she pointed at him. I mean it. I know. At the door, she paused. Naruto. He looked up. Don't confuse being central to the treaty with being central to everything. The words landed close to the journal line he had written earlier. He swallowed. Yeah. Sakura left. Naruto opened the hospital envelope, then the journal. On the next page, he wrote, Hinata built something no one ordered. Then, after a moment, maybe that is what freedom looks like now. The boardroom fight began over a sentence, not an important sentence at first. That was how most serious fights began in government. A clause, a phrase, a line item, one polite arrangement of words hiding a future disaster. The council had gathered to approve the first public status report on the treaty's implementation. The report was supposed to be boring. Numbers, routes, food stability, patrol coordination, projected winter outcomes. Temari had reviewed it. Shikamaru had reviewed it. Naruto had skimmed it too quickly, because Boruto had spilled ink on a mission report that Morning and Hinata had laughed so unexpectedly that Naruto had spent the next hour trying not to look too happy about it. The problematic sentence appeared on page 7. The household integration has provided visible reassurance to both nations and has strengthened public confidence in long-term alliance continuity. Temari read it once, then again, then placed the report down. No, the room paused. The civilian council chair blinked. Ambassador? No. The chair adjusted his glasses. Is there a factual concern with the sentence? Yes. What specifically? All of it. A few people shifted uncomfortably. Naruto looked at the page, then understood. Household integration, visible reassurance, public confidence. It made them sound like a staged display. Worse, it made the arrangement sound successful because people had seen them tolerate it. The chair frowned. The sentence reflects measurable public stabilization. It reflects lazy language, Temari said. The chair's mouth tightened. Shikamaru leaned forward. We can rephrase. Remove it. The chair turned to Naruto. Lord Seventh, the report requires some acknowledgement of symbolic stability. The treaty's household structure is the central public mechanism. Naruto looked at the sentence. He should have caught it. He had not. That failure burned. Remove it, he said. The chair hesitated. With respect, removing all reference may invite speculation that the household structure is unstable. Hinata, seated beside Naruto as formal Hyuga representative for the first time, spoke softly. Is that not because it is? The room went silent. Naruto turned slightly toward her. Hinata's hands were folded on the table. Her posture was straight. Her eyes were calm. The council chair looked startled. Lady Hinata, I did not mean— I know what you meant, Hinata said gently. You meant the report should make people comfortable. No one knew what to do with that because she did not sound angry. She sounded precise. Hinata continued, but people are uncomfortable because the treaty used marriage as a political instrument. Reassuring them by pretending discomfort is stability will not build trust. Temari looked at her. Something like approval moved across her face, very small, very real. The fire envoy cleared his throat. The public does not require every private difficulty to be acknowledged. Hinata turned to him. Then do not mention our private household at all. Naruto almost smiled, almost. Shikamaru hid his expression behind his hand. The council chair looked trapped. This report must satisfy both daimyo offices. Temari leaned back. Then write something true. The chair seemed to regret asking. What would you suggest? Temari glanced at Hinata. Hinata gave the smallest nod. Temari pulled the report toward herself, took a pen and crossed out the sentence. Then she wrote beneath it, the alliance remains under active stewardship by all named parties, with continued focus on civilian protection, resource stability, and mutual accountability. She slid it back. There, the chair rated it. The room waited. Shikamaru spoke before anyone else could. That works. The chair looked unhappy, but the sentence stayed. Naruto looked at Hinata. She did not look back, but he saw her exhale slowly. A victory, small, unromantic, made of ink, but theirs. Then, as always, the meeting moved on. The real fight with Shikamaru happened after sunset. Naruto had expected it for weeks, maybe months. Maybe from the moment Shikamaru admitted signing the recommendation. They met in the strategy room behind the Hokage office. A narrow space filled with maps, mission boards, coded dispatch tubes, and one window facing the shadowed side of the tower. No clerks, no guards, no council, just Naruto and Shikamaru. A storm was gathering outside. Thunder moved somewhere beyond the mountain, low and distant. Shikamaru placed 3 folders on the table. Border Patrol updates, revised caravan routes, public report edits. Naruto did not touch them. We're not doing this tonight. Shikamaru looked tired. Doing what? Pretending reports are the problem. A muscle moved in Shikamaru's jaw. Naruto? No. Naruto stood at the opposite side of the table. You don't get to say my name like that and make this smaller. Shikamaru's expression went flat, a defensive mask. Old, familiar, infuriating. Fine. Naruto's hands pressed against the table. Did you know about Hayashi's bloodline language before final draft? Shikamaru's silence answered too quickly. Naruto's voice dropped. You knew. I saw it. That's not what I asked. Shikamaru's eyes hardened. Yes, I knew. Naruto stared at him. Thunder rolled faintly outside. You knew he was turning Hinata into a clan asset inside the treaty. I knew he was trying to. And you let it pass. I changed what I could. What you could! Shikamaru stepped forward. The original language was worse. Naruto froze. Shikamaru laughed bitterly. Yeah, there it is. That look. You think this version is ugly. It is. But you didn't see the first one. Naruto's chakra shifted. The room pressure changed. Shikamaru did not back down. The first clause gave the Hyuga formal review rights over household heirs connected to treaty continuity. The second draft allowed the clan to assign ceremonial guardianship over future children. The third implied Hinata's medical work, public appearances, and residence schedule could be coordinated through clan protocol. Naruto's face went pale with rage. I cut those, Shikamaru said. Kakashi helped. Sakura threatened to leak the medical clause if it stayed. Gaara rejected any Tsunaside recognition of Hyuga authority over Temari or Hinata. What passed was not good. It was what survived after we gutted the worst of it. Naruto's hands shook, not from fear. From the effort of not breaking something, and you didn't tell me, we were still negotiating. You didn't tell me. If I brought you in early, Hayashi would have known we were moving against his language and buried it somewhere else. Naruto slammed his palm against the table. The wood cracked. Not completely. Enough. You don't get to decide that for me, Shikamaru's voice rose. I had to decide something. The shout hit the room like a thrown blade. Both men went still. Shikamaru almost never shouted. That made it worse. He breathed hard once, then continued, lower but no less intense. You were in Rain Country handling the dam collapse. Sakura was coordinating hospital overflow. Kakashi was dealing with the fire envoy. Gaara was holding his own council together with his bare hands. Hayashi moved while everyone was busy because that's what men like him do. Naruto's eyes burned. I should have known. Yes, Shikamaru said. You should have, and I should have told you, and Temari should have been asked, and Hinata should have been asked, and Gaara should have found another way, and the world should be less stupid. Pick one impossible thing and I'll apologize to it. Naruto stared at him, Shikamaru's face twisted with exhaustion and grief. I made the call because someone had to keep the worst version from becoming law while everyone else was saving something more visible. Naruto's voice went quiet. You still signed it. Shikamaru flinched. There, the center. Not the edits, not the strategy, not the clever removal of worse clauses, the signature. Shikamaru looked down at the cracked table. Yes. Naruto's voice was almost a whisper. How could you? For a moment, Shikamaru looked exactly like he had at 16 after Asuma died. A genius with no answer worth having. Then he said, because the alternative was worse. Naruto closed his eyes. He hated those words. He hated them because they were probably true. He hated them because they had been used to justify every cruelty in history. He hated them because Shikamaru knew that and still said them. Shikamaru continued, each word heavy. If the treaty failed, Suna's hardliners would use starvation as proof that Gaara's alliance with Konoha made them weak. Gaara either cracks down or gets challenged. If he gets challenged, Kankuro and Temari become targets. If the Kazekage falls, the smaller villages start choosing sides before anyone admits there's a conflict. Fire Country militarizes the border. Wind Country retaliates through proxies. In 5 years, maybe less, your son grows up in a world preparing for another war. Naruto opened his eyes. Shikamaru's voice broke slightly. So I chose the option where everyone hates me and fewer people die. Silence. Outside, rain began against the window. Naruto looked at his friend. His brother in every way that mattered except blood. The man who had stood beside him through reconstruction, diplomacy, fatherhood panic, and the unbearable boredom of budget meetings. The man who had betrayed Temari. The man who had protected Hinata from something even worse without telling anyone. The man who was right. The man who was wrong. Naruto felt something inside him sag under the weight of all of it. You love her, Naruto said. Shikamaru's face closed. Naruto did not let him hide. You love Temari. Shikamaru looked toward the rain. That's not relevant. It is to me. It can't be to the treaty. I'm not talking to the treaty. Shikamaru's mouth tightened. For one moment, he looked like he might say the truth. Then he swallowed it. Love wasn't on the agenda. Naruto stared at him. The sentence was so cold it almost sounded like a joke. But it was not a joke. It was Shikamaru's entire failure folded into 5 words. Naruto stepped back from the table. Get out. Shikamaru's eyes flicked to him. Naruto, get out! Shikamaru gathered the folders. His hands were steady. That made Naruto angrier. At the door, Shikamaru stopped. I would undo the hurt if I could. Naruto did not look at him. But would you undo the decision? Silence. The answer came softly. No. Naruto nodded once, then get out. Shikamaru left. The door closed. Naruto stood alone in the strategy room while rain dragged lines down the window. He looked at the cracked table, then at his hand. There was a splinter in his palm. Tiny. Almost nothing. He pulled it out and watched the wound heal. Some injuries closed too easily. Others stayed open because no chakra in the world knew what to do with them. Temari found out about the fight before Naruto reached home. Of course she did. Naruto entered through the kitchen door near midnight, rainwater dripping from his cloak, and found her at the table with 3 documents. a cup of tea, and an expression that said she had already assembled the facts from 6 sources and disliked all of them. "You broke a strategy table," she said. Naruto stopped. "Hello to you too." Was Shikamaru still in the room? No. Then your restraint continues to benefit regional stability. Naruto stared at her, then, despite everything, laughed under his breath. It was small and rough. Temari looked almost satisfied. Hinata entered from the hallway. She wore a soft sweater and carried a folded blanket. Her eyes moved immediately to Naruto's wet cloak, then to his face. "You fought with Shikamaru-san," Naruto sighed. "Does everyone know?" "Yes," Hinata and Temari said at the same time. They glanced at each other. The moment was brief, but Naruto saw it. 3 months ago they had stood in this house like strangers. Now they answered together without thinking. Something in his chest hurt. Hinata placed the blanket over the back of a chair. "Are you hurt?" Naruto looked at his healed palm. "No." Temari looked at him sharply. That was not entirely true. Naruto smiled faintly. "No." Hinata stepped closer. "Do you want tea?" Naruto nearly said yes automatically, then stopped. He remembered Sakura's words, "Don't confuse being central to the treaty with being central to everything." He looked at Hinata properly. She looked tired. Temari looked tired. Everyone in the house looked tired because everyone kept asking what Naruto needed before asking themselves. "No," he said softly. "Sit down." Hinata blinked. Temari raised an eyebrow. Naruto removed his wet cloak and hung it by the door. "I'll make tea." Temari looked alarmed. "That is unnecessary." Hinata's mouth twitched. "Naruto-kun, perhaps I can boil water." Temari stared at him. "Can you?" Naruto pointed at her. "That was mean." "That was evidence-based." Hinata looked down, but not before Naruto saw her smile. A real one. Small, but real. "So he made tea badly. He used too much leaf and spilled water near the stove." Temari silently moved the treaty documents away from the danger zone. Hinata rescued the cups before Naruto grabbed the wrong ones. Eventually, 3 cups reached the table. The tea was too strong. No one complained. That felt like love, though none of them would have called it that. Not yet. They sat together. Rain softened the world outside. Naruto looked at both of them and realized something that frightened him more than any council session. He had been waiting for the treaty to become bearable before trying to live inside it. But Hinata had already started building a life beyond the clan's permission. Temari had already turned coercion into leverage. Both of them were moving, not past the pain, through it. Naruto was the one still standing at the original wound, guarding it like a memorial. Hinata wrapped both hands around her cup. "What happened with Shikamaru-san?" Naruto looked down. "He told me the first Hyuga clauses were worse." Hinata's face went still. Temari's eyes sharpened. "How much worse?" Temari asked. Naruto told them, not all at once, carefully, honestly. The review writes, "The future children language, the ceremonial guardianship." The attempt to place Hinata's schedule under clan protocol. Hinata listened without interrupting. Temari's expression became colder with each sentence. When Naruto finished, the kitchen was silent except for rain. Hinata's face had lost color. Naruto reached toward her, then stopped, uncertain. Hinata noticed. After a moment, she placed her hand over his, not because she was fine, because she chose contact. Naruto held very still. Temari looked away, giving them the privacy she could inside a shared room. Then Hinata spoke. "Who removed those clauses?" "Shikamaru." "Kakashi." "Sakura." Gaara rejected them from Suna's side. Hinata closed her eyes. Her hand trembled once. "I see." Naruto hated that she had to hold gratitude and violation in the same breath. Temari leaned forward. "Your father will try again." Hinata opened her eyes. "Yes." No hesitation, no denial. Temari nodded. "Then we prepare before he does." Naruto looked between them. "We." Hinata's hand remained on his. Temari's gaze stayed on Hinata. "Yes," Temari said. "We." There was no speech after that, no dramatic oath, no declaration, just a word, "we." It changed the room more than any treaty had. Naruto looked down at the table. 3 cups, 3 shadows in the lamplight, 3 people placed inside an arrangement they had not chosen. But something had started happening beneath the paperwork, something the council had not predicted. something Hayashi had definitely not intended. They were beginning to stop being separate victims of the same decision. They were becoming witnesses for each other. And in politics, Naruto was learning, witness could become power. Later, after Hinata went upstairs and Temari returned to her documents, Naruto opened his journal. The house was quiet, not empty, not peaceful exactly, but no longer cold in the same way. He turned to a fresh page. For a long time, he did not write. Then he put the pen down and formed the words carefully. Temari wins rooms by refusing to soften the truth. Hinata wins people by refusing to become what the clan named her. Shikamaru thinks love was not on the agenda. He paused, then added, maybe that is why the agenda failed. Naruto closed the journal. Outside, the rain continued. Inside the house, for the first time in 3 months, the silence did not feel like everyone was waiting for something to break. It felt like everyone was listening for what might be built next. Chapter 4, Cracks in the Plaster, the Diplomatic Gala, and How 3 People Survived It. The invitation said Summit Reception. Temari called it a hostage display with flowers. Naruto did not disagree. The official purpose of the event was simple enough on paper. A formal Konohasuna summit hosted in the Leaf to ratify the expanded trade agreement, display unity between the allied villages, and reassure smaller nations that the Iron Treaty was not merely a desperate emergency measure, but a stable foundation for future peace. The unofficial purpose was uglier. Everyone wanted to see the house, not literally. The gala would be held in the Eastern Reception Hall of the Hokage Administrative Complex, not Naruto's home. No civilian official would step into his kitchen and inspect whether Hinata's tea box still sat by the window, or whether Temari's maps had spread from 1 room to 2. But they wanted to see the household anyway. They wanted to measure the distance between Naruto, Hinata, and Temari when they stood together. They wanted to see whether Hinata smiled naturally or because cameras were present. They wanted to see if Temari wore leaf colors or Suna colors. They wanted to see whether Naruto looked like a man in control, or a man slowly being turned into a symbol too heavy to move. The smaller nations wanted reassurance. The major villages wanted weakness. The daimyo wanted performance. The newspapers wanted a headline. And the council wanted all 3 of them to walk into the room and convince everyone that what had been done to them had created peace, instead of merely decorating coercion. Naruto hated the whole thing before he even put on his formal robes. He stood in the bedroom, staring at himself in the mirror. The robes were white and dark red, trimmed in gold at the sleeve. Formal Hokage attire, ceremonial enough for cameras, practical enough that he could still move if someone tried something stupid. Temari had insisted on that. Never wear clothing to diplomacy that assumes everyone came in good faith, she had said. Naruto had looked at the sleeve slits she had added for kunai access and asked, "Do you think someone will attack a peace summit?" Temari had stared at him. "Do you think peace summits exist because everyone feels peaceful?" Fair. Now he adjusted the collar for the 3rd time. It still felt too tight. From the hallway came the soft sound of Hinata speaking to Boruto. "No, sweetheart, you cannot come tonight." Boruto made a wounded noise. "But I can be quiet." "You are 3." "I can be quiet 3." Naruto almost smiled. Then Temari's voice entered from farther down the hall. "If the diplomatic corps hears that argument, they may appoint him to the council." Boruto gasped. "I can be council?" "No." Hinata and Naruto called at the same time. Temari appeared in the bedroom doorway a moment later. She wore Suna formal black and deep desert gold, not leaf green. Her fan was not on her back, but Naruto knew better than to assume she was unarmed. Temari could hide 3 weapons in clothing that looked painted onto a statue. Her hair was arranged with sharp precision. Her face was calm, too calm. Naruto had learned that Temari's calm came in different forms. This one had edges. "You look like you're preparing for execution," she said. Naruto looked back at the mirror. "Feels similar." "Executions are more honest," he huffed. "You always this comforting before official events?" "Yes." Temari stepped inside and adjusted the fold of his outer robe without asking. Naruto stood still. That had become one of their strange household understandings. Temari moved things into order. Naruto complained less when the things were attached to him. Hinata watched both of them with quiet amusement she pretended not to have. Temari straightened the collar. Do not let the fire envoy pull you into casualty projections before the opening toast. I wasn't planning to discuss casualty projections over appetizers. Good, because he is. Naruto sighed. Of course he is. The Mizukage will test whether the treaty gives Suna special trade advantage over missed shipping lanes. No, Chujuro's delegation. May is attending as former Mizukage observer, which means she can say dangerous things with fewer consequences. That sounds like her. Darui will act bored and notice everything. Also sounds like him. The Suna military faction will try to provoke me. Naruto's eyes shifted to her. Temari's hands paused at his sleeve. That's specific. Yes. Gaara told you. No. Gaara avoided telling me in exactly the way he does when he hopes I won't notice something until after I've already planned for it. Naruto studied her face. You all right? Temari stepped back. No, he waited. She looked at him. I will be. That answer was not comfort, but it was honest. Hinata entered quietly, carrying a sleeping Boruto against her shoulder. Hanabi followed behind her, already reaching to take him. Hinata wore pale lavender formal robes with silver embroidery along the sleeves. Hyuga colors, but softened. No clan crest on the front. Only a small one at the back near the collar, visible but not dominant. Naruto noticed, Temari noticed, Hanabi definitely noticed and looked deeply satisfied. Hayashi would notice too. That was the point. You look beautiful, Naruto said before politics could enter the room. Hinata's cheeks warmed faintly. Thank you. Temari glanced at Naruto. Good, say things like that tonight, not too often. People will count. Naruto frowned. People count compliments? At an event like this, people count breaths. Hanabi snorted. She's right. Boruto stirred in Hanabi's arms. Don't let Dad get boring, he mumbled sleepily. Naruto blinked. I am Hokage. I am never boring. Four faces looked at him. Even Boruto, half asleep, seemed unconvinced. Naruto sighed. Fine, I am sometimes boring. Temari picked up a slim document folder from the dresser. Frequently? Hinata hid a smile behind her sleeve. For one brief second, the room felt almost like a family preparing for an annoying event, not whole, not simple, but alive. Then Hanabi took Boruto down the hall and the moment faded under the weight waiting outside. Naruto looked at Hinata. Ready? Hinata's hands folded in front of her. No. Temari's eyebrow lifted. Hinata continued, soft but firm. But I am going. Temari nodded once, correct answer. Naruto opened the door. The three of them walked out together. The Eastern Reception Hall had been transformed into a battlefield with better lighting. Lanterns hung from the high beams, casting warm gold across polished floors. Long tables lined the sides of the room, covered in white cloth and arranged with food from both fire and wind countries. Leaf flowers sat beside desert glass sculptures. Suna silk banners hung opposite Konoha crests. Everything had been designed to say balance. Naruto saw calculation in every decoration. Suna guests on the left, Konoha officials on the right, neutral village representatives placed between them as visual bridges. No seating area allowed one faction to cluster too tightly. Every table had sight lines to the main dais. Every exit had visible guards and invisible anbu. The musicians played softly near the far wall. Conversations floated like silk, pretty, controlled, dangerous. The moment Naruto entered with Hinata on his right and Temari on his left, the room changed. Not loudly, no one gasped. No one whispered where he could hear it. They were too experienced for that, but chakra shifted. Eyes moved. Conversations bent around them. Naruto felt the entire hall begin measuring. Hinata's hand remained loose at her side. Temari's expression became ambassadorial stone. Naruto smiled, not broadly, not falsely. The Hokage smile. Warm enough to reassure civilians. Calm enough to warn shinobi. Tired enough that people who knew him would worry. Kakashi stood near the dais, wearing formal robes and pretending he was only there as former Hokage advisor rather than emergency disaster containment. Sakura stood beside the medical delegation. Her eyes immediately moved over Naruto, Hinata, and Temari, checking their faces the way a medic checked wounds. Shikamaru stood near the main strategy table. He looked at Naruto first, then Hinata, then Temari. Temari did not look at him. Shikamaru accepted it without visible reaction. Naruto saw the reaction anyway. Gaara crossed the room to meet them. He wore Kazekage robes, formal and heavy, his face calm beneath the red hair that still made Naruto remember a lonely boy standing on a battlefield with sand at his feet. For one heartbeat, Naruto wished they were alone. Then Gaara bowed. Lord Seventh, Naruto bowed back. Lord Kazekage, titles first. Friendship buried beneath them, Gaara turned to Hinata. Lady Hinata. Hinata inclined her head. Kazekage-sama, her voice was polite, not warm. Gaara accepted that. Then he looked at Temari. Something raw moved behind his eyes before he controlled it. Ambassador. Temari's face did not change. Kazekage-sama. Naruto felt the floor shift under that exchange. Brother and sister reduced to titles because the room had helped make them strangers. Gaara's fingers twitched once at his side. Then he said, "Thank you for reviewing the irrigation addendum. Your corrections prevented complications." Temari's eyes sharpened slightly. "You mean they prevented embarrassment?" "Yes." "Then say that." Gaara's mouth softened by a fraction. "They prevented embarrassment." Temari nodded. "You're welcome." It was not forgiveness, but it was a sentence that did not cut. Naruto counted that as a small miracle. A sooner attendant approached and whispered something to Gaara. Gaara's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Temari saw it. "Which one?" she asked. Gaara looked at her. "Temari, which one?" A pause. "Counselor Arata." Temari's smile appeared. Naruto did not like that smile. It was the smile she used when someone had given her permission to be dangerous. "Good," she said. Gaara looked pained. Naruto leaned closer. "Who is Counselor Arata?" Temari did not take her eyes off the Suna delegation across the hall. "A man who believes a woman living outside Suna loses the right to speak for it." Naruto's gaze hardened. Hinata's face remained soft, but her eyes sharpened too. Across the hall, a tall Suna official in dark robes watched them over a glass of water. He was older than Temari, with a narrow face, iron-gray hair, and the relaxed confidence of a man who had spent his entire life being obeyed by rooms he did not deserve. Counselor Arata. He smiled when he saw Temari notice him. Temari smiled back. Naruto heard Kurama rumble, "I dislike him." Naruto answered silently, "You dislike most politicians. This one is especially bitable." Naruto almost coughed. Hinata glanced at him. He shook his head slightly. "Not now." The opening formalities began. The council chair welcomed the delegations. He spoke of unity, survival, shared prosperity, and the courage required to build peace after generations of mistrust. His speech was perfectly crafted and almost entirely bloodless. Gaara spoke next. His words were brief. Suna had endured hardship. Konoha had answered. The treaty was not charity but partnership. The future of the allied nations required trust measured in actions, not sentiment. Naruto listened carefully. Gaara did not mention Temari by name. He also did not erase her. That was probably the best he could do in the room. Then Naruto stepped forward. The hall focused on him. He had given speeches to armies, villages, children, grieving families, foreign envoys, and hostile councils. This should have been easy. It was not, because Hinata stood to his right. Temari stood to his left, and every sentence he said would pass over them before reaching the room. He took a breath. "This treaty began because people were afraid," Naruto said. The hall went still, not the expected opening. "Good," Naruto continued. "Afraid of famine, afraid of instability. Afraid old alliances would not be strong enough when tested by new problems. Fear can make leaders selfish. It can make villages close their gates. It can also force us to admit that peace is not something we won once in a war. It is something we have to build again and again, especially when building it costs us." His eyes moved briefly to Hinata, then Temari. Tonight is not a celebration of easy choices. It is a recognition of difficult ones. The land of fire and the land of wind are bound now by more than trade routes and documents. We are bound by responsibility. To the civilians who need food, to the shinobi who guard the roads, to the families asked to carry the weight of decisions made in rooms like this. That line landed. Naruto felt it. Some people shifted. Sakura's eyes softened. Shikamaru looked down. Hayashi, standing among the Hyuga delegation near the eastern wall, did not move at all. Naruto finished. If this treaty is to mean anything, it cannot only protect borders, it must protect people. That is the standard I intend to hold it to. A pause. Then applause, formal at first, then stronger. Not everyone liked the speech. Naruto could feel that too. Good. He had not made it for them. He stepped down. Hinata looked at him with something quiet and unreadable. Temari leaned slightly closer. Acceptable. Naruto almost smiled. High praise. Do not get used to it. For the first hour, the gala survived. That was the best anyone could say about it. The Mizukage delegation approached first. Chijuro offered respectful congratulations and very careful questions about whether expanded fire-wind trade would affect mist shipping arrangements through neutral ports. Temari answered before Naruto needed to. Only if Mist chooses not to renegotiate freight timing. The new grain movements use western inland routes. Sea trade pressure should decrease, not increase, if your merchants stop assuming scarcity pricing will continue. Chijuro blinked. Mei, standing beside him as former Mizukage observer, smiled into her cup. I like her. Temari inclined her head. I am easier to like when people read the documents first. Mei laughed. Chijuro looked faintly betrayed by the conversation. Darui arrived next, representing the rakeage. He looked bored enough to be asleep and alert enough to make Naruto suspicious. Whole place feels tense, Darui said. Naruto sighed. Good evening to you too. Darui looked around the hall. Looks stable, though. Temari glanced at him. Those are not the same thing. Darui's gaze moved to her. Then he nodded. No, they're not. That was all. Somehow, Naruto respected him more for not pretending. Hinata was approached by 3 civilian representatives from border villages who thanked her for medical supply coordination she had quietly helped Sakura arrange. Naruto watched as Hinata spoke with them, her voice gentle, her posture composed. She did not stand behind him. She did not cling to his title. She stood as herself. Naruto saw the representatives relax around her, not because she was Hokage's wife. Because Hinata listened as if every person mattered individually, Temari noticed too. Outer district reports underestimated her reach, she murmured. Naruto glanced at her. Is that pride? No, strategic recognition. Sounds like pride. It is not. Hinata looked over at them. Temari immediately looked away. Naruto hid his smile behind his cup. For a little while, things almost worked, almost. Then Counselor Arata crossed the hall. Naruto felt Temari's entire body become still, not tense, ready. Arata approached with 2 sooner officials behind him and a smile polished smooth by years of political violence disguised as courtesy. Ambassador Temari, he said, Counselor Arata. His eyes moved briefly to Naruto, then Hinata, then back. Lord 7th, Lady Hinata, an honor. Naruto gave him the smallest acceptable nod. Hinata inclined her head. Arata returned his attention to Temari. You look well. I am well. Konoha agrees with you then. There it was, first cut, soft enough to deny, sharp enough to bleed. Temari's expression did not change. I was raised to adapt to difficult climates. A few nearby officials paused in their conversations. Arata smiled, of course. Adaptation is useful, though some in Suna worry adaptation can become assimilation. Naruto's grip tightened around his cup. Hinata's eyes lowered, but Naruto knew she was listening. Temari set her drink on a passing tray. Some in Suna worry about many things. It keeps them busy. Arata's smile thinned. I speak only from concern. Your role here is unprecedented. The Kazekage sister residing in the Hokage household, representing Suna interests from within leaf walls. Some might wonder where loyalty rests after such proximity. The nearby conversations stopped entirely now. This was no longer accidental. This was theater. Arata had chosen his stage carefully, close enough to Naruto for insult, close enough to Gaara for pressure, public enough that Temari could not ignore him without seeming weak. Gaara saw from across the room and began moving toward them. Temari lifted one hand slightly, a stop signal. Gaara halted. Naruto saw it and almost admired her timing despite the situation. Temari looked at Arata. "Counselor, are you asking whether I have forgotten Suna?" Arata spread his hands. "I would never insult you so directly." "No," Temari said. "You prefer doing it inefficiently." A small sound moved through the watching crowd, not laughter exactly. A contained reaction. Arata's eyes hardened. Temari continued, voice calm enough to freeze water. "My loyalty is not measured by how far I stand from the desert. It is measured by whether Suna survives my decisions. Since arriving in Konoha, I have reduced treaty response delays by 60%, corrected 11 flawed supply assumptions from your office, prevented 2 escort routes from becoming predictable ambush paths, and secured medical grain priority for 4 outer settlements your budget proposal forgot existed." Arata's jaw tightened. Temari stepped closer. "Not much. Enough. If proximity to Konoha has damaged my loyalty, Counselor, then I am fascinated to learn what distance has done to yours." The room inhaled. Arata's face flushed faintly. Temari was not finished. "You question whether I have gone native. I question whether you have been inside a rationing district in the last 6 months. I question whether you know the names of the families whose hunger you use as political leverage. I question whether your concern for Suna begins at the border or at your own office door." Naruto saw Gaara's eyes sharpen. This was not merely defense. This was exposure. Temari had waited for this. Arata tried to recover. "Strong words from someone whose position depends on the very arrangement under debate." Temari smiled. "Yes, unlike you, I understand the arrangement well enough to debate it honestly." A few Suna officials looked away. That was the win, not Arata's embarrassment. The fact that others did not defend him. Temari turned slightly, addressing not just him but the entire watching cluster. "The Iron Treaty is not clean. It is not comfortable. It should not be romanticized by anyone in this room, but Suna does not become stronger by pretending hunger is pride. Konoha does not become generous by pretending aid is free of leverage. And I do not become less sand because I am the one standing where the treaty hurts most." Silence. Then Mei Terumi, from several steps away, lifted her cup. "Well said. That broke the tension just enough for people to breathe." Darui muttered, "Troublesome guy picked the wrong woman." Naruto heard Shikamaru, somewhere behind them, say very quietly, "He really did." Temari heard it too. Her eyes flicked in Shikamaru's direction for half a heartbeat, then away. Arata bowed stiffly. "Ambassador, Counselor." He retreated. Not defeated permanently, men like him rarely were, but damaged, publicly, that mattered. Gaara approached after Arata left. His voice was low. That was dangerous. Temari accepted a fresh cup from a passing server. "Yes, you exposed a faction in front of foreign observers." "They exposed themselves when they sent him." Gaara looked at her for a long moment, then quietly, "Thank you." Temari's fingers paused around the cup. She did not look at him. "You are still not forgiven." "I know, but you are still my brother." Gaara's face changed, only for a second. But Naruto saw it. So did Hinata. Temari walked away before the moment could become too much. Gaara stood alone for a breath, then composed himself and returned to the room. Naruto watched him go. The treaty had hurt everyone, but it had not severed everything, not yet. The second crack came from Hayashi. It was quieter. That made it worse. By the time it happened, the gala had settled into controlled recovery. The Arata confrontation had become the room's new center of gravity. People spoke around it carefully. Suna officials recalculated which faction looked weaker. Konoha counselors whispered about whether Temari had strengthened or endangered the treaty. Naruto wanted 5 minutes of silence. He got Hayashi instead. The Hyuga clan head approached during a lull between formal discussions. He moved with the same composed authority he brought everywhere, as if every room naturally contained a place meant for him. Hinata was across the hall speaking with Sakura and two hospital representatives. Temari was near Gara, reviewing something with a Suna clerk. For the first time all evening, Naruto stood alone. Hayashi chose that moment, of course he did. Lord Seventh, Naruto looked at him. Lord Hyuga. The title felt like a wall. Hayashi held a cup of tea he had not touched. Your remarks earlier were moving. Naruto kept his expression neutral. Thank you. Particularly your statement that the treaty must protect people. Naruto waited. Hayashi did not waste the opening. Protection, of course, sometimes requires structure beyond individual preference. Naruto's eyes cooled. Careful. Hayashi's expression remained calm. I mean no offense. You usually don't have to mean it. A lesser man would have reacted. Hayashi only inclined his head. My daughter has adjusted better than expected. Naruto's hand tightened around his cup. Your daughter is standing in the same room. Yes, I have observed her. That sentence made Naruto want to step closer. He did not. Hayashi continued, voice low enough that only Naruto should have heard. The public medical work was unexpected, but useful. It has softened civilian resistance to the Hyuga role in the treaty. In time, properly guided, it may serve the clan well. Naruto's voice dropped. Hinata's work does not belong to the clan. Everything a Hyuga does reflects upon the clan. No. Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto stepped half a pace closer. No, he repeated. Not tonight, not here. Hayashi looked across the room toward Hinata. She has always struggled to understand the burden of inheritance. Perhaps this arrangement will finally give her purpose equal to her blood. Naruto felt Kurama rise, not chakra, rage, deep, old, protective rage. Naruto held it down by force of will. His voice became dangerously soft. Do not speak about her like that. Hayashi's gaze returned to him. You mistake clarity for cruelty. You mistake ownership for family. For the first time, Hayashi's face hardened. You are Hokage because lineage, power, and symbolism converged around you. Do not pretend you are above the structures that made your authority useful. Naruto almost laughed. My authority came from people trusting me. Trust is temporary, Hayashi said. Blood endures. That was when Hinata heard. Naruto saw it happen, not because she gasped. Not because she moved suddenly, because her face went still from across the hall. Her conversation with Sakura stopped mid-sentence. Her Byakugan did not activate. It did not need to. She had heard enough. Hayashi noticed 1 second later, too late. Hinata excused herself from Sakura and approached. Every step was quiet, measured. Naruto wanted to intercept, to shield her. Then he remembered the garden, the clinic, the council sentence she had corrected with a voice soft enough to make men underestimate the blade inside it. He stayed where he was. Hinata stopped beside Naruto. Father. Hayashi turned. Hinata. The lack of honorific was not new. Tonight, it felt deliberate. Hinata's hands were folded in front of her. What part of my work would you like to guide? The question was gentle, too gentle. Naruto recognized danger now when Hinata spoke softly enough. Hayashi's posture shifted. This is not the time. You were discussing me. The nearby space had begun to notice, not as obviously as with Arata, but enough. Sakura watched from across the hall, eyes sharp. Temari, too, had turned slightly. Hayashi lowered his voice. Your medical outreach has value. But without clan coordination, it risks appearing undisciplined. Hinata looked at him. Undisciplined, unstructured. The civilians know where to find me. Sakura-san has hospital records. Mari-san maintains appointment lists. Supplies are counted weekly. 3 outer district families now have consistent wound care because the hospital agreed to my schedule. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. Hinata continued. What structure is missing? Hayashi did not answer immediately because the missing structure was control. Everyone close enough to hear understood that. Hayashi chose another path. You are still Hyuga. Yes, Hinata said, and the Hyuga must be represented with dignity. Something changed in Hinata's eyes, not anger, something older, a tiredness that had finally sharpened into decision. When I treat a burned hand so a mother can work the next morning, that is dignity. When I sit with an old shinobi whose clan forgot him because his injury is no longer useful, that is dignity. When people who fear official buildings still come to me because they trust I will not send them away, that is dignity. Her voice remained soft. The room around them quieted more. Hinata looked directly at her father. If that does not represent the Hyuga well, then perhaps the problem is not my work. Naruto forgot to breathe. Hayashi's face went blank. That was the closest he came to shock. For a moment, father and daughter stood across from each other, and the entire history of their family sat between them like a third person. Then Hayashi bowed his head by the smallest degree. "We will discuss this privately." Hinata did not bow back. "No," she said. "We will discuss it with witnesses." Naruto felt the words strike the air. Hayashi looked at her as if seeing someone who had been in front of him for years but never fully visible. Temari appeared beside Hinata, then, not too close, but present. "Lady Hinata," Temari said, formal enough for the room, warm enough for the people who knew them. "The hospital representatives are waiting to ask about the civilian network expansion." Hinata looked at her, a rescue, but not from weakness, from a battlefield no longer worth fighting tonight. Hinata nodded. "Thank you, Ambassador." She turned back to Hayashi. "Good evening, father." Then she walked away with Temari. Naruto remained with Hayashi for one more second, long enough to say quietly, "You are losing her because you keep trying to own what you never bothered to know." Hayashi did not reply. Naruto left him standing there. Across the hall, Sakura reached for Hinata's hand. Hinata accepted it. Temari stood beside them, eyes forward, daring anyone to approach. Naruto watched, chest tight. The night was not over, but something had changed. Hayashi had spoken as if Hinata were a piece of clan architecture. Hinata had answered as herself, and the room had heard. The dinner table was the third crack. That was where everything became too visible to hide. The formal meal had been arranged along one long central table, with the most important figures seated according to a balance so delicate that Shikamaru had spent 3 days on it and still looked miserable. Naruto sat near the center, Gaara to his left, Hinata to his right, Temari across from them between a Suna agricultural minister and a Konoha trade official. Sakura sat 2 chairs down from Naruto. Shikamaru sat farther along the table, close enough to advise, far enough not to create gossip with Temari. Hayashi was placed near the Hyuga delegation, which Naruto suspected was Sakura's doing and silently thanked her for it. The first course arrived. Conversation resumed, carefully. The hall tried to pretend it had not witnessed 2 public fractures already. Naruto felt the pressure building, Arata's faction exposed, Hayashi's control challenged, foreign observers gathering impressions, Konoha civilians waiting outside for news. Council members silently begging Naruto to stabilize the room. He knew what they wanted, a sentence, a gesture, something warm and perfect enough to smooth over the evening. He hated that he knew how to give it. A Konoha trade official raised a toast to shared prosperity. Glasses lifted. Naruto lifted his too. Then the fire envoy turned toward him with a practiced smile. "Lord Seventh, perhaps you might say a few words on the personal unity that has strengthened the treaty's public image." There it was, the trap wrapped in courtesy. Naruto heard Temari's cup pause across the table. Hinata's hand stilled beside him, Gaara's eyes lowered. Shikamaru looked sharply toward the envoy, but too late. The table waited. Naruto could refuse, he should refuse. But the room had been cracking all evening. A refusal here would become tomorrow's headline. Hokage rejects unity language. Household instability threatens treaty optics. Suna hardliners would eat it alive. Hayashi would twist it. The fire envoy knew that. Naruto stood, the room quieted. His body knew the shape of leadership even when his heart rebelled. He smiled. It felt like placing a mask over a wound. "The Iron Treaty has asked much of many people," he began, good, careful, true enough. "Our villages have chosen not only to share resources, but to share responsibility. That responsibility reaches from council rooms to border roads, from farms to hospitals, and yes, even into the lives of those of us who stand closest to the treaty. Hinata looked at the table. Temari's expression became unreadable. Naruto heard his own voice continue, too smooth, too perfect. I am grateful for the strength shown by Lady Hinata and Ambassador Temari. Their dedication has given this alliance more than symbolic value. It has given it daily work, visible compassion, and practical wisdom. Whatever difficulties come, I believe we will meet them with honesty, patience, and unity. Applause followed, polite, relieved, exactly what the room wanted. Naruto remained standing for half a breath too long, because every word had been diplomatic. Every word had also been hollow, not false. That was worse. He did respect Hinata. He did respect Temari. They were strong. They had given the treaty daily work, compassion, wisdom. But saying it here because the room demanded reassurance turned their pain into performance again. Naruto sat down. Hinata did not look at him. Temari lifted her cup and drank. Gaara's face was quiet with understanding. The meal continued. Naruto tasted nothing. A few minutes later, a hand touched his. Sakura. She sat 2 chairs away, but she had reached beneath the table, stretching just enough to place her fingers over his knuckles. 3 seconds. No words, no speech, no pity, just proof that someone had seen the cost of the sentence he had just given. Naruto's throat tightened. Then Sakura withdrew her hand and returned to her conversation as if nothing had happened. That almost broke him more than if she had said something. Naruto stood again, this time not for the room. Excuse me. People looked up. He did not explain. He left the table. The hall doors closed behind him with a soft, final sound. The corridor outside the reception hall was empty except for 2 Anbu guards pretending not to see their Hokage lean against the wall like a man who had forgotten how to stand. Naruto closed his eyes. Breathe. 1 breath. 2, 3. Inside him, Kurama stirred. That was ugly. Naruto did not answer. Kurama's voice was low, necessary maybe, ugly definitely. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. I hate this. I know I sounded like them. No, you sounded like someone trapped by them. That's not better. No, Kurama said, it is not. The honesty helped more than comfort would have. Naruto slid down the wall until he was sitting on the floor, formal robes folding awkwardly around him. The Anbu guards remained perfectly still. Bless them. He stared at his hands. The hands that could shape Rasengan, hold Biju mode, pull friends from death, shake hands with daimyo, sign orders that moved armies. Tonight, those hands had lifted a cup and helped turn 2 women's resilience into public reassurance. The door opened. Naruto looked up. Hinata stepped into the corridor. For a moment, neither spoke. Then she sat beside him, not in front, not standing over him, beside him, formal robes and all. The Anbu guards continued heroically pretending blindness. Naruto swallowed. I'm sorry. Hinata looked down at her hands. I know. I should have refused. Maybe that hurt, because she did not rescue him from the truth. Then she continued. But I also know why you didn't. Naruto closed his eyes. That doesn't make it right. No, silence. From inside the hall came muffled music and controlled laughter. Hinata's voice was soft. When father spoke earlier, I wanted you to defend me. Naruto opened his eyes. Hinata looked at the opposite wall. Then when you didn't step in immediately, I was angry. I'm sorry, she shook her head. Let me finish. He went quiet. Hinata breathed slowly. Then I realized you were giving me space to answer him myself. Naruto looked at her. I wasn't sure. I know. Her mouth curved faintly. I could tell. Despite himself, Naruto huffed. Hinata's expression softened, then became serious again. I do not want to be used by this treaty. I do not want to be used by my father. I also do not want to be protected so completely that I disappear inside your guilt. Naruto absorbed that. It hurt cleanly, like something necessary. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. Hinata looked at him then. Neither do I. The words echoed the garden with Temari. Neither do I. Maybe that was becoming the honest foundation of the house. Not certainty. Shared uncertainty. The door opened again. Temari stepped out. She looked at them sitting on the floor. Her expression did not change. This is a very poor place for a strategy meeting. Naruto looked up. You followed us to say that? I followed you because the fire envoy is currently trying to turn your absence into noble exhaustion, and if I have to listen to one more man translate pain into optics, I may create an international incident. Hinata's eyes lowered. Was that a smile? Maybe. Temari looked at both of them. Also, Gaara is distracting Arata, Sakura is glaring at the fire envoy, and Shikamaru looks like he would rather be eaten by deer. We have approximately 6 minutes before someone important comes looking. Naruto leaned his head back against the wall. Great. Temari crossed her arms. Your dinner statement was bad. Naruto winced. Hinata glanced at her. Temari added, politically effective, personally bad. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I understand why you made it. That seems to be going around. Do not mistake understanding for approval. I'm not. Temari studied him. Then she sighed and, to Naruto's surprise, sat on his other side. Now all three of them sat in the corridor outside their own diplomatic gala, formal robes, political disaster. 2 Anbu guards probably questioning every life choice that had led them to this assignment. For a while, no one spoke. Then Temari said, Arata will move after tonight. Hinata nodded. Father too. Naruto looked between them. We'll handle it. Temari looked at him. No, Naruto frowned. Hinata's voice was gentle but firm. We will handle it. There it was again. We not romantic, not easy, not fixed, but real. Naruto looked down at his hands, then nodded. We! The corridor seemed quieter after that. The reception hall door opened a third time. Kakashi peered out. His visible eye took in the scene. Naruto on the floor, Hinata beside him, Temari beside him, 2 Anbu guards frozen in professional misery. Kakashi paused, then said, I see the summit is going well. Naruto groaned. Temari stood first. We have 3 minutes. Kakashi tilted his head. 2, maybe. Mei is enjoying the chaos, which helps. Hinata stood next. Naruto remained on the floor for 1 more second. Then Hinata offered her hand. Temari, after a tiny pause, offered hers too. Naruto looked at both hands for some reason that nearly undid him. He took them. They pulled him up together. When they returned to the hall, people noticed. Of course they did. But this time, Naruto did not stand between Hinata and Temari. Hinata stood on his right, Temari on his left, not behind him, not displayed by him, beside him. The difference was small enough that gossip would debate it, and large enough that every trained political eye in the room understood. The remainder of the gala did not collapse. That was the official success. The trade agreement was ratified. The expanded food corridor passed. Suna's irrigation support received written confirmation. Konoha secured border patrol language that would prevent Wind Country military overreach. The smaller villages left reassured enough not to panic. The newspapers received photographs. The council received survival. But no one who mattered believed the night had gone smoothly. Arata had revealed Suna's internal fracture. Hayashi had exposed the Hyuga ambition too clearly. Naruto had shown, for one unguarded moment, that the cost of the treaty was not abstract. Temari had proven she was not a hostage anyone could safely underestimate. Hinata had proven she would no longer let her father define dignity for her. The plaster had cracked. The building still stood. For now. They returned home after midnight. No escort entered the house. No staff followed. No formal statements remained to be given. The moment the door closed, Temari removed the decorative pin from her hair and placed it on the entry table with enough force to make Naruto wince. I hate galas, she said. Naruto removed his formal outer robe. I noticed. Hinata slipped off her sandals slowly. Her face was pale with exhaustion. Naruto noticed and almost asked if she was all right. Then stopped. Instead, he said, Tea! Hinata looked at him. Temari looked suspicious. Naruto raised both hands. I will only boil water. Someone else can supervise. Temari pointed toward the kitchen. Acceptable. Hinata's mouth curved slightly. They changed into simpler clothes and gathered at the kitchen table. The same table that had hosted ramen at 2 in the morning, treaty documents, 2 strong tea, and conversations no council would ever understand. Tonight it hosted silence. not hostile, just full. Temari sat with her hair loose and her forehead resting briefly against one hand. Hinata wrapped both palms around her cup. Naruto leaned back and stared at the ceiling. After a long while, Hinata said, "Temari-san." Temari lifted her head. "Thank you." Temari's expression sharpened with discomfort. For what? For stepping in with the hospital representatives after father. That was tactical. Hinata nodded. "Yes." Temari looked away. "You're welcome." Naruto hid a smile. Temari saw it anyway. "Do not look pleased." "I'm not." "You are." "A little." She glared at him without heat. Hinata looked into her tea. "I was proud of you tonight." Both Naruto and Temari went still. Hinata's voice remained soft. "When Counselor Arata questioned you." Temari stared at her. For once, no immediate response came. Naruto realized he had never seen Temari fail to answer because of kindness before. Temari looked down at her cup. He needed to be corrected. "Yes," Hinata said, "and you corrected him beautifully." Temari's mouth tightened, not anger, something more vulnerable. "Thank you," she said quietly. The kitchen settled again. Naruto thought of the gala hall, the eyes, the knives hidden in courtesy. Then he looked at the two women at the table, not symbols, not clauses, not stabilizing mechanisms, people, tired people, angry people, strong people, people who deserved more than being praised only when their pain served the treaty. "I was proud of both of you," he said. Hinata looked at him. Temari did too. Naruto swallowed. "And I'm sorry I said it first in front of them instead of here." No one spoke for a moment. Then Hinata reached across the table and touched his hand. Temari did not, but she did not look away either. That was enough, for now. Later, after Hinata went to check on Boruto and Temari retreated upstairs with 3 new documents she claimed could not wait until morning, Naruto remained in the kitchen. He opened his journal. The pen hovered. Then he wrote, "The gala survived." That is not the same as success. He paused. Then added Temari was attacked for belonging to the wrong place and answered by proving she belongs to herself. Hinata was spoken of as blood and answered as a person. I tried to hold the room together and hated what it made me sound like. Another pause, longer. Then Sakura saw. That helped. Finally, at the bottom of the page, he wrote one more line. "The cracks are showing. Maybe that means light can get in. Maybe it means the wall is weaker than we thought." He closed the journal. Upstairs, he heard Hinata's soft footsteps near Boruto's room. Farther down the hall, Temari's door closed. Outside, the village slept beneath the fragile shape of peace. Inside, the household did not feel healed, but it no longer felt like 3 strangers trapped under the same roof. It felt like 3 people who had survived the same public storm and come home carrying pieces of each other from the wreckage. That was not love. Not yet. Maybe not ever in the way songs or stories wanted, but it was something harder than performance, something the treaty had not written, something no council had approved, something no bloodline clause could own. And in the quiet after the gala, that felt like the first real victory of the night. Chapter 5, The Pact Behind the Wall. What happens when 2 people who didn't choose this choose each other anyway? By the 6th month, the house had developed rules no one had written down. Naruto knocked before entering Temari's office, even when the door was open. Temari did not move Hinata's tea box. Hinata kept jasmine tea stocked because Temari pretended not to like it and drank it anyway. Boruto was not allowed in the diplomatic quarter unless invited, which meant he stood dramatically outside the door and whispered, "Am I invited yet?" Until Temari eventually gave in. Naruto cooked once a week. Everyone survived this through courage, patience, and Sakura's emergency food deliveries. The kitchen remained neutral territory. The garden belonged to silence. The front room belonged to public visitors. The upstairs hallway belonged to avoided conversations. And the wall behind the garden, the old stone wall that separated the Hokage residence from the narrow service path leading toward the administrative district, had become something else. A place no council knew existed, not physically. Of course they knew about the wall. Security reports mentioned it. Anbu had reinforced it twice. Temari had inspected it within 48 hours of moving in and declared it acceptable, though depressingly leaf-like. but the space beneath the covered section of that wall had become private in a way no map could show. That was where Hinata had cried in the rain. That was where Temari had sat beside her without touching her. That was where the first honest sentence between them had been spoken. Neither of them named the place. Naming it would have made it fragile. Still, when things became too sharp inside the house, one of them often ended up there. Not together at first, then sometimes together, not planned, not announced, just two women sitting beneath the wooden awning, looking at the stones, listening to the village continue beyond the wall. 6 months into the Iron Treaty, that place became the only room in the house that had never lied. The complaint arrived on a Thursday. Hinata did not see it first. That was the first insult. The official document passed through 3 administrative desks, 1 council aide, and the Hawkage Treaty Correspondence Archive before anyone considered whether the woman named in it deserved to know it existed. Temari found it because Temari found everything. She was seated in her upstairs office with 4 stacks of correspondence arranged by urgency, insult level, and likelihood of causing border instability. The 4th stack, labeled in her own shorthand as "people wasting my time," had grown depressingly tall. The complaint should have been in the 3rd stack. Instead, it had been misfiled under civilian medical logistics. Temari noticed because the seal was wrong, not wrong enough for an ordinary clerk. The paper had the correct council routing stamp. The outer folder listed Community Medical Coordination as the subject, but the inner seal was pale blue wax impressed with the Hyuga side branch administrative mark, not the main clan seal, not the public medical seal, a side channel. Temari stared at it for 3 seconds, then reached for her letter opener. Inside was a formal complaint addressed to the Konoha Civilian Council, copied to the Hawkage office, the Hyuga Internal Discipline office, and most interestingly not copied to Hinata. Temari read the first line, then the second. By the 4th, her face had gone completely still. The complaint was written in the clean, suffocating language of people who wanted cruelty to sound like stewardship. Lady Hinata Uzumaki, born Hyuga, has engaged in repeated civilian medical activity outside formal clan protocol, resulting in unauthorized public association between Hyuga techniques and non-clan medical services. Temari's fingers tightened. She continued reading. The petition did not accuse Hinata of harm. That would have been easier to fight. Instead, it accused her of procedural irregularity, unapproved distribution of inherited expertise, and reputation risk. It argued that her work in the outer districts created personal constituency overlap with official treaty representation and might confuse civilian perception of clan and household authority. Temari read that sentence twice. Then she smiled, not happily, predatorily. There it was, not medicine, not protocol, power. The Hyuga elders were afraid because people were beginning to love Hinata without asking clan permission. The final paragraph requested a formal review of Hinata's activities and recommended that all future community medical work associated with her name be placed under Hyuga supervisory structure, for the sake of dignity, consistency, and treaty clarity. Temari placed the document flat on the desk. Then she opened the attached routing note. The review was scheduled for discussion in 4 days. 4 days! Without Hinata being notified, Temari sat back. For a moment, the room was very quiet. Below, she could hear Boruto running somewhere in the hall while Naruto tried to convince him that training to become Hokage did not involve jumping off furniture. Hinata's voice followed, gentle but firm, telling Boruto that Hokage candidates needed to clean up the cushions they had conquered. Normal sounds, house sounds. Temari looked at the complaint again. She thought of Hinata in the garden, eyes red from crying because her father had spoken of her like blood in a ledger. She thought of Hinata at the gala, standing before Hayashi and saying, "No, we will discuss it with witnesses." She thought of the clinic in the outer district, where civilians now waited for Hinata every week because she remembered their names and never made them feel small. Then Temari thought of every room she had ever been in where men used the word dignity when they meant control. She took out a clean sheet of paper. At the top, she wrote, counterargument. Hyuga petition regarding Lady Hinata's medical outreach. Then she began, not because Hinata had asked, because Hinata had not been given the chance to ask. Hinata returned late that evening with rain on her sleeves and exhaustion behind her eyes, not the dramatic kind, the useful kind, the kind earned by doing too much good with too little rest. Naruto met her at the door with Boruto half asleep against his shoulder. He waited up, Naruto whispered. Boruto's head lifted faintly. Mama, Hinata's face softened immediately. I'm here. Boruto reached for her. Naruto hesitated. You're tired. Hinata smiled gently. I can hold him. Naruto passed him over. Boruto wrapped his arms around Hinata's neck and fell asleep again within seconds. Temari watched from the stairs. No one had called her. She had come down when she heard the door because the complaint sat upstairs on her desk like a lit fuse. And suddenly, paperwork felt obscene compared to this small scene. A tired mother holding her sleeping child inside a house. Everyone outside kept trying to turn into symbolism. Hinata looked up and saw her. Temari-san. Temari descended the last few steps. We need to talk. Naruto's posture changed immediately. Hokage awareness, husband awareness, treaty awareness, all of them at once. What happened? Temari looked at him, then at Hinata. Not with you first. Naruto stopped. The words were not harsh, but they were firm. Hinata looked from Temari to Naruto, then she adjusted Boruto in her arms. I'll put him to bed. Temari nodded. I'll be in your room when you're ready. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, not with anger, with concern. Hinata gave him a small look. It said, let me. Naruto understood. He did not like it, but he understood. Temari turned and went upstairs. She carried no documents in her hands. That would have been too visible. The complaint and the counter-argument were tucked inside the inner fold of her sleeve. She waited in Hinata's room with the discipline of a woman who had spent her life waiting outside rooms where decisions were made by men who assumed she would carry the consequences. Hinata's room was not quite a bedroom and not quite a private office. She still shared Naruto's room sometimes. Not always. The treaty had made even sleeping arrangements feel political, and after the first month they had stopped trying to explain it to anyone outside the house. Some nights she slept beside her husband. Some nights she slept alone because being loved did not erase being overwhelmed. Some nights Boruto crawled in and took over the entire bed with the violent entitlement of a small child. This room had become hers because everyone needed somewhere to exist without being interpreted. It was simple. A low desk, a chest, clean folded robes, a medical satchel beside the wall. A small framed drawing from Boruto of 3 stick figures, one very large fox, and something he insisted was Sand Lady's fan but looked more like an angry tree. Temari looked at the drawing longer than she meant to. 3 stick figures. Naruto, Hinata, Temari. The fox stood behind them like a guardian monster. Boruto had drawn them all in the same house. Children accepted new realities faster than adults that made them powerful and terrifying. Hinata entered quietly. Her hair was loose now. She had changed into a softer robe and washed the rain from her hands. The exhaustion remained, but so did steadiness. She closed the door. What happened? Temari removed the document from her sleeve and held it out. Hinata took it. Her eyes moved across the first page. Temari watched her face. At first, nothing changed. Hinata had inherited that from the Hyuga, whether she liked it or not, the ability to turn her face into still water while stones sank beneath it. Then she reached the phrase personal constituency overlap. Her fingers tightened. When she reached the recommendation for Hyuga supervision, the paper lowered slightly. Hinata did not speak. Temari waited. That was something she had learned over 6 months. Do not rush Hinata's silence. People had done that to her all her life. Filled it, interpreted it, mistook it for consent. Temari refused to become another person doing the same thing. Finally, Hinata asked, who signed it? Elder Tsubaki, Elder Morio, Administrative Liaison Co. Hinata's mouth softened bitterly. Not father. No, but he knew. Yes, Hinata nodded, not surprised. That made Temari angrier than shock would have. Hinata turned to the second page. This was routed to the council and treaty correspondence archive. Not to me. No, Hinata read the final paragraph again. Her eyes stayed on the words for a long time. Then she placed the document on her desk with great care. They waited until the medical network had public support, she said softly. Temari felt a flash of approval. Yes, they did not challenge the work when it looked small. No, they waited until it became visible enough to be useful. Yes, Hinata's eyes closed. When she opened them, there were no tears, only hurt sharpened into clarity. I should have expected that. Temari crossed her arms. No, Hinata looked at her. You should not have to expect betrayal just because people keep rewarding your accuracy. The words seemed to strike somewhere deep. Hinata looked down for a moment. She appeared younger, not weak, simply tired in a way that reached back years before the treaty. Temari placed the second document on the desk. Hinata looked at it. What is this? A draft counter-argument? Hinata did not touch it immediately. You wrote one? Yes. Before telling me, Temari went still. There it was, the knife she had accidentally picked up by trying to help. Hinata's voice was still gentle, but the room had changed. Temari understood instantly. Decisions made about Hinata before Hinata entered the room. Again, even defense could become another cage if it arrived without consent. Temari lowered her gaze. Yes, she said. I did. Hinata's face remained unreadable. Temari forced herself not to justify too quickly. That was another thing powerful rooms did. Hurt someone, then bury the wound under explanations. I wrote it because I was angry, Temari said. And because the review is in 4 days, and because the petition is badly constructed and easy to attack if handled correctly. A pause. Then she added quieter, but I should have told you before drafting a response in your name. Hinata looked at her. It is in my name? No, mine. Currently, it does not become yours unless you choose to use it. Hinata's eyes moved to the document again. Temari stepped back. You do not have to use it. You do not have to read it tonight. You can burn it if you want. Hinata was silent. Then she reached for the counter-argument. Temari watched her read. This time the room felt different. The complaint had been poison disguised as order. Temari's response was a knife disguised as procedure. It argued that Hinata's work did not use restricted clan techniques. It cited hospital cooperation records. It noted that civilian care networks strengthened treaty stability by reducing medical burden on official institutions. It framed Hyuga interference as a potential risk to public confidence. It included 3 alternate governance structures, each one leaving Hinata in operational control. Hinata read slowly. At one paragraph, her mouth twitched. Temari knew exactly which one it was. Any attempt by the Hyuga clan to retroactively claim supervisory authority over Lady Hinata's civilian medical work may create the appearance that the clan seeks political ownership over humanitarian relief, which would undermine both public trust and the dignity cited in the original petition. Hinata looked up. This is sharp. Temari nodded. Yes, you used their own word against them. They offered it. Hinata looked back down. She continued reading. When she finished, she did not speak for a long time. Temari let the silence live. Finally, Hinata said, "Thank you." Temari nodded once. "You're welcome. But I cannot use this as it is." Temari had expected that. "What would you change?" Hinata looked at the complaint, then at the counter-argument. "I do not only want to defend the clinic." Temari's attention sharpened. Hinata's voice was quiet. "I am tired of defending the right to help people." Temari said nothing. Hinata continued, "If we answer only this complaint, they will file another. If we win only this review, they will move to another room, another seal, another piece of language." "Yes," Temari said. Hinata looked at her. "So I do not want to respond like someone asking permission." Temari felt something in her chest shift. There she is, she thought, not the girl the Hyuga underestimated, not the wife the treaty tried to define, not the soft-spoken woman rooms mistook for agreeable. Hinata, clear-eyed, wounded. Done asking to be allowed to exist, Temari leaned against the edge of the desk. "What do you want?" Hinata sat slowly. I want the medical network formally recognized as civilian outreach under hospital partnership, not clan authority. Good. I want the clinic records protected from Hugo review unless patients consent. Very good. I want Mary-san and the other district hosts named as community partners so the clan cannot pressure them privately without creating public backlash. Temari's eyes narrowed with admiration. Excellent. Hinata looked up. And I want the program open to non-Hyuga medics. Temari paused. That was bigger. Much bigger. Hinata continued, if the elders argue that I am misusing Hyuga expertise, then I will make the network broader than Hyuga expertise. Sakura-san can help with hospital training. Civilian medics can assist. Retired field medics can volunteer. The clan can either support a public health program or explain why they oppose one. Temari stared at her, then slowly smiled. This smile had warmth in it, not much, but enough to transform her face. That, she said, is better than my draft. Hinata blinked. Temari did not give praise lightly. They both knew it. Hinata looked down, and for 1 second, color rose faintly in her cheeks. Then she steadied. I need help writing it. Temari pulled out the chair opposite her. Then we write. They wrote through the night. At first they worked like diplomats, documents spread across the desk. Complaint on the left. Temari's draft on the right. Blank paper between them. Temari handled structure. Hinata handled truth. The first draft sounded too aggressive. Temari liked it. Hinata did not. This makes it sound like I am attacking the clan. You are. I am stopping the clan. That is a form of attack. I want the civilians protected more than I want the elders embarrassed. Temari tapped the pen against the desk. The elders being embarrassed helps protect civilians. Not if embarrassment makes them retaliate through quieter channels. Temari paused, then crossed out a paragraph. Fair. The second draft sounded too gentle. Hinata liked parts of it. Temari stared at it like it had personally offended her. This paragraph asks the council to consider the value of the program. Yes. Why? Because they should. They should already have done that. Yes. Do not ask people to consider what their own negligence failed to notice. Hinata's mouth curved. That sentence will not go in the document. It should. It will not. Temari sighed and rewrote the paragraph. By midnight they had tea. By 1, they had food neither remembered preparing. By 2, Hinata had removed the word respectfully from 3 places, which Temari considered a major diplomatic victory. By 3, Temari allowed the phrase community trust to remain even though she argued it sounded too soft, because Hinata pointed out that trust was exactly the battlefield. At some point, the conversation shifted, not away from the document, through it. Hinata read a proposed line, then stopped. My father used to say I lacked force. Temari looked up. Hinata's eyes remained on the paper. When I was young, after training, after meetings, after anything I failed to do as he expected, he would not always say I was weak. Sometimes he said I lacked force. Like strength was not only power but pressure, the ability to make others move. Temari did not interrupt. Hinata's fingers touched the edge of the page. I believed him for a long time. Do you still? Hinata was quiet. No, the answer was soft, but certain. Temari leaned back. Good. Hinata looked at her. Did people say that to you? That I lacked force? Temari almost laughed. No, they said I had too much. Hinata's gaze softened. Temari turned the pen between her fingers. In Suna, force was useful until it became inconvenient. I was praised when I protected Gara. Praised when I negotiated with hostile clans. Praised when I could make men twice my age stop talking nonsense. Her mouth tightened. But the moment I wanted something outside function, suddenly I was difficult. Hinata understood before Temari said more. Shikamaru-san. Temari's hand stopped moving. The name sat between them carefully. Hinata almost apologized, then did not. Temari would hate that. Instead, Hinata waited. Temari looked toward the window, where the garden was barely visible in the dark. I spent years being useful to men I loved. The sentence was so quiet Hinata almost did not hear it. Temari continued. Gara needed a shield. Kankuro needed a mediator. Suna needed a face sharp enough to frighten diplomats but loyal enough not to threaten them. Shikamaru, she stopped. Hinata did not move. Temari's voice changed. Not breaking, worse, becoming honest. Shikamaru needed someone who understood him without asking him to become less afraid of his own feelings. Hinata's eyes lowered. He loves you. Temari's laugh was small and bitter. Yes. Unfortunately, love that arrives after calculation feels too much like damage control. Hinata said nothing. Temari looked at the counter-argument. He did what he thought would save lives. That is the part I hate most. If he had been selfish, I could despise him cleanly. Hinata's voice was soft. But he was not. No, Temari's jaw tightened. He was worse. He was correct and unforgivable at the same time. Hinata absorbed that. It described too much of the treaty, Gaara, Shikamaru, Naruto sometimes. Even herself, in moments where she understood the lives saved and hated that understanding for making the cage more complicated. Temari looked at her. And you? Do you hate Naruto? Hinata's breath caught slightly, not because the question was cruel. Because it was direct in a way few people dared to be. No. Then, after a moment, sometimes I hate what he represents now. Temari nodded slowly. The Hokage. The Hokage. The village. The fact that people look at him and expect sacrifice, then look at me and expect me to understand why he gives it. Hinata's hands folded in her lap. I love him. That has not changed, but love used to feel like something between us. Now there are days it feels crowded. Like every council member, every clan elder, every citizen with an opinion has stepped into the room and called it duty. Temari's expression softened in a way she would have denied if accused. Hinata continued, voice barely above a whisper. And then I feel guilty. Because he did not choose this either. Pain does not become invalid because someone else is also trapped. Hinata looked at her. Temari met her eyes. That is something I am trying to learn. The room went quiet, not empty, full. Outside, the village slept. Inside, two women sat across from one another with ink on their fingers and documents between them, speaking truths no treaty had prepared space for. Hinata looked down. I was jealous of you at first. Temari did not seem surprised. I assumed. Not because of Naruto-kun exactly. No. Hinata shook her head. Because you knew how to be angry. Temari's face changed. Hinata continued, you came into the house and rearranged the kitchen, challenged the council, spoke sharply when something was wrong. I thought perhaps if I had been more like that, they would not have dared. Temari's voice was firm. No, Hinata looked up. Temari leaned forward slightly. Do not do that. Hinata blinked. Do not make their actions proof that your nature failed. Men like Hayashi do not stop controlling people because they meet resistance. They simply change methods. Hinata's eyes glistened. Temari continued, quieter. You survived in a house that trained you to make yourself smaller. The fact that you still became kind is not weakness. It is rebellion with better manners. Hinata looked away quickly. This time, Temari did not pretend not to notice the tears, but she did not comment on them. That was their way. After a moment, Hinata said, I thought you disliked my softness. Temari looked genuinely offended. I dislike inefficient softness. Despite herself, Hinata laughed through the tears. Temari's mouth curved. Yours is usually very effective. Hinata wiped her face. That may be the strangest compliment I have ever received. You're welcome. They returned to the document after that. But something had changed. The work became easier, not lighter, easier. By dawn, they had built more than a counter-argument. They had built a trap, a clean one, a useful one. The proposal reframed Hinata's outer district work as a civilian medical partnership under hospital oversight and Hokage protection, with independent patient privacy standards and community partner recognition. It allowed Hyuga participation only through voluntary medical contribution, not supervisory authority. It praised the Hyuga legacy of precision medicine just enough that rejecting the program would look petty. It cited treaty stability just enough that the council could approve it without admitting moral courage. It placed Hinata at the center without making her ask to stand there. At the bottom, Temari wrote the final title, Community Medical Outreach Stabilization Proposal. Hinata stared at it, then crossed out one word. Temari looked offended. What was wrong with stabilization? Hinata wrote above it. Community Medical Outreach Protection Proposal. Temari read the new title, then nodded. Better. Hinata placed the pen down. Sunrise had begun to pale the window. Birds moved in the garden. The house was quiet. For a while, neither woman spoke. Then Hinata said, "You said once that you were tired of being a function." Temari looked at her. Hinata's voice remained gentle. "I think I am tired of being a symbol." Temari leaned back in the chair. "What do you want to be?" Hinata thought about it. A year ago, she might have answered wife. Mother, shinobi, Hyuga, all true, none complete. Now she said, "A person whose choices belong to me." Temari's eyes softened. "Good answer." Hinata looked at her. "And you?" Temari looked toward Boruto's drawing on the wall. The three stick figures, the fox, the angry tree fan. "I don't know yet." That answer cost her more than Hinata expected. Temari, who always had a strategy, who always had a clause, who always knew the next move. "I don't know yet." Hinata smiled gently. "Then maybe that is where you start." Temari looked back. For a moment, the room held something delicate, not friendship as children understood it, not sisterhood spoken loudly over shared pain, something quieter, two witnesses. Two people who had been placed in the same cage and discovered that the bars looked different from each side. Temari stood. "We should present this before noon." Hinata rose too, to Naruto-kun, to Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi first, then counsel filing before the Hyuga can revise the complaint. Hinata nodded, then paused. "Temari-san." Temari stopped. Hinata looked at the documents on the desk. "Thank you for bringing it to me before acting." Temari understood what she meant, not before drafting, before filing, before deciding, before saving her without asking. Temari's voice was quiet. "You're welcome." Hinata folded the complaint and placed it beneath their proposal. Then she looked toward the window. The garden? Temari followed her gaze. The wall stood outside, washed in dawn light, the place where silence had first become honest. Temari nodded. They took the documents and went downstairs. Naruto was asleep at the kitchen table, not gracefully. His head rested on one arm. A cold cup of tea sat near his elbow. His Hokage cloak was draped badly over the back of a chair. 3 reports lay open in front of him, one bearing a small ink smear that suggested he had lost a battle against his own pen before surrendering to exhaustion. Hinata stopped. Temari stopped beside her. For a moment they simply looked at him, not as Hokage, not as treaty center, not as the man whose name made the arrangement legal, just Naruto. Tired, trying, still failing in places, still there. Hinata's expression softened with love and pain together. Temari's face became unreadable, but not cold. Naruto stirred, one eye opened, then the other. He looked at them, then at the documents, then at the dawn outside. Did something happen? Temari placed the proposal in front of him. Yes. Naruto straightened immediately, awake now. Hinata sat across from him. Temari remained standing. Naruto read the title, then the first page, then the second. His expression changed as he understood. By the time he finished, his eyes were sharp. "Who filed the complaint?" Hinata answered. "Hyuga elders." Naruto's chakra shifted. Temari pointed at him. "No." Naruto blinked. "No." No dramatic Hokage rage before breakfast. Hinata added softly, "Please." Naruto looked between them, then forced himself to breathe. "Okay," he tapped the proposal. "This is good." Temari crossed her arms. "It is very good." Hinata's cheeks warmed faintly. Naruto noticed. He smiled. "This was your idea?" Hinata nodded. "With Temari-san's help." Naruto looked at Temari. Temari lifted her chin. "I edited." Hinata looked at her. "You did more than edit." Temari looked away. Naruto saw the exchange. Something warm moved through his chest. Not relief exactly. Relief was too simple. This was something stronger. The house had not healed, but parts of it were beginning to hold each other upright. Naruto placed the proposal down carefully. "I'll support it." Hinata shook her head. Naruto paused. "You won't." "I want you to support it as Hokage," Hinata said. "Not as my husband protecting me." Naruto looked at her. Temari watched him closely. Hinata continued, "Let Sakura-san present the medical need. Let Kakashi-san speak to treaty stability. Let Temari-san address political risk. You approve at the end." Naruto sat back slowly. He understood. If Naruto led the defense, the council could frame the program as the Hokage shielding his wife. If Hinata led alone, the Hyuga could call it emotional. If the structure itself carried the argument, the clan had fewer places to strike. Naruto looked at Temari. "You planned that?" Temari nodded toward Hinata. She did. Naruto looked at Hinata again. There was pride in his eyes, real pride, private pride. Hinata saw it and looked down, but she did not shrink from it. "Then that's how we do it," Naruto said. Temari picked up the documents. "I'll wake Sakura." Naruto frowned. "It's dawn." "She's a medic. Dawn is late." Hinata stood. "I'll speak with Mari-san." Naruto stood too. "What do you need from me right now?" Hinata looked at him. For once, she did not say nothing. She did not protect him from usefulness. "Breakfast," she said. Naruto blinked. Temari closed her eyes like she was praying for patience. Hinata's mouth curved. "For Boruto, and for yourself, not for the proposal." Naruto pointed toward the stove. "I can do that." Temari opened one eye. "Can you?" Naruto sighed. "Why does everyone ask that?" "Evidence," Hinata said softly. Temari looked at her. Then both women smiled. Naruto stared. "Oh, great, now there are two of you." Temari's smile faded into something almost peaceful, apparently. The council review happened 3 days early. That was Temari's doing. By the time the Hyuga elders learned their complaint had been moved forward, Sakura had already submitted hospital records. Kakashi had already endorsed the program as a treaty-adjacent civilian stability measure. Mari and 2 other community partners had already signed support letters. And Temari had already circulated a risk assessment suggesting that interference with the outreach network could be interpreted as anti-civilian obstruction. The Hyuga arrived prepared for a quiet procedural discussion. They found a public health proposal with witnesses. Hinata sat at the table. Not behind Naruto, not beside her father, at the center of the medical delegation. When Elder Tsubaki tried to argue that Hyuga dignity required oversight, Hinata thanked her for her concern and offered the clan a volunteer training role under hospital supervision. When Elder Morio suggested patient privacy might conflict with clan review standards, Sakura politely asked whether the Hyuga clan was requesting access to civilian medical records without consent. Morio stopped speaking. When Liaison Ko questioned whether non-Hyuga medics could properly support a program inspired by Hinata's expertise, Temari asked whether the Hyuga position was that civilian lives should wait for clan approval before receiving care. Ko also stopped speaking. Kakashi, seated near the end of the table, looked deeply entertained beneath his mask. Naruto approved the proposal at the end, not with a speech, not with anger, just a signature, clean, official, final. The Hyuga complaint died without becoming a battle. That was how Temari knew the strategy had worked. The best political defeats often looked boring on paper. That night, the house gathered in the garden, not for ceremony. No one called it that. Boruto chased fireflies near the stepping stones while Naruto pretended not to help by subtly blocking them with his foot. Hinata sat beneath the awning, watching with a softness in her face that had been absent too often. Temari stood near the wall, arms crossed, claiming she was only outside because the indoor air was strategically stale. No one believed her. The village lights glowed beyond the garden wall. For once, they did not feel like eyes. Boruto caught nothing and declared victory anyway. Naruto applauded like this was reasonable. Hinata laughed. Temari shook her head. "He has your tactical standards." Naruto looked offended. "I have excellent tactical standards. You once entered a war by announcing yourself to everyone present. It worked. That does not make it a standard." Hinata smiled into her tea. Boruto ran to Temari and held up his empty hands. "Look, firefly!" Temari looked at the nothing in his palms. "That is air. Invisible firefly." Naruto nodded solemnly. "Rare species." Temari stared at him. "You are encouraging fraud." Hinata's shoulders shook with silent laughter. Temari looked at Boruto again. The boy beamed up at her, utterly confident that she would understand the invisible firefly situation. After a moment, Temari crouched. "Very impressive. Keep it contained. Invisible fireflies are politically sensitive." Boruto gasped. I know. He ran off again. Naruto watched him go, then looked at Temari. Politically sensitive? He needs realistic vocabulary. He's 3. Then he should start early. Hinata laughed aloud this time. Clear, unhidden, Naruto turned toward her. For 1 second, his face changed completely. Not Hokage, not husband drowning in guilt. Just a man hearing someone he loved return to herself. Hinata saw it and looked away shyly. Temari saw that too. She turned toward the wall, giving them the privacy of not being watched, but Hinata looked at her. Temari-san. Temari glanced back. Hinata stood and walked toward the old stone wall, the same place where she had cried, the same place where Temari had sat beside her. Naruto stayed with Boruto near the stones, understanding without being told that this was not his moment. Hinata stood beneath the awning. Temari joined her. For a while they watched the garden. Then Hinata said, "They wrote the treaty." Temari looked at her. Hinata's voice was quiet but steady. "They wrote the clauses, the duties, the household language. They decided what we would mean to them." Temari nodded slowly. Hinata turned toward her. "But they do not get to decide what we mean to each other." The sentence settled between them. Simple, radical. Temari's throat tightened unexpectedly. She looked away. "That sounds dangerously sentimental," Hinata smiled. "Is it wrong?" "No." Temari's voice was softer than she intended. "No, it is not wrong." Hinata held out her hand, not dramatically, not for an oath anyone else would see, just her hand. Temari looked at it. She had accepted treaties, weapons, reports, orders, apologies she did not want, and responsibilities she had never asked for. This was different. This was not being taken. This was being offered a choice. So Temari took it. Hinata's grip was warm, strong, gentle without being weak. Temari understood then why people mistook softness for fragility. They had never been held by someone soft enough not to crush what they touched. Hinata spoke quietly. "From now on, if they move against you, they move against me too." Temari's hand tightened. "And if they move against you?" She said, "They will learn why Suna teaches wind to cut stone." Hinata's smile grew faintly. "That sounds like a threat." "It is a promise." They stood beneath the wall with their hands clasped, the garden quiet around them, the treaty still alive beyond the house, the village still hungry for symbols, the clan still waiting for weakness. No witness signed anything. No seal marked the moment. No council recorded it. But something binding happened there anyway. Not marriage, not law, not diplomacy, choice. Behind them, Naruto watched from beside Boruto. He did not interrupt. He did not ask what they had said. He only looked at the 2 women standing by the wall and understood that the house had changed again. The treaty had forced them together. The village had expected them to endure. But endurance was no longer the point. They had begun to choose. And choice, Naruto knew better than most, was where real power started. That night, after Boruto was asleep and the house finally quieted, Naruto opened his journal. He wrote only 3 lines. Hinata won without asking permission. Temari helped without taking control. Behind the garden wall, something stronger than the treaty was made. He stopped. Then added 1 more line beneath it. I do not know its name yet. Upstairs, Hinata folded the approved medical proposal and placed it beside her desk. Across the hall, Temari filed a copy of the dead Hyuga complaint under a new folder label, Future Attempts. Expected then, after a moment, she crossed it out. She wrote a new label instead. Handled together, the ink dried slowly. The house slept. And for the first time since the Iron Treaty began, the silence inside its walls did not feel like a wound being held shut. It felt like a pact. Chapter 6. The weight of the village, Naruto, stops being Hokage for exactly 48 hours. The border incident began with 1 mistake and 37 witnesses. That was how Shikamaru described it in the first report. Naruto hated the sentence immediately. Mistake was too soft. Incident was too clean. Witnesses made it sound like everyone had simply watched something happen, instead of making choices that nearly turned peace into a battlefield. A Suna military survey unit had crossed into a restricted Konoha patrol zone near the Western Trade Corridor just after dawn. The zone was not deep inside Fire Country territory, but it was sensitive. Too close to the new grain routes, too close to the temporary storage depots, too close to villages that had only recently stopped fearing another war would arrive with the next caravan. The Suna unit claimed their map was outdated. The Konoha patrol claimed the warning markers were visible. The Suna commander refused to withdraw until receiving direct confirmation from his superiors. The Konoha patrol captain refused to let an armed foreign unit remain inside restricted territory. No one attacked. That was the miracle. But weapons had been drawn. That was enough. By mid-morning, the situation had reached the Hokage's desk. By noon, every person in the administration tower had an opinion. By sunset, half the village had heard a version of the story where Suna had tested Konoha's weakness, and the other half had heard a version where Konoha had threatened allied soldiers over a map error. By nightfall, the treaty was shaking. Naruto stood in the strategy room behind his office, looking at the marked border maps spread across the table. Red pins for Konoha patrols, gold pins for Suna units, black ink for restricted zones, blue string for supply routes. The colors made it look simple. It was not simple. It was never simple. Shikamaru stood across from him with 3 folders in front of him. Kakashi leaned against the wall, silent. Sakura had been called in because the nearest civilian settlement had sent 3 people to the clinic with stress-triggered injuries after rumors of border conflict spread. Temari stood near the window, arms crossed, face carved from controlled fury. Hinata sat at the far side of the table, quiet but present. She was not officially part of military response planning, but the Outer District Medical Network had already become involved because panic moved faster than orders. Her civilian contacts had sent messages before the tower's formal channels caught up. That mattered. Everything mattered. Naruto looked at the map until the lines blurred. "No casualties," he said. Shikamaru nodded. "No physical casualties." Naruto's eyes lifted. Shikamaru did not apologize for the correction. "Good. Current status?" Suna unit remains near the restricted marker. Konoha patrol withdrew 50 meters to avoid escalation but has not left the zone. Both sides are holding position. No reinforcements have been deployed yet. "Yet," Naruto repeated. "That's the problem." Temari's voice cut in. "The Suna commander is Captain Rassi. He's not a hardliner, but he is proud and too young for that much authority. If ordered to withdraw through formal channels, he'll obey. But if Konoha frames this as a violation, Suna's internal faction will use it as proof that Leaf patrols are treating allied units as enemies." Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. "And if Konoha ignores the violation," Shikamaru answered, "then our patrol command loses face. Border villages think we gave Suna special exemption, and every anti-treaty voice in the village gets louder by morning." Naruto rubbed his forehead. "So every option makes someone angry." "That's politics," Temari said. "No," Naruto said. "That's stupidity wearing formal clothes." No one disagreed. Shikamaru slid the first folder forward. Option 1, formal protest through treaty channel. Demand immediate withdrawal, file violation record, offer joint cartographic review afterward. Naruto opened the folder. "Clean, strong, terrible. This protects Konoha's authority," Shikamaru said, "but it makes Suna look publicly corrected." Temari's mouth tightened. "Arata's faction will love that. They'll say Gaara handed Suna's soldiers to Leaf discipline." Shikamaru nodded and slid the second folder forward. Option 2. Quiet withdrawal request through Suna liaison. No official protest. We record it internally as miscommunication. Naruto did not even open it. "Our patrols hate that." "Yes. And the village paper hears about it anyway, probably." "Then it becomes Hokage hides border violation to protect treaty optics." Shikamaru nodded again. "Likely." He slid the third folder forward. Option 3. Joint inspection team dispatched immediately. Both units stand down pending review. Naruto looked at that one. It sounded balanced. That meant it was hiding a knife. "What's wrong with it?" Kakashi answered. "It takes too long." Shikamaru tapped the map. 8 hours minimum. During that time, both units remained close enough for one idiot to turn a misunderstanding into a fight. Temari looked at the red and gold pins, and Suna will view joint inspection as distrust. Konoha will view it as delay. Naruto leaned over the table, three strategies, all correct, all wrong. All carrying a cost someone else would pay. The familiar pressure built behind his ribs. He had felt it before during war. Back then, pressure had been simple. Fight harder. Move faster. Protect everyone. If there was a wall, break it. If there was a monster, stand in front of it. But the wall now was made of consequences. The monster had signatures. Naruto looked at Hinata. She had been silent through the briefing, hands folded in her lap. "What are you hearing from civilians?" Everyone turned slightly. Hinata did not flinch from the attention. The border settlement is frightened, not angry yet. They remember the last war. They are afraid this is the beginning of something larger. If the first official message sounds defensive, they will assume the worst. Naruto nodded slowly. And the outer districts here? Rumors are spreading. Some people believe Suna soldiers entered Leaf Land intentionally. Some believe Konoha patrols threatened famine relief workers. They weren't relief workers, Temari said sharply. Hinata looked at her. I know, rumors do not need accuracy to cause harm. Temari's expression softened by a fraction. True. Naruto looked back at the map. He wanted a fourth folder, a better folder. One where nobody lost face, nobody starved, nobody panicked, nobody used fear to gather power, and nobody in his house had to sit around another table discussing how to keep the world from punishing them for being trapped inside it. There was no fourth folder. Shikamaru watched him carefully. I need a decision. Naruto's jaw tightened. I know, soon. I know, Naruto. I said I know. The room went silent. The shout was not loud enough to shake walls. It did not need to be. Naruto did not shout often anymore, not like that. He saw Sakura's eyes sharpen. Kakashi's face still. Hinata's breath catch quietly. Temari's expression close over something like concern before it could show. Shikamaru lowered his hand from the folder. Naruto stared at the map. Red pins, gold pins, lines, zones, people reduced to colors again. He stepped back. I need air. Shikamaru frowned. We don't have time for. Naruto turned toward the door. I need air. This time, no one stopped him. The first hour, everyone assumed Naruto had gone to the roof of the Hokage Tower. That was reasonable. He had done it before. When pressure became too much, Naruto sometimes needed height. He would stand above the village, look at the lights, remember why he endured the meetings, and return with some stubborn answer nobody else had considered. By the third hour, Shikamaru sent an Anbu guard to check. The roof was empty. By the fifth hour, Kakashi quietly asked the tower security team when the Hokage had left the building. They did not know. That was when concern became alarm. By the eighth hour, Shikamaru had stopped pretending to be calm. He wouldn't abandon the incident, he said. No one in the strategy room answered. Because that was exactly what frightened them. Naruto would not abandon people. Not unless something inside him had finally hit a limit none of them wanted to name. Temari stood at the map table, reading the latest dispatch. The Suna unit is still holding. Konoha patrol is still withdrawn. No escalation. Yet, Sakura muttered. Hinata stood near the window, looking out at the village. Boruto was with Hanabi. Thank the gods for that. Hinata had not wanted him anywhere near the tower tonight, not with everyone's fear pressing through the walls. Shikamaru moved to the door. I'll organize a search. Kakashi's voice stopped him. No, Shikamaru turned. Kakashi's posture was relaxed, but his eye was sharp. If Naruto wanted to be found by standard search patterns, he would be. We can't just do nothing. We are not doing nothing. Kakashi glanced at the map. You are acting chief advisor during a border incident. Act. Shikamaru's mouth tightened. It was cruel. It was also correct. Temari looked toward Hinata. Do you know where he went? Hinata did not answer immediately. Everyone looked at her. She continued staring out the window. No. Her voice was soft. Then she added, but I know where he might go if he did not want to be Hokage for a while. Naruto sat on the roof of the old Ikaraku building and watched rainwater collect in the broken grooves between tiles. The building was not truly old anymore. The original had been damaged years ago during reconstruction, rebuilt, expanded, repaired again after a kitchen fire, then eventually moved into a newer space 2 streets away when the district modernized. The old structure remained because no one had the heart to tear it down. Its sign had been removed, the front shutters were locked, inside the counters were empty, the walls stripped of menus, the floor swept but unused, a ghost of comfort. That was why Naruto came, not because it was practical, because no one needed anything from this roof. No council meetings. No treaty language, no border maps. No public signs asking women to be asked. No diplomatic seating charts. No papers turning love into structure. Just roof tiles, rain, and the memory of being a loud, hungry boy who thought being Hawkage would mean everyone finally saw him. He had been right. That was the problem. Everyone saw him now. They saw Hawkage. Weapon, symbol, father of peace, bearer of the 9 tails, man who would endure anything if the alternative was someone else suffering. They saw him so clearly that sometimes Naruto wondered if anyone could still find the person under all that expectation. He opened the instant ramen cup in his hands. Cold, he had forgotten to add water. He stared at it for a moment, then laughed. The sound vanished into the rain. Inside him, Kurama stirred, pathetic. Naruto leaned back against the slanted roof. Good to see your compassion survived peace. You are sitting in the rain with dry noodles. I needed a moment. You have taken 8 hours. Naruto closed his eyes. Already? Yes, the village is panicking quietly. Shikamaru is panicking efficiently. Hinata is worried. Temari is pretending not to be worried while becoming more dangerous. Sakura is one bad comment away from violence. Kakashi knows where you are but is allowing you the illusion of privacy. Naruto opened one eye. He knows, probably. Did he tell anyone? No. Naruto looked at the rain. Good. Kurama was silent for a while. Then you cannot stay here. Naruto smiled faintly. I know, you are staying anyway. Yeah. The rain softened. Naruto rested the ramen cup beside him. I'm tired. The words came out before he could dress them as a joke. Kurama did not answer immediately. Naruto continued. Not sleepy tired. Not mission tired. Not even war tired. I knew how to be war tired. You fight, you bleed, you rest if you survive. He looked down at his hands. This is different. Kurama's presence shifted inside him, vast and old. Naruto swallowed. Every decision hurts someone. Every right answer is wrong from another angle. Suna needs food. Konoha needs boundaries. Temari needs dignity. Hinata needs freedom from the clan. Shikamaru needs forgiveness he won't ask for. Gaara needs his village to not collapse. Boruto needs a father who doesn't come home feeling like a meeting with legs. The corner of his mouth twitched bitterly, and everyone needs the Hawkage. Kurama said nothing. Naruto looked at the empty street below. I thought I could carry it. You can. That's not the same as surviving it. Kurama's silence changed. Less sharp. Naruto had known Kurama long enough to recognize when the fox was listening instead of waiting to insult him. He continued, quieter. When they put the treaty in front of me, I thought the worst part was that I couldn't stop it. But that wasn't it. No, no, Naruto closed his eyes. The worst part was realizing why they chose me. Because you are Hawkage. Because they knew I'd say yes if enough people needed me to. The words sat in the rain, heavy, true, ugly. They knew I would look at Suna's famine, at trade routes, at civilians, at children who might starve or grow up in another war, and I'd sign away parts of my own life before letting them pay the price. Kurama's voice lowered. That is what you have always done. I know. You say that like it is only weakness. Naruto looked inward. Isn't it? Kurama's laugh rumbled softly. Humans, always turning virtues into knives and then wondering why they bleed. Naruto frowned. Are you comforting me or insulting me? Both. Great. Kurama's chakra moved like a warm pressure behind his ribs. You endured loneliness as a child and decided no one else should be abandoned. You endured hatred and decided hatred would end with you. You endured being used as a weapon and decided power should protect. Those choices made you strong. Naruto said nothing. Kurama continued, but the village learned them too. Naruto's throat tightened. Yes, Kurama said, they know where to press. Rainwater slid down Naruto's cheek. Maybe rain, maybe not. They're not evil. No, that would be easier. Yes. Naruto let his head fall back against the roof. I'm angry at them for needing me. Good, he blinked. Kurama sounded almost pleased. Good anger is information. You should listen before you bury it under duty. Naruto stared at the gray sky. Since when are you wise? Since before your village learned plumbing, Naruto huffed despite himself. For a few minutes they listened to the rain. Then Kurama spoke again. Your problem is not the treaty. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That is a very big problem. Yes, but not your problem. Then what is? You are treating everyone inside it like another border dispute. Naruto went still. Kurama continued, merciless because he cared too much to be gentle. Temari is not a hostile faction to stabilize. Hinata is not a damaged alliance partner to reassure. Your own home is not a treaty implementation site. You keep walking through those doors like the Hokage entering a crisis room. Naruto's jaw tightened. I'm trying not to hurt them. You are trying not to fail them. That's different. Yes, Kurama's voice softened slightly. Not hurting someone requires knowing where they hurt. Not failing someone only requires managing outcomes. Naruto closed his eyes. The words struck too deeply. He thought of Hinata asking for tea because it was easier than asking for comfort. Temari labeling pantry shelves because order gave her something to hold. Boruto calling her sand lady and accidentally making the house laugh. Himself, standing between them like a referee, mediator, shield, apology. He had been so focused on preventing collapse that he had forgotten collapse was not the only danger. Distance could survive quietly. Politeness could become a wall. Management could look like care while never becoming intimacy. Naruto whispered, I don't know how to fix it. Kurama snorted. You still think fixing is the answer. Naruto opened his eyes. What else is there? Presence. The word was simple. Too simple. Naruto almost dismissed it. Then he remembered Hinata sitting beside him in the gala corridor instead of telling him everything was fine. Temari sitting on his other side and calling his statement personally bad, which somehow helped more than praise. The pact behind the garden wall that he had not heard but had felt in the house afterward. They were not fixing each other. They were showing up. Again and again. Maybe that was different, maybe that was harder. The rain became lighter. Naruto picked up the dry ramen cup and stared into it. I forgot water. Kurama sighed. A tragic symbol of your leadership, Naruto laughed. This time the sound had a little life in it. He stayed gone through the first night. Not because he wanted to frighten anyone, because returning felt impossible until he understood what he was returning as. Hokage was waiting. Husband was waiting. Father was waiting. Treaty symbol was waiting. Friend was waiting. All of them crowded around the same door. Naruto did not know which one could enter first without crushing the others. So he remained on the roof until dawn stained the village roof's pale gold. At some point, Kakashi appeared on the neighboring building. He said nothing. Naruto looked at him. Kakashi lifted one hand in lazy greeting. Naruto sighed. You knew. Kakashi sat on the edge of the roof opposite him. I had suspicions. You told them? No. Why? Kakashi looked over the waking village. Because sometimes a Hokage needs to be missing in a place where nobody officially finds him. Naruto looked at him. That sounds like something you made up. It is, but it sounds wise. Naruto almost smiled. They sat in silence. Kakashi did not ask if he was okay. Naruto appreciated that. Eventually, Naruto said, How did you do it? Badly. Naruto looked at him. Kakashi's eye curved faintly. You wanted inspiring. I wanted useful. Then badly is useful. Kakashi leaned his elbows on his knees. When I was Hokage, the village was rebuilding. Every decision had ghosts in it. Too much spending here meant delays there. Too much leniency toward former enemies angered grieving families. Too much punishment created future resentment. I made decisions that helped people. I made decisions that hurt people. Sometimes they were the same decision. Naruto listened. Kakashi's voice remained light, but Naruto knew him well enough to hear the weight beneath it. The hat teaches you something ugly. Power does not free you from impossible choices. It makes them yours. Naruto looked at the old Ikaraku roof beneath him, and when you couldn't carry it, I took it off. Naruto blinked. Kakashi tapped his own head. The hat, not forever, sometimes for an hour, sometimes a day. I remembered I was not born wearing it. Naruto was quiet. Kakashi looked at him. You were not born Hokage, Naruto. No, I was born loud, very rude, accurate. Naruto let out a breath. Kakashi stood. They're worried. I know. Hinata knows you're here. Naruto looked up sharply. Kakashi shrugged. I didn't tell her. She knew enough. Of course she did. Temari, pretending not to know while reorganizing the crisis response around your absence. Naruto winced. Shikamaru, currently experiencing the consequences of being the smartest person in a room without you to blame for emotional disruption. Naruto almost laughed again. Kakashi turned to leave, then paused. The border has held, but it won't hold forever. Naruto nodded. I know. Kakashi looked back. Come home before they start making decisions about you too. Then he vanished. Naruto remained 1 more hour, then another, not ready, closer. By the second night, Hinata came. She did not arrive with Anbu. She did not arrive with anger. She climbed the side stairs of the neighboring building and stepped across to the old Ikaraku roof with the careful balance of someone who had trained her entire life to move quietly and was now choosing to be heard. Naruto knew she was there before she spoke. He kept looking at the village. Hinata sat beside him, not too close, not far, the same distance she had once given Temari in the garden. For a long time neither spoke. Then Hinata said, Boruto thinks you are on a secret Hokage mission. Naruto closed his eyes. I'm sorry. I told him that even secret Hokage missions require fathers to return for breakfast. That hurt. Gently, Naruto looked at her. Hinata's face was pale with worry, but her eyes were steady. I'm sorry, he said again. She nodded. This time she accepted it, not because it fixed anything, because it was true. Are you coming home? Naruto looked down at his hands. I don't know how. Hinata did not answer immediately. The village lights shimmered below them. Finally, she said, walk through the door. Naruto almost smiled. That simple? No, Hinata looked at him. But perhaps simple is where we begin. He swallowed. I failed you. Her expression changed, pain but not surprise. Sometimes, she said. Naruto looked away. She continued before he could drown in that answer. And sometimes you did not. Sometimes you listened. Sometimes you stepped back when I needed to answer father myself. Sometimes you held Boruto so I could cry where he would not see. Sometimes you signed what I asked you to sign and did not turn my medical program into your rescue. Naruto's throat tightened. Hinata, but you are always waiting to be forgiven enough to live with us again. The words stopped him completely. Hinata's voice stayed soft. That is exhausting, Naruto-kun. He closed his eyes. I don't want to make your pain about me. Then don't. He looked at her. There was no cruelty in her face. Only truth. Do not turn every room into a place where we must reassure you that you are not a monster for being trapped too. Naruto absorbed the words like a blow he needed. Hinata looked down at the street. I love you. I am angry. I am hurt. I am still here. All of these can be true. Naruto said nothing. Hinata continued, Temari-san is angry. She is hurt. She is still here too, not because the treaty deserves her, because she is choosing what parts of her life remain hers. A faint smile touched Hinata's mouth. She is very stubborn. Naruto huffed. That's one word. Hinata's smile faded into seriousness. Come home as Naruto first. His chest tightened. Not Hokage. The Hokage can follow after dinner. That almost broke him, not because it was poetic, because it was practical. Hinata stood. She did not offer her hand, not this time. She simply looked at him and said, We saved you food. Then she left. Naruto sat alone after she disappeared, staring at the path she had taken. We saved you food. Not the village needs you, not the treaty needs resolution, not the border is waiting. Food. Home. A place at the table if he chose to return. Kurama stirred. She is wiser than you. Naruto wiped his face with one hand. Everyone is wiser than me lately. Yes, could have disagreed. No, Naruto laughed softly. Then he stood. He returned to the tower first. Not because he wanted to, because the border still existed. By then, 48 hours had nearly passed. The strategy room looked worse than when he had left it. More maps, more folders, more empty cups, more exhausted people pretending not to be relieved when he walked in. Shikamaru stood from the table. For 1 second, his face revealed everything: relief, anger, fear, guilt. Then he buried it. "You look terrible." Naruto smiled faintly. "Missed you too." Sakura crossed the room and punched his arm, hard. "Oh, you deserved worse." "I know." Temari stood near the map. Her eyes moved over him once, assessing damage. "You smell like rain and bad decisions." "That's fair." Kakashi raised a hand lazily. "Welcome back." Naruto looked around the room. "No speeches? Good." He walked to the map. "Current status." Shikamaru slipped immediately into report mode, which was probably safer for everyone. Both units still holding. No reinforcements. Rumors increasing. Suna liaison requesting formal channel resolution. Konoha Patrol Command wants written acknowledgement of violation. Naruto looked at the red and gold pins. 3 folders remained on the table. The 3 strategies: formal protest, quiet withdrawal, joint inspection. All correct. All wrong. Naruto pushed them aside. Shikamaru frowned. "Naruto?" Naruto tapped the gold pin representing the Suna unit. "Get me Gaara." Temari's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Direct line?" "Yes." Shikamaru's face shifted. "That bypasses protocol." "I know. It creates no formal record of initial demand." "Good. It relies entirely on personal trust." Naruto looked at him. "Yes." The room went quiet. Temari studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "That may work." Shikamaru stared at the map, then at Naruto, then slowly exhaled. "Troublesome," he muttered, but he was already reaching for the communication seal. Gaara answered within 3 minutes. His face appeared in the mirror, tired and alert. "Naruto." "Gaara." No titles. The room noticed. Naruto did not care. Gaara's eyes sharpened. "You were unavailable." "I was. Are you well?" "No." Gaara accepted the honesty with a small nod. Naruto leaned forward. "Your unit crossed into our restricted zone." Gaara's expression tightened. "I know." "My patrol drew weapons." "I know." "If I file formal protest, your hardliners use it." "Yes." "If you withdraw quietly, mine do." "Yes." "If we send inspection, we risk 8 more hours of idiots near sharp objects." Gaara's mouth twitched faintly. "Yes." Naruto looked at him. "So I'm asking you, not as treaty channel, not as Hawkage to Kazekage, as me to you, pull them back, file it as map miscommunication." "I'll file the patrol response as excessive caution under unclear marker conditions." "Tomorrow, we announce joint map revision and patrol retraining. No one wins, no one bleeds." The room was perfectly still. Gaara held Naruto's gaze through the mirror. "That will anger both sides." "Good, balanced." Temari made a small sound that might have been approval. Gaara's eyes softened by a fraction. "You trust me to withdraw without formal pressure?" "Yes." "And you ask me to trust that Konoha will not use the withdrawal as admission of fault?" "Yes." Gaara was silent. Then he said, "Done." That was it. No debate, no folder, no 8-hour inspection, no ceremonial outrage. Done. Naruto closed his eyes for half a second. "Thank you." Gaara nodded. "Next time, call sooner." The words carried more than border policy. Naruto heard it. So did Temari. Naruto looked at him. "Yeah." The mirror went dark. Shikamaru was already writing orders. Communication to Patrol Command. Both sides stand down. Konoha Patrol remains in observation until Suna withdrawal confirmed. Statement drafted within the hour. Temari stepped closer to the map. "I'll send Suna liaison language before Arata's office frames it first." Kakashi pushed off the wall. "I'll speak to Patrol Command. They'll hate this less if someone old says it was wise." Sakura nodded. "I'll send comm notices through the clinic network before rumors outrun the announcement." Everyone moved, just like that. The crisis did not vanish, but it became manageable. Naruto stood at the center of the room and felt something strange. Not victory, not relief exactly, recognition. The 4th folder had existed. It was not strategy. It was trust. Not blind trust, not naive trust. Trust with history behind it. trust earned by two lonely boys who had once understood each other before the world understood either of them. Trust was not always softer than politics. Sometimes it was faster. Temari paused at the door before leaving. She looked back at Naruto. "You should go home." Naruto blinked. The statement? Shikamaru can draft a statement. Sakura can manage civilians. Kakashi can scare Patrol Command by being reasonable. I can prevent Suna from embarrassing itself for at least 6 hours. Shikamaru, without looking up, said, "Generous estimate." Temari ignored him. Naruto looked at her. Temari's voice changed slightly. "Hinata told you to come home as Naruto first, didn't she?" Naruto stared. "How do you know everything?" "I pay attention." That answer was simple, and Naruto realized, she had paid attention not only to politics, but to him. He nodded. "Yeah, she did. Temari opened the door, then listen to your wife." Sakura smirked faintly. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru waved one hand without lifting his head. "Go, before you try to help and make the statement sentimental." Naruto almost smiled, then he left. The house smelled like rice when Naruto entered. That was unexpected, not because the house never smelled like food, but because he had expected tension. Waiting. Questions. Maybe anger, maybe silence. Instead, rice, warm broth, grilled vegetables, something slightly burned. That last one was familiar enough to make him suspicious. He removed his sandals quietly. Boruto ran into the hallway. "Dad." Naruto crouched just in time for his son to crash into him. The impact nearly knocked him backward. Naruto wrapped both arms around him. For one moment he held on too tightly. Boruto squirmed. "Dad." "Air." Naruto loosened his grip immediately. "Sorry." Boruto looked up at him. "Secret mission done." Naruto swallowed. "Yeah, did you win?" Naruto thought of red pins, gold pins, rain, dry ramen, and Gaara saying done. "I think nobody lost." Boruto considered this seriously. "That's weird winning." Naruto smiled. "Yeah, it is." Hinata appeared at the kitchen doorway. She did not rush to him. She did not perform relief. She simply looked at him. "Home," her eyes said, "if you mean it." Naruto stood with Boruto in his arms. "I'm home." Hinata's expression softened. "Welcome home." Temari's voice came from inside the kitchen. "The rice is overcooked because someone ignored instructions." Naruto blinked. "I just got here." "She means me," Hinata said. Temari appeared behind her, holding a wooden spoon like a weapon. "I also mean you generally." Naruto huffed. "I was gone 48 hours and still got blamed for rice. You created the household culture that allowed rice negligence." Boruto nodded solemnly. "Rice negligence?" Hinata covered her mouth. Naruto looked at his son. "Don't repeat everything Temari says." Boruto looked at Temari. Temari looked back. "Repeat selectively." "Selectively," Boruto said. Naruto sighed. "I live with enemies." For the first time in days, Hinata laughed, small, bright. "Enough." Naruto placed Boruto down. Then he stood in the doorway to the kitchen and saw the table. 4 places, not 3. Not because Temari had accidentally set an extra place. Not because Hinata had forgotten Boruto's smaller bowl. 4 places. His place remained. Food sat in the center, imperfect but real. No documents, no maps, no treaty folders, no reports, just dinner. Naruto's throat tightened. Hinata noticed. Temari noticed and immediately looked annoyed about noticing. Naruto stepped into the kitchen. "I'll cook." Both women stared at him. Temari spoke first. "No," Naruto raised a hand. "Not tonight's food, I mean tomorrow." Temari narrowed her eyes with supervision. "Fine," Hinata smiled. "What will you make?" Naruto opened his mouth. Ramen was too easy, too symbolic to him. He looked at the table, then at Hinata, then Temari. "What do you want?" The question was simple. Both women went still. Naruto realized painfully that he had asked what would help, what the treaty required, what the council needed, what the village expected. But maybe not this, not plainly. "What do you want?" Hinata looked down at the food. Then back up. "Something warm," she said. Naruto nodded. "That I can do?" Temari crossed her arms. "Can you?" Naruto pointed at her. Again with this, Hinata's mouth curved. Temari's expression remained serious, but her eyes were softer. "Grilled fish," she said. Naruto blinked. "You like grilled fish?" "Yes." "I didn't know that." "No," Temari said. "You didn't." The words were not cruel, they were true. Naruto accepted them. Then grilled fish. Boruto climbed onto his chair. I want ramen, Naruto smiled. Of course you do, Temari sat. Compromise, fish with noodles. Boruto looked amazed. You can do that, Temari nodded gravely. Advanced diplomacy. Naruto looked at Hinata. She was smiling now, not because everything was fixed, because for once the room was not asking her to be only strong. Temari served rice. Hinata poured tea. Naruto helped Boruto with his chopsticks. They ate. The rice was overcooked. The vegetables were uneven. The broth was good. No one mentioned the border for 9 whole minutes. That was a miracle. Eventually, Hinata asked softly, "Did it resolve?" Naruto nodded. Gaara withdrew the unit. "We'll announce map revision tomorrow." Temari looked at him over her cup. "He trusted you." I trusted him. Shikamaru would probably turn that into policy language by morning, but here at the table it was just true. Hinata's eyes softened. "I'm glad." Naruto looked at both of them. "I'm sorry I disappeared." Temari's chopsticks paused. Hinata set her cup down. Naruto continued before either could answer. "I needed to stop being hawkish, but I should have told you I was safe, both of you." Temari's face remained unreadable. "That would have been efficient." Naruto almost smiled. "I'll try to be more efficient next time I fall apart." Hinata looked at him gently. "Perhaps next time fall apart at home." The sentence could have been sad. Instead, somehow, it was an invitation. Naruto swallowed. "Okay." Temari looked at Hinata, then at Naruto. "We have a garden wall for that." Hinata's eyes widened slightly. Temari looked away. "I am told it is useful." Naruto stared at her. There was something in his chest too large to name. Gratitude, maybe. Belonging, maybe. Fear, still. But less lonely. Boruto interrupted by dropping noodles into his lap. The moment shattered into napkins, scolding, laughter, and Temari explaining that this was why food logistics mattered. Naruto helped clean it up. He was clumsy. No one told him to leave it. That mattered too. Later, after Boruto was asleep and the kitchen was finally clean, Naruto stepped into the garden. The air smelled like wet stone. Hinata joined him first. Temari came a few minutes later, claiming she was checking the wall after noodle chaos compromised domestic security. Naruto did not tease her. Well, not much. They stood beneath the covered section where the rain had once hidden Hinata's tears and later witnessed her pact with Temari. For a while, they listened to the night. Naruto spoke first. "Kurama said I've been treating both of you like problems to manage." Hinata's expression softened with painful recognition. Temari leaned against the post. "I agree with the giant fox." Naruto nodded. "I figured you might." He looked down. "I don't know how to do this without trying to manage it." Temari did not soften the answer. "Then learn," Hinata added. "With us, not around us." Naruto looked at them. The difference was the whole world with us, not around us. He nodded slowly. "I can try." Temari studied him. "Trying is not a policy." "No," Naruto said, "but maybe it's dinner." Hinata smiled. Temari sighed. "That was almost poetic, unfortunately." Naruto grinned faintly. "I'll take it." The night settled around them. Beyond the wall, the village remained complicated. The border would need new markers. Arata would twist the withdrawal. Hayashi would move again. Shikamaru would draft a statement that avoided saying anything emotionally honest and somehow save everyone 3 political headaches. Gaara would carry the cost from his side. The treaty would remain. The work would remain. But inside the garden, for a few quiet minutes, Naruto was not a symbol. Hinata was not a clause. Temari was not a hostage with a title. They were 3 people standing under a roof while the night cooled around them. No one fixed anything. No one declared anything. No one promised forever. They simply stayed. And for Naruto, after 48 hours of rain and dry ramen and the crushing weight of being needed by everyone, staying felt like the bravest thing he had done all week. That night, he opened his journal before sleeping. The page waited. He wrote, "I disappeared because I forgot how to come home without bringing the whole village with me. Then, Kurama says presence is not the same as management. Annoying fox may be right." He paused. The house was quiet. Hinata's footsteps moved softly down the hall. Temri's door closed after one final check of whatever security issue she had invented to avoid admitting she was tired. Boruto snored faintly through the wall. Naruto smiled. Then he wrote one more line, tomorrow, grilled fish. Ask how Temari likes it. Ask Hinata what warm means. He closed the journal. For the first time in 2 days, he slept in his own bed, not because the weight was gone, because when morning came, he would not have to carry it alone. Chapter 7, What Hayashi Built. The real threat was never across a border. Hayashi Hyuga did not move like a desperate man. That was what made him dangerous. Desperate men rushed. They overreached. They left fingerprints because fear made them believe speed could replace precision. Hayashi did not rush. He waited. He allowed the community medical outreach protection proposal to pass without public objection. He allowed Hinata to sit at the center of the medical delegation. He allowed Sakura to speak. He allowed Temari to cut his elders apart with polite procedural language. He allowed Naruto to sign the approval as Hokage. To everyone watching, it looked like defeat. Temari knew better. Men like Hayashi did not accept defeat. They stored it, reframed it, buried it under another layer of dignity. Then they moved somewhere quieter, so Temari watched. She watched the Hyuga clan's public statements. She watched Suna's internal correspondence. She watched which council aides suddenly became interested in treaty review procedure. She watched which trade offices requested access to documents they had no reason to read. She watched the way certain rumors changed shape as they moved through Konoha. At first, the rumors were ordinary. The Hokage's household was unstable. Temari was acting more leaf than sand. Hinata's medical network was a Hyuga power play. Naruto had become too emotionally compromised to enforce treaty discipline. Basic political rot. Expected. Then the rumors changed. Temari noticed on a Tuesday morning because a Suna trade clerk used the wrong phrase in a report. Not wrong enough for most people, wrong enough for her. The report came from a minor Suna trade office attached to caravan scheduling. Its job was boring. Grain quantity verification, route timing, storage permissions, escort manifests. The clerk wrote, "Concerns persist that Ambassador Temari's placement within the Hokage household may represent a soft detention model rather than equal alliance integration." Temari stopped reading. Soft detention model, not hostage, which hardliners liked because it was blunt and useful. Not assimilation, which Arata's faction preferred because it sounded patriotic. Soft detention model was legal language, cold language. Someone had taught them to say that. She read the line again. Then the entire report. On the surface, it was about trade anxiety. Beneath that, it suggested Suna needed additional oversight rights regarding Temari's role in Konoha. It argued that if Suna could not verify the ambassador's freedom of action, the treaty might require renegotiation to ensure balanced household accountability. Temari leaned back in her chair. There it was, not an attack on Naruto, not directly, not an attack on Hinata, not yet, an attack on the structure. If Temari was framed as a diplomatic hostage, Suna hardliners could demand new terms. If new terms opened, the Hyuga could insert revised authority language. If revised authority language passed under the banner of protecting Temari, Hayashi could re-enter the treaty without appearing to attack his daughter. Elegant, disgusting. Temari almost admired the architecture. Almost. She reached for the older reports, 3 weeks of them, trade office summaries, border liaison notes, civilian sentiment memos, minor complaints, small shifts, one phrase here, one concern there, soft detention, household accountability, balanced oversight, ambassadorial welfare. Treaty family structure. The words had been seeded carefully enough that no single document proved anything. Together they made a pattern. Temari stood. She pulled the wall map closer, unpinned 2 caravan strings and replaced them with black thread. Then red. Then blue. By noon, the map no longer looked like trade logistics. It looked like a web. At the center sat 3 names, Arata. Hyuga Liaison Co. Tsubaki. Temari stared at the 3rd name. Elder Tsubaki had signed the complaint against Hinata's medical work. She had also attended 2 private tea meetings with a Suna cultural delegation last month. Those meetings had seemed harmless. Too harmless. Temari checked the guest lists. One attendant from Suna's minor trade office had been present at both. The same office that now used legal phrasing it should not know. Temari's eyes narrowed. She did not go to Naruto, not first. 6 months ago she might have, not because she lacked strategy, but because Naruto was hawkish and the treaty bent around him. Now she knew better. This did not begin with Naruto. It would not be handled by making him the center. She gathered the reports, sealed them in a plain folder, and left her office. Hinata was in the garden. Of course she was not crying this time. Training. The evening light touched the stone path in long gold lines. Hinata stood barefoot beneath the old tree, sleeves tied back, breath steady. Her Byakugan was active, pale veins framing her eyes as she moved through a gentle fist sequence Temari had never seen before. It was not the traditional 64 palms. Temari knew enough to recognize that. This was quieter, tighter, less ceremonial. Hinata's hands moved in small arcs, not wide strikes. She shifted her weight with barely visible steps, striking empty air with controlled precision. Each motion seemed designed not to overwhelm but to interrupt, to close, to redirect. A technique for stopping force without becoming it. Temari watched from the doorway. Hinata finished with 2 fingers extended toward the trunk of the tree, stopping a hair's breadth before impact. A leaf trembled loose. It fell. Hinata exhaled, then deactivated the Byakugan. "You're watching?" she said without turning. "Yes. Is something wrong?" "Yes." Hinata turned then. The softness left her face slowly, not disappearing but settling into readiness. Temari held out the folder. "I found the next move." Hinata took it. She opened the folder and read standing in the garden, evening light across her face. Temari watched the moment comprehension arrived, not shock. Hinata had been living under Hyuga politics too long to be shocked by strategy wearing family colors. Her mouth tightened. "Liaison Co," she said. "Yes." "Elder Tsubaki." "Yes." "Arata." "Almost certainly." Hinata read the phrase soft detention model again. Her expression changed. Not anger, something colder. "They are using you." Temari's jaw tightened. "Yes." "To reach me." "Yes." Hinata closed the folder. For a moment the garden was silent. Then she asked, "Does father's name appear anywhere?" "No, of course not." Temari crossed her arms. "But this has his shape." Hinata looked toward the wall, the packed wall, the place where they had decided that if one was moved against, both would answer. "He waited," Hinata said. Temari nodded. "Yes." He let the medical proposal pass. "Yes." Then he moved through Suna so it would look like the next complaint came from your side, not mine. "Yes." Hinata looked back at her. "Clever, very." They stood in silence. Then Temari said the thing she had come to say. "I wanted you to see it before Naruto." Hinata's eyes softened slightly. "Thank you." Temari looked away. "I am learning." Hinata almost smiled. Then she opened the folder again. "What do we know?" Temari stepped closer. The language began appearing 3 weeks after the medical proposal passed. It originates from a minor Suna trade office that should only handle route schedules. One of its attendants was present at 2 private meetings with Elder Tsubaki. Liaison Co. has been accessing treaty correspondence outside his normal review authority. Hinata's brow furrowed. "Can we prove father ordered it?" "No." "Can we prove Co. communicated with Arata's faction?" "Not yet." "Can we prove the trade office received Hyuga phrasing?" Temari's expression shifted. "That depends on whether we can get a clean copy of the draft before it was entered into Suna's filing system." Hinata looked at her. "You know where it is." "I know where it should be." "That is not the same." "No, but it is close enough to start." Hinata handed the folder back. "What do you need?" Temari studied her. No hesitation. No request to be protected. No shrinking from the size of what her father might have done, just the question. "What do you need?" Temari understood then that the pact behind the wall had not been symbolic, it had changed procedure. "I need your permission to use your name if necessary," Temari said. Hinata's expression did not change. "In what way?" If the Hyuga side questions why I am investigating treaty correspondence tied to their liaison, I may need to state that you requested review of any clan-linked activity affecting your medical program or household standing. Hinata considered. Would that be true? It would be if you request it now. Hinata nodded once. I request it. Temari felt something settle, and I need you to decide how far you want this to go if we confirm it. Hinata looked down at her hands, the hands that had healed civilians, held Boruto, touched Naruto's when he looked like guilt might drown him. The hands her clan kept trying to turn into inheritance. How far can it go? She asked. Temari answered honestly. Public exposure. Formal accusation, council censure, possible removal of Hyuga liaison authority from treaty processes. If Hayashi is directly implicated, we could force a clan leadership crisis. Hinata closed her eyes briefly. There it was, the real cost, not political, personal. A daughter deciding whether to put her father's name under a blade. Temari waited. When Hinata opened her eyes, they were steady. No public accusation unless necessary. Temari nodded. But no quiet surrender either, Hinata continued. If he is using treaty instability to regain authority over me, over you, or over the household, then he stops. Temari's mouth curved faintly. That can be arranged. Hinata looked at the folder again. Not by destroying him if we do not have to. Temari's smile faded. Hinata met her eyes. I know you prefer clean victories. I prefer lasting ones, so do I. That stopped Temari. Hinata's voice remained gentle. If we humiliate him publicly, the clan may fracture around his pride. If we corner him privately with proof, we may force him to retreat without giving his supporters a banner. Temari studied her. You are thinking like a clan head. Hinata's expression sharpened. No, she said. I am thinking like someone who knows what my clan does when embarrassed. Temari inclined her head. Fair. Hinata folded the folder closed. Then we gather proof. They told Naruto after dinner, not before. That was Hinata's choice. Naruto came home carrying 3 folders, 2 apologies, and 1 paper bag from the market because he had remembered Temari liked grilled fish, and Hinata had said something warm again that morning. Temari pretended not to notice the fish. Hinata noticed and smiled. Boruto noticed only that the bag was not ramen and made a tragic face. Dinner was almost normal. That itself had become suspicious. After Boruto went to bed, Hinata placed the folder on the kitchen table. Naruto looked at it. Then at Temari, then at Hinata, his shoulders lowered slightly. What happened? Temari sat across from him. Hinata sat beside her. That detail mattered. Naruto noticed. He did not comment. He opened the folder. As he read, his face changed. Warmth vanished. Hokage entered. Then husband. Then something sharper than both. When he reached Liaison Ko's name, his jaw tightened. When he reached Arata, his eyes went cold. When he reached Tsubaki, he looked at Hinata. She held his gaze. Naruto closed the folder carefully. Hayashi. Hinata nodded. Likely. Naruto stood. Temari immediately said, No. He froze. I didn't say anything. You were about to do something dramatic. I was standing, with intent. Hinata's mouth twitched despite the situation. Naruto looked between them, then sat back down. Fine. Temari tapped the folder. We do not have proof linking Hayashi directly. Naruto's eyes burned. We know. Yes, knowing is not admissible. This isn't a courtroom. It is politics. Worse. Hinata placed her hand gently on the folder. I do not want you to confront father yet. Naruto's anger shifted, not gone, contained. You're sure? Yes. He looked at her carefully, not doubting, checking. Hinata continued, If you confront him now, he will make it about you. The Hokage threatening the Hyuga head, a husband acting emotionally. A treaty conflict becoming domestic retaliation. Naruto hated how easily he could see that happening. Temari leaned back. Also, he will know which trail we found and cut it. Naruto exhaled through his nose. What do you need from me? That question landed differently now, not what do I fix? What do you need? Hinata noticed. Temari noticed. Naruto noticed that they noticed and looked faintly embarrassed. Temari answered first. Access authorization to treaty correspondence logs for the last 6 weeks, including Suna Trade Office routing. Done, Hinata added. And I need you to let us bring it to Gaara first if the Suna faction is involved. Naruto nodded. Done. Temari looked faintly surprised by how quickly he agreed. Naruto saw it. I'm learning too, he said. Hinata's expression softened. Temari looked away. Good. Naruto tapped the folder. Shikamaru? Hinata looked at Temari. Temari's face became unreadable. Naruto waited, not pushing. Eventually, Temari said, He will see patterns we may miss. Naruto nodded. He will also hate this. He can add it to his collection, Temari said, cold. But not as cold as it would have been months ago. Progress, maybe. Pain, definitely. Naruto stood again. This time slowly, no one stopped him. I'll get the logs. Then he paused. And I won't confront Hayashi. Hinata looked up. Thank you. Naruto's voice softened. I want to. I know. I really want to. I know. Temari added, We all know. Naruto almost smiled despite himself. Then he left. Hinata watched him go. Temari watched Hinata. The house had changed. Naruto still wanted to break the threat with both hands, but he had asked first. He had listened. That mattered. Not enough to fix the treaty. Enough to trust him with the next step. Shikamaru found the hidden hinge in 4 hours. He hated every second of it. They gathered in Temari's upstairs office because it had the best map, the fewest interruptions, and the highest concentration of organized suspicion. Naruto delivered the correspondence logs. Kakashi arrived with old access records from treaty drafting. Sakura came because Hinata had asked, and because any plan involving Hyuga political harm made her eyes light with a dangerous professional interest. Shikamaru entered last. He looked at Temari first, not long, not pleading. Just enough to acknowledge that being in her space required permission. Temari gave one short nod. He entered. No one commented. For the next several hours, they became what they had once been during the war, but quieter, not a team of heroes. A table of adults sorting knives from paper. Temari mapped language origin. Shikamaru tracked document movement. Kakashi identified which access logs had been edited too cleanly. Sakura cross-referenced clinic complaints and hospital communications. Hinata sat at the center, reading every Hyuga-related line herself. Naruto stood near the window, saying little unless asked. That was difficult for him. Everyone knew it. He did it anyway. At midnight, Shikamaru placed 3 reports side by side. There. Temari leaned in. Hinata followed. Naruto stepped closer. Shikamaru pointed to the first report. Original Suna Trade Office Memo. Language appears here first. Soft detention model. Household accountability. He pointed to the second. Hyuga internal procedural note from 2 months ago, not treaty-related on paper. It discusses balanced household accountability in the context of Lady Hinata's medical outreach. Hinata's face tightened. Shikamaru pointed to the third. Council draft comment submitted by Liaison Co. during early treaty revisions. Same phrasing structure. Not identical words, but same legal architecture. Temari narrowed her eyes, co-authored the language, likely. Arata's office received it through the trade attendant? Yes. Hinata's voice was quiet. And father? Shikamaru was silent for a second, then he pulled one more record forward. Not a report, a meeting log, private Hyuga compound entry record, Elder Tsubaki, Liaison Co. 2 Suna trade attendants, Counselor Arata's junior secretary, all present, meeting host, Hayashi Hyuga, date. 2 weeks after the medical proposal passed, the room went still. Naruto's chakra stirred. Hinata did not look away from the page. Her father's name sat there, clean and undeniable, not an order, not a confession, but enough. Temari's voice became very quiet. He hosted the channel. Shikamaru nodded. Yes. Sakura crossed her arms. That's not enough to convict him publicly, but it's enough to corner him. Kakashi looked at Hinata. Your call. No one else spoke, not Naruto, not Temari, not Shikamaru. Hinata looked at the record for a long time, then she said, Gaara first. Naruto nodded immediately. Temari already reached for the communication seal. Gaara's face appeared in the mirror past midnight. He looked like he had not slept either. When Temari sent the evidence packet through secure channel, he read without interruption. No one spoke while he did. His expression did not change much. Gaara had learned young that visible reaction could become a weapon in another person's hand. But Temari was his sister, she saw. The tightening around his eyes, the slight stillness when Arata's connection appeared, the pain when Hayashi's name emerged. Finally, Gaara placed the documents down. Arata moved without formal council approval. Temari's eyes sharpened. "You're sure?" "Yes, he has supporters, but this was not authorized by Suna's Central Council." Naruto exhaled slowly. That mattered. A rogue faction, not Suna itself, still dangerous, less catastrophic. Gaara continued, "I can issue a statement condemning unauthorized diplomatic manipulation." Temari shook her head. "Too broad. Arata will claim persecution and say you are protecting Konoha." Gaara looked at her. "What do you suggest?" Temari slid a prepared draft forward. Of course she had one. "Gaara, read it." His eyebrow lifted slightly. "This praises Hinata." "Yes, it frames civilian medical outreach as evidence of the alliance's human dimension." "Yes, it names Konoha-Suna cooperation without mentioning the household controversy." "Yes, and it makes any attack on her program look like an attack on treaty stability." Temari smiled. "Yes." Gaara looked at Hinata through the mirror. "Lady Hinata, do you consent to Suna publicly recognizing your work?" Hinata inclined her head. "Yes, with one condition." "Name it." "The statement must also recognize the outer district community partners, the hospital, and civilian medics. Not only me." Gaara's expression softened with respect. "Agreed." Temari glanced at Hinata, a small look, pride if anyone dared name it. Gaara turned to Temari. "And Arata?" "Handle him internally. Quietly enough that he cannot become a martyr, firmly enough that his office stops leaking phrases into trade reports." Gaara nodded. "He will lose access to treaty correspondence by morning." Naruto looked at his friend through the mirror. "Gaara." Gaara's eyes moved to him. "I'm sorry this came through Suna." Gaara's answer was immediate. "I'm sorry your household keeps paying for our instability." There was no easy response to that. Because both apologies were true, Hinata spoke softly. "Then let us make sure no one profits from it." Gaara bowed his head. "Yes." The mirror went dark. The public statement came at noon the next day. It was boring enough to survive. That was Temari's highest praise. The Keisage's office recognized the growing civilian medical outreach network in Konoha's outer districts as a valuable example of the Iron Treaty's human-centered cooperation. It praised Hinata Uzumaki's leadership, Sakura Haruno's hospital coordination, and the contributions of local community partners. It emphasized that peace between villages was measured not only in military agreements, but in the health of civilians protected by them. No mention of Hayashi. No mention of Arata. No mention of hostage narratives, household accountability, bloodlines, or supervision. That was the genius. By praising Hinata's work publicly, Gaara made it politically expensive for the Hyuga to attack. If Hayashi tried to shut down the program now, he would not be disciplining a daughter. He would be undermining a Keizkage-endorsed civilian treaty success. If Arata's faction kept claiming Temari was detained, Gaara could ask why their supposed concern for Suna's ambassador had resulted in attacks on a medical program Suna publicly supported. The trap closed quietly. No applause. No dramatic confrontation. Just words arranged better than the enemy's words. Hayashi requested a private audience with Hinata within 3 hours. Hinata accepted, with conditions. Witnesses present. Location neutral. No clan compound. No closed door without record. The meeting took place in a small chamber beside the Hokage Tower's eastern garden, not Naruto's office. Not the Hyuga estate, not the council hall. A room with low light, plain walls, 1 table, and 4 chairs. Hinata arrived with Temari. Hayashi arrived with no one. That was his first concession. Naruto waited outside with Kakashi and Sakura. He had wanted to enter. Hinata had told him no. He accepted it, badly, but he accepted it. Inside, Hayashi stood when Hinata entered. His eyes moved to Temari. "Ambassador, Lord Hyuga." Hinata sat first, not waiting for her father. Second concession. Hayashi sat across from her. Temari remained standing near the wall, not behind Hinata, beside the room, a witness. A warning for several seconds, no one spoke. Then Hayashi said, "You requested witnesses." Hinata placed the meeting log on the table. "You made them necessary." Hayashi looked at the document. His face did not change, but the silence after it lengthened. That was enough. Hinata spoke first. "I know you hosted the channel between Elder Tsubaki, Liaison Co., and Sooner representatives connected to Counselor Arata." Hayashi's hands remained folded. "You appear certain?" "I am. The Hyuga clan maintains many diplomatic relationships." "Yes, that is not wrongdoing." "No," Hinata said, "but using those relationships to destabilize the treaty and reopen authority language around the household is." Hayashi's eyes sharpened. Temari watched him closely. Hinata continued, "You failed to gain supervision over my medical work through formal complaint. So you allowed Suna hardliners to question Temari-san's position, hoping treaty renegotiation would create space for new household accountability clauses." Hayashi looked at Temari. "Is this your interpretation?" Temari smiled faintly. "It is mine too, if that helps." "It does not." "I assumed." Hinata did not smile. "This is not a debate about interpretation, father." Hayashi's gaze returned to her. "Then what is it? A warning?" The word changed the room. Hinata had never said it to him like that before. Hayashi noticed, Temari noticed, Hinata's voice remained quiet. "If you move against Temari-san again, you move against me." Hayashi's face hardened. "If Ambassador Temari's position invites political instability, it is reasonable for interested parties to seek." "No." The word was soft, absolute. Hayashi stopped. Hinata looked at him. "You do not get to use concern for her as a doorway to control me." For the first time, Hayashi's composure cracked slightly. "You misunderstand my intent." "I understood your intent for years," Hinata said. "I simply called it duty because you taught me to." Hayashi went still. The words landed somewhere old. Hinata continued, "You saw the treaty as an opportunity. You saw Naruto-kun's power, my bloodline, the Uzumaki name, the possibility of future heirs, and you called it stability." Hayashi's voice lowered. "I saw a chance to secure the Hyuga place in a changing world." "And did you see me?" Silence. Temari looked away, not because the moment was weak, because it was too intimate to stare at. Hinata's voice trembled once, then steadied. "When you inserted that clause, did you see your daughter, or did you only see what my children might carry?" Hayashi did not answer. The silence was answer enough. Pain moved across Hinata's face, not surprise. "Grief, still grief, even after everything," Hayashi finally said. "The clan survives through foresight." Hinata nodded slowly. "Yes, and families die when foresight becomes hunger." Hayashi's eyes narrowed. "You speak as if the clan is your enemy." "No," Hinata said. "I speak as if I am tired of being treated as the clan's property." Her hands were folded on the table, not shaking. "I will make this clear once. My medical program remains under hospital partnership and civilian protection. My role in the treaty remains mine to define. My marriage to Naruto-kun is not a Hyuga asset. Temari-san is not a tool to reopen negotiations. Boruto is not a bloodline projection. Any future child of mine will not be born into a clause you wrote." Hayashi's face became stone. Temari felt the air shift. Hinata leaned forward slightly. "And if you move again, I will release every version of the original treaty language." Hayashi's eyes sharpened. There, that struck. Hinata continued, voice still soft. The review writes, "The ceremonial guardianship, the schedule authority, the genetic acquisition wording, all of it." Hayashi's hand tightened once on the table. "You would shame the clan publicly." Hinata's answer came without hesitation. "No, you would. I would only stop hiding it." For the first time, Hayashi looked at her not as an extension, not as a daughter who had disappointed expectations, not as a quiet woman he could pressure back into compliance. He looked at her as an opponent, then, slowly, as something more unsettling, an equal, perhaps not fully, not yet, but enough to unsettle him. "You have changed," he said. Hinata's expression softened with sadness. "No, I think I stopped apologizing for who I was becoming." Hayashi looked at Temari. "And you support this?" Temari pushed off the wall. I do. You are encouraging division within one of Konoha's oldest clans. No, Temari said. I am watching your daughter prevent you from creating one. Hayashi's mouth tightened. Temari stepped closer to the table. Understand something, Lord Hyuga. Suna has already closed Arata's access route. Gaara's statement makes Hinata's work politically protected. Naruto knows enough to intervene if required, but he is not in this room because Hinata chose to handle you herself. That choice is the only courtesy you are being offered. Hayashi held her gaze. Temari's voice sharpened. If you mistake it for weakness, the next meeting will not be private. Silence. Hayashi looked back at Hinata. Something passed across his face. Not remorse, not yet. Maybe recognition, maybe calculation. Maybe the first uncomfortable moment of seeing that the daughter he had underestimated had built alliances he did not control. Finally, he stood. I will review the matter. Hinata remained seated. No, Hayashi paused. You will end it. The room held its breath. Hayashi's jaw tightened. Then he inclined his head, a small motion, barely a bow, but a retreat. The Hyuga clan will not interfere with the medical outreach network. Hinata waited. Or Ambassador Temari's treaty position, she said. Hayashi's eyes flickered then. Or Ambassador Temari's treaty position, or my household. A longer silence. Then Hayashi said, or your household. Hinata nodded. Thank you, father. The words were polite, they were not warm. Hayashi turned to leave. At the door he paused. Without looking back, he said, you should have been clan head. Hinata's breath caught quietly. Temari's eyes narrowed. Hayashi continued, I mistook gentleness for unsuitability. For 1 second the room changed. Not healed, not forgiven, but changed. Hinata looked at his back. And now, Hayashi did not turn. Now I see that gentleness may have made you harder to move than any of us understood. Then he left. The door closed. Hinata remained still. Temari waited. A minute passed. Then another. Finally, Hinata lowered her head. Her hands began to shake. Temari moved closer, then stopped. Hinata? Hinata laughed once. It broke into something like a sob. I thought it would feel better. Temari's face softened. No. Hinata pressed a hand over her mouth. I won. Yes. Then why does it hurt? Temari sat beside her, not too close, close enough, because he is still your father. Hinata closed her eyes. Tears slipped down her face. Temari did not tell her not to cry, did not tell her she had been strong, did not turn the pain into victory. She simply sat beside her. After a while, Hinata whispered, I wanted him to say he was sorry. Temari looked down. I know. He saw me. For a moment, I think he did. Yes. But he still did not say it. No, Hinata wiped her face. Temari's voice was quiet. Some people can recognize the damage before they know how to regret it. Hinata looked at her. Is that enough? Temari thought of Gaara, Shikamaru, herself. All the people trying to live after choices that had cut someone else. No, she said. But sometimes it is where the next thing begins. Hinata nodded slowly. The door opened carefully. Naruto stood outside. He did not enter. He looked at Hinata, not asking if she was okay. He knew better now. Instead, he asked, Do you want me here? Hinata's face crumpled. Yes. Naruto entered. He crossed the room and knelt beside her chair. Hinata reached for him. He held her, not as Hokage, not as shield, just there. Temari stood quietly and moved toward the door. Hinata caught her sleeve. Temari stopped. Hinata did not lift her head from Naruto's shoulder. Stay. Temari froze. Naruto looked up at her. No jealousy, no confusion, only quiet invitation. Temari sat again. The three of them remained in the small, neutral room while the political victory settled around them like ash after a fire. Outside, Sakura stood with Kakashi. Sakura glanced through the partially open door, saw enough, and closed it gently. Kakashi looked at her. How did it go? Sakura leaned against the wall. They won. Kakashi listened to the silence beyond the door. Doesn't sound like it. Sakura's eyes softened. Real wins usually don't. The fallout was almost invisible. That was how they knew it had worked. Arata's office lost access to treaty correspondence due to internal procedural restructuring. The official notice was so boring that most people ignored it. Liaison Co. was reassigned within the Hyuga administration to a ceremonial records position with no treaty access. Elder Tsubaki stopped attending council subcommittee meetings for health reasons, though Sakura remarked privately that wounded pride did not require bed rest. Hayashi issued no public statement, but the Hyuga clan did not interfere with Hinata's medical network again. More importantly, the rumors changed. Soft detention disappeared. Household accountability faded. Instead, the village papers began discussing the Kazekage praise of civilian cooperation and the expansion of medical outreach into 2 more districts. Temari cut the article out and pinned it beside her map. Hinata saw it the next morning. "You saved that?" Temari did not look up from her tea. "For records." Hinata smiled. "Of course." Naruto entered carrying breakfast, actual breakfast, grilled fish, rice, miso, and something that looked suspiciously edible. Temari stared. Hinata stared. Boruto climbed onto his chair and whispered, "Is it safe?" Naruto pointed at him. "I heard that." Temari inspected the fish. "You seasoned this correctly." Naruto grinned. "I asked." Hinata looked at him. "Who?" Naruto nodded toward Temari. "She wrote instructions." Temari looked away. They were not instructions. They were emergency prevention measures. Hinata tasted the fish. Her eyes widened slightly. "It's good." Naruto looked so proud that Temari almost insulted him on principle. Instead, she took a bite, paused, then said, "Acceptable." Boruto gasped. "That means good." Naruto pointed at Temari. "See, I'm learning your language." Temari's mouth twitched. "Poorly." Hinata laughed. The sound filled the kitchen. No one mentioned Hayashi, not yet. Some victories needed quiet around them before they could become memory. That night, Hinata returned to the garden alone, or thought she did. She stood beneath the wall where the pact had been made and looked up at the thin slice of moon above the rooftops. Her father's words would not leave her. "You should have been clan head." Once she would have heard only regret in that. Now she heard something else too, a burden being offered too late, a door opening after she had already built another way out. She did not know what she wanted from the Hyuga anymore. Respect, maybe. Distance, maybe. Change, if such a thing could happen without crushing everyone beneath old stone. Footsteps sounded behind her. Temari. Hinata did not turn. "He meant it," Temari said. Hinata looked at the moon. "I know. That makes it worse." "Yes." Temari stood beside her. For a while they said nothing. Then Hinata asked, "Do you think people can change?" Temari considered. "Yes." Hinata looked at her. Temari's mouth tightened, slowly, inconveniently, usually after doing damage they should have avoided. Hinata smiled faintly. "That sounds very specific." "It is a broad political theory." "Of course." Silence settled again. Then Hinata said, "Thank you for staying." Temari's expression softened. "You asked?" "Yes." "Asking matters." Hinata nodded. Behind them, the kitchen door opened. Naruto stepped into the garden carrying 3 cups of tea. He froze when both women looked at him. "I can leave." Temari looked at the cups. "Not with tea." Hinata smiled. Naruto approached carefully, as if bringing offerings to 2 dangerous shrine spirits. He handed Hinata 1 cup, then Temari, then kept one for himself. They stood under the wall together. No treaty documents, no maps. No enemies in the room, just the 3 of them, warm cups in hand. After a battle no one outside would fully understand because the cleanest part of it had happened in silence. Naruto looked at Hinata. "You were amazing today." Hinata's eyes lowered. "Thank you." Temari added, "You were terrifying." Hinata blinked. Naruto smiled. "That's also a compliment." Hinata looked between them, then unexpectedly she smiled. "I think I like that one." Temari looked satisfied. Naruto laughed softly. The garden held them. Beyond the wall, Hayashi Hyuga remained a powerful man. Arata remained a problem. The treaty remained iron. But what Hayashi had built had not survived contact with what they had built. He had built channels. They had built trust. He had built clauses. They had built choice. He had built a plan around the assumption that Hinata could be isolated, Temari could be used, and Naruto could be provoked into becoming the villain of someone else's story. He had been wrong. That was the victory. Not that Hayashi was destroyed. Not that the clan was fixed. Not that old politics had vanished. Only that the old machinery had moved against the house and found the house no longer made of separate pieces. Later, Naruto wrote in his journal, Hayashi saw Hinata today, too late maybe, but he saw her. Temari found the trap before it closed. Hinata chose mercy without surrender. I stayed outside until asked. He paused, pen hovering, then added, that may be the hardest thing I have learned as Hokage. He looked toward the hallway. Hinata's door was open. Temari's office light still burned. Boruto slept with one sock missing and a wooden kunai under his pillow because he claimed invisible fireflies might return. Naruto closed the journal. The village slept. The treaty held. The house held stronger. And somewhere in the quiet, the Iron Treaty lost another piece of its power over them.